Wow, guys. Didn't get a lot of sleep last night. The day is finally here. All hockey fans, one of their favorite days of the year, circled on the calendar, along with July 1st when unrestricted free agency begins. The NHL Trade Deadline is upon us. Who is staying? Who is going? What does Fitz do? Lots of rumors circling around. Welcome back, Devils fans. It is your host, Ace, here on Running with the Devils, where we are talking New Jersey Devils hockey all year long. Please hit that subscribe button, smash the like, share with a friend. Thank you very much. And it's going to be a long day, friends. We got 6 hours to go. What are the Devils going to do? I'll get into all, many of you know my predictions, but let me just pull up late last night. I actually don't even know. It was 1:33 a.m. 1:33 a.m. when this thing broke. We saw the first kind of big trade. And it was done by none other than the Washington Capitals. Washington Capitals kind of kicking it off. Was he Carlson, a Jersey boy? John Carlson traded to the Ducks by the Capitals for 2 draft picks, including conditional first. 36-year-old is Washington's all-time leader among defensemen in goals, assists, points, games played. John Carlson was traded to the Ducks by the Caps on Friday for a conditional first-round pick in the 2026 NHL Draft and a third-round pick in the 2027 NHL Draft. If the Ducks do not qualify for the 2026 playoffs, they'll have the option to retain their first-round selection in the 2026 Draft and instead send the Capitals the first-round pick in the 2027 NHL Draft. Carlson has 46 points, 10 goals, 36 assists in 55 games this season. He was also first on the Capitals in takeaways, 35, second in ice time at nearly 23 minutes, and fourth in blocks. The 36-year-old defenseman is in his final season of an 8-year, $64 million contract he signed with Washington in 2018 and will be an unrestricted free agent after the season. And there you have it, folks. And there you have it. The first kind of big move, veteran D-man John Carlson, a guy that years ago I would have liked. Always thought with the Jersey connection and stuff would have been nice, but very good defenseman, still getting it done in his old age, folks. Please take note. For those of you that are super down on anyone over 30 years old and you believe they belong in a retirement home and they're so washed and this, that, and the other thing, John Carlson, as a 36-year-old defenseman, many of you, a 36-year-old, if the Devils were getting a 36-year-old, you would probably go into cardiac arrest or have a stroke because you'd be coming with this guy should be in the nursing home. This man has 46 points in 55 games as a 36-year-old defenseman. A lot of our forwards in their prime don't have this type of production. Let's be serious. And so once again, I have to reiterate the fact that older gentlemen, he has. This is so sad. Nico Hischier leads the team right now. Him and Brad are tied with 45 points. These are forwards in the prime of their careers, and they've played 62 games. We're talking about a 36-year-old defenseman who has one more point in 7 less games. He's only played 55 games. Brader and Nico have both played 62. And this is not to throw shade at those guys. I mean, they're obviously having a down season. But the point of this is just to show that older guys can be getting it done. This man is a 36-year-old defenseman, and he would be leading the New Jersey Devils in points right now, playing 7 less games than Nico Hischier and Jesper Bratt. Let that sink in, and I hope it was an illustrative lesson for those that believe people over 30 are dead and gone, because they certainly are not. John Carlson still getting it done at a high level at an advanced age of 36. And the Ducks decided to get him. So there we have it. John Carlson on the move. Going to be a long day. As many of you know, I personally am not expecting a ton. This deadline day feels very, very different for me personally than it did last year, because last year we were hoping to do something in the playoffs despite all the injuries and stuff, and we're hoping for a big-time acquisition. This year we are more sellers than buyers, although I do think Fitz can pick up a piece or two if the right deal presents itself, but there's going to be some guys on the move. I am expecting at a minimum 2 trades, and I think there could be a lot more, especially when you get into like, the insignificant moves. But I definitely think at least a defenseman gets dealt today, minimum 1. Lots of names out there. The Devils have made a lot of guys potentially available, and I wouldn't be shocked if 2 get moved. I could see 2 defensemen moving and forwards. Dawson Mercer is the real interesting one to me. I don't think the Devils take the temptation and trade Cody Glass. I do think that would be a huge mistake. Even if you got a nice package for him, when you see what teams are paying for guys, how excited could you be even if you got a first rounder for Cody Glass? Like, what are you going to, they're going to draft with it if they do that. Let's be real. So it's not like a lot of people are fantasizing, oh, you pick up a first rounder, then you flip it for this. Like, you're counting on Fitz to make a chain of moves to improve the team. I certainly am not. But I definitely think we're going to see a defenseman or 2 on the move. We will not see Nemo and Dougie moved. I think people that are predicting that are kind of crazy. It would be one or the other, in my opinion, and then maybe one of the other guys from the stable, whether that's a Kovacevic, Siegs, possibly Dillon. But I'm sure Fitz is burning up those phones. It is 9:10 a.m., and we have just under 6 hours remaining on this deadline day. And what will the day bring in terms of New Jersey Devils, tweets or whatever? This is to no surprise. This is what we've been seeing for the past day or so. From Pierre LeBrun, Devils continue to listen on Shimon Nemec, who needs a new contract this offseason. We've talked about this in depth. New Jersey would only move him in the right package for a top 6 young forward that impacts the group. Now, yesterday, somebody reported, I forget who, one of the insiders, that the Devils were looking specifically for a center. And I could see them targeting a center, but I also believe if there's a legitimate top 6 winger to be had to play with Jackhughes to finally give him that guy that we never replaced Toffoli with, I think a winger could do it too. There was a report yesterday that they wanted a center, but nothing has changed on this front. A lot of you have already said that if Nemo is traded, you'll be furious. And I just don't understand how you could say that without knowing who would be coming back the other way. Obviously, I don't want to trade Nemo, but if he's in a package for a big-time forward, I wouldn't be mad about it. Now, if he trades him away for something mediocre, then fine. I would be mad like many others would. But to blanketly say, if Fitz trades Nemo, we riot, or, if Fitz trades Nemo, he sucks, like, you got to wait and see. I'm not expecting it. I do think the team likes Nemo. I do think that they see him as a potential big part of the future. But if the right forward piece could come in, I think they consider it, especially because it seems as though the contract negotiation with Nemo could get messy. He is an RFA this summer, as we all know. He changed agents very recently. That report came out yesterday. And so there's probably a lot of uncertainty on the part of the New Jersey Devils in terms of what Nemo is going to be looking for. And I'd have to believe it's going to be around $8 million. I wouldn't be shocked if his agent starts at a higher number, but I think that's ultimately what they're going to be looking for. And do the Devils want to pay that, or would they rather cash him in now for some desperately needed forward help and let another team deal with it? We will find out, but nothing changed on the Nemo front. I'm going to get to these comments in a second. If you're already not, guys, follow your boy on X and Instagram. Getting a little more involved on the other platforms. I post some random stuff on there once in a while. I'll drop the link in the chat. There it is for the X. And there's the Instagram. Follow your boy, getting more involved, even though a lot of these platforms are complete cesspools. It's a necessary evil. But, man, some of the stuff I've been reading on X, people are just shot. Let's see. Buckle up. It is going to be a long one. Norman Rogers is worried Fitz will do nothing. I think a lot of people are going to be disappointed because people just want to see a big name or big names brought in. And, while I'd like to see it too, I don't think the deadline day is when it would happen. I think if anything, the bigger moves would happen in the summer, but I'm hoping Fitz surprises us all. If there's a guy out there that could help this team and is available, he should pounce on it. Now, a lot of people are of the mindset that this team is going to struggle for a while. And maybe it's my delusional fan bias or whatever, but I feel like with a proper retool, they could be right back. I mean, Jack Hughes being healthy, and it sucks. This is the same story and narrative every year. But if Jack is healthy all year, this is a wildly different team. And so I do think with a top 6 winger for Jack, and then you finally get the center position figured out, whether that's getting a true 3C and bumping Cody Glass down to 4C, or Cody stays at 3 and Bukestad works out, or you get a different 4C. I don't know. But with the center depth solidified and a couple of the right bottom 6 tweaks, not guys like Dodonov or Siplikov or Glendening, like you get actual guys that could help more along the lines of a Connor Brown, that this team could be competitive next year. And I know a lot of people are going to think that's crazy, but I do not think it is. A little proper revamp, retool, I think this team could be competitive again, but it requires getting the right pieces and not budget fixes and Band-Aid patchwork jobs. And that's what we've been seeing for a while. And people are kind of getting fed up. Ryan Demand says, welcome to trade deadline day, everyone. Welcome. Moves must be made. Well, there's going to be definitely some guys sold off at a minimum right now. I think people are expecting big names or big acquisitions here. I think today's mission for Fitz is primarily to free up roster spots and cap space so that in the summer he could get back to the drawing board and kind of figure out what he could do. Ryan Demand, Fitz can't sit on his hands and do nothing. I mean, I don't know what your definition of nothing is, but like I just said, I think at least a few guys are sold off to free up cap for future moves. Whether that, cap space comes into play today and we see something, I don't know. I mean, the prices are super high. There are some big names being floated around out there. People are talking about Matthew Nyes, who I would absolutely love, but that's another one where it seems like Toronto is just kind of gauging what the true offers would be. I don't think he gets dealt, but you never know. I mean, teams are looking to make pushes and you're seeing it around the league. This team needs help. Ryan Demand, I absolutely do not want to see Nemo traded. Okay, but hypothetically, Ryan, what if Nemo was traded in a package for a guy like Nyes? I'm curious what your thoughts would be. Trade Dougie, another guy where, he has tremendous value still. And I still like Dougie. Now, I don't think there is enough roster spots and cap space for both him and Nemo. And so I do think logically one of those two guys should be traded today. I mean, because you're talking about if somehow they're both still here at the end of the day, a very, very expensive blue line potentially next season where it just doesn't make sense. You're talking about Luke Hughes at $9 million, Dougie at $9 million, and then you're going to have Nemo at probably, if we're lucky, I would say 7.5. So then you're talking about $25.5 million tied up with 3 blue liners. I just can't see it. Conventional wisdom, you would think that Dougie would be the one to be moved, but I think Fitz is going to really weigh all of his options and see what's out there. Nemo obviously has more value on the market here. Ryan says Nemo has been great for us this season. Yeah, I'm a Nemo guy. Listen, but I'm a Lou Lamoriello kid. If you can make a deal to improve the team, it is all about the crest on the front of the jersey, not the name on the back. And while I love Nemo, if he must go to improve this team, then so be it. If Fitz trades Nemo, another reason for me to hate him and want him to be fired. Trade Dougie or Mercer instead of Nemo. I mean, it's easy to say that, but again, totally different things. Mercer only makes $4 million. He has 1 year left on his deal. Nemo is going to get at a minimum, like I'm saying, 7.5 next year. And Dougie makes 9, and they all have very different trade values. And so it's not as easy to just say trade this guy or that guy instead of Nemo. Like if Fitz truly is trying to make that splashy punch acquisition for the forward group, Nemo is a much better bullet to have in the chamber than Dougie Hamilton is. David, good morning, Devils fans. I'm excited to listen live all day until 3 to find out Fitz will do nothing. He's definitely going to not do nothing. Again, a lot of you are probably considering minor moves as nothing, and I totally get it. But I think you should adjust your expectations because I firmly do not believe that anything substantial will be incoming today. But I do think Fitz is going to make those moves to free up the cap space to give him some leeway going forward into the offseason. David, thank you. Ace, thanks so much for doing this. You already made my Friday regardless of the disappointing results we'll get. Thanks for coming out, David. Hopefully they're not disappointing. And hopefully we're all stunned with something that no one saw coming. I would love nothing more than for Fitz to land to reel in a really big fish out of nowhere that no one talked about, no one discussed, just out of nowhere. Boom, here it is. Paging Brady Tkachuk. Obviously, I don't think anything like that's going to happen, but I certainly would be ecstatic if it did. Yo, Holmes, I'll save you the time. Fitz came in second. Oh, you guys are ruthless. Ruthless. W. Sanks, there isn't anything out there unless he goes digging for a trade. Well, sometimes the best trades are the result of a good old-fashioned digging. You know, we've seen plenty of times guys that are dealt seemingly out of nowhere where there was no smoke or rumor surrounding the guy, and you're like, oh my God, that guy got traded? Those things happen, and competent GMs find a way to pry players from other teams. Nicole, what's going on? I'm just hoping for something at this point. The team dynamics aren't working this year for whatever reason, and we need some change. Completely agree with you, Nicole, and I do think they have not been working, unfortunately, for several seasons now. I mean, this is nothing new, right? I mean, not to be super negative, but I do think we've kind of seen enough from this group as it is today, including the core. Like, listen, we've had bad luck with injuries and a bunch of crap over the past few seasons, but in the end, you can't keep making injury excuses. Like, this team seems to be what we're seeing, and it's like a mediocre team at best that is capable of getting to the playoffs and getting manhandled. David, I love how Ace put all the pictures of the Devils who have been rumored to get traded as the background. Well, I mean, you gotta put something up there, right? I mean, Selected Boy, what's going on? He says, what's up, Devils folks? James Israel, the Devils are only 9 points out. We could do this. Oh, James. James is high on the hopium on deadline day Friday, early huffing of the hopium. Listen, I would love nothing more than to see it, but when you look at the actual numbers, it is a mathematical improbability. It is not impossible, but it is highly improbable to jump all these teams. Like, listen, anything's possible, but the Devils could probably only afford to lose 2 or 3 games the rest of the season. Like, does anyone really believe that's going to happen? I certainly don't. I'm not here to sell miracles and dreams to people. I didn't think this team was making the playoffs from quite a long time ago, unfortunately, but I would love nothing more than to be wrong about this. I'm not one of these people that says something and then it's like, I want this to happen, so I'm right. I would love nothing more than to come on here and be celebrating a playoff berth with all of you and be like, what an idiot I am. I doubted this team, and they went 17-3 down the stretch to get into the playoffs. Would love nothing more than for that scenario to play out. I just cannot, in my right mind, sit here with a straight face and tell all of you folks that I believe that is going to happen, because I don't. I would love it to happen. I would be stunned. And I think the entire sports world would be stunned as well. Vecna Fitzgerald, can't wait for bridesmaid Tom to mess up something today. And again, I feel like the past 24 hours or so, I've been defending Fitz a lot, which is kind of a new role for me to be playing. But the one thing I will give him is that Fitz doesn't make horrible deals. You could look back, there's some that you're like, it wasn't the best deal, but he's never went out there and given up a big piece for a garbage return. Like, he will not do that. And so if the options are inactivity or making a horrible deal, I'll take the inactivity all day long, because a horrible deal is a horrible deal. But, you know, either way, it's not ideal. But I really do not understand why so many people think that Fitz is going to make a bad deal. That's not really one of his trademarks. Justin said it's too early to be pissed off at Fitzgerald right now. I agree. It's a little early to be coming with such animosity. Bobby says, good morning, Ace. Still waiting on Fitz to do something. I saw we had interest in Garland and what Fitz fails. I'm glad Garland did not. I had no interest in Garland, and I feel like a lot of people were kind of that thought process. Like, I'm done with the undersized guys. I'm sorry. It is what it is. We've seen over the past few seasons, I just think the team is too easy to play against. I have complained that they are too much of a skill finesse team, and I desperately want some gritty guys, that skilled grit, brought in to help morph the identity of this club from what it is right now to something a little more well-balanced. And to do that, I think we need to move away from the the types of players we have right now and bring in some guys who bring in a different dimension. Bring in some dogs that go to the net and stir shit up, because we don't have enough of that right now. Selected boy Garland would have commanded a lot of money. I don't even care about the money. I just don't want any more undersized guys. Bring in the beef. Bring in big, bruising, preferably North Americans. And we've talked about this before too. I do believe in terms of compete level and just overall hockey players when you're building a team, I do think you need a good amount of North Americans. And that's not really even a bias. When you look at a lot of great teams, they have a lot of great North Americans. I mean, America and Canada both produce some damn good hockey players. And look no further than the last two international best-on-best competitions. Last year, the Four Nations. This year, the Olympics, obviously. The finals were USA versus Canada. Is anyone surprised by this? And so when you see this, the two best hockey nations at the moment, by a good margin, in my opinion, these are the types of guys you need on the roster. A lot of us old school people have talked about wanting a center like anything remotely resembling Jason Arnott for years. The monster of a man with a mean streak for sure. And we haven't seen anything like it in a while. And so I do hope at some point we see a slight influx of North American players that just play that little bit nastier of a game. Pyro, what's up, Ace? Hopefully we see something good today. I'd be okay if we get the Dougie contract off the books. Also, if we get the waived guys off, do we start playing more? I don't think anyone's taken the waived guys. But I do think we're going to see some contracts come off the books now. Whether Dougie's one of them or not remains to be seen. Remains to be seen, but I do think some salary is going out one way or the other, and I do think two defensemen could be on the move. Rob, if only Fitz would have drafted Cooley. I mean, center depth is nice to have. Obviously, we've been haunted by it for a very long time, and it seems as though we finally kind of have it figured out at the moment. But a lot of people are talking about that they would be happy with selling Cody Glass high. I think most people are not, because it took so long to finally get a guy like that. And so why would we move him to only have to replace him when it's been proven to be very difficult? So it would have been nice to have Cooley. I think if we had him on the team right now, this team would look a little bit different. But so many damn things went wrong this year. Like, we just need that shakeup. Pyro says, if I was betting, gut feeling says Kovacevic gets moved. I could see it. But again, I think Fitz is trying to feel out who's offering what for what guys, and he's going to free up some money and space on the blue line. Richie, beating a dead horse here. Stammer, 36 and 30 goals. They're men and experience. Now you don't want a boatload of mid-30 players, but this is the recipe for winning. Should I take Malkin at 40? So would I. I mean, competitors are competitors. Obviously, we've talked about Stammer forever. That was a topic of discussion a few months back when the Predators were really in the toilet and there was rumors surrounding Stammer, and the Devils were kind of attached to that, going back to a couple summers ago when he was a free agent. Supposedly the Devils were in on him then. Listen, Stammer's a winner, ultimate competitor. I would love a guy like Stammer. He's got 2 years left. I wouldn't want to overpay for him, obviously, and I would not want to pay his full $8 million a year salary. But if the Preds were willing to retain some on that, I would still certainly be interested. He obviously can bring scoring, power play beast, and for all the people, again, talking about he's washed up, he's old, this and that, like, I just disagree. Good teams and winning teams have a balance of everything. You have some young guys, some prime guys, some guys out of their prime, but you need the right pieces to have a winning team, and I definitely think that Steven Stamkos could certainly be a very nice ingredient of a winning team, and I would love to see it. I don't think that's probably on Fitz's radar any longer, but maybe it is. I don't know. If I had to predict, I would think Stammer stays, but there was a report that he is willing to waive his trade protection for the right team. Pyro says, I'd be really sad if Dilly gets moved. He's my favorite Devil. I love Dilly, one of my favorite players on this roster. Everyone knows that. Throwback warrior. They don't make him like Dilly anymore. Heart and soul guy. You saw the other night with the Jack thing. He was in the mix looking to crack somebody's head open. I mean, how could you not love Dilly? Personally, I do think he is expendable for this team just because they do have some extra defensemen and guys waiting in the wings. But from a personal standpoint for Dilly, I want to see this guy win a cup, man. And I don't think it's going to happen here. And so I would love to see him get dealt to a contender and go on a couple runs. Ramping up for a long day indeed. Pyro says, depends who comes back the other way for Nemo. Exactly. I can never be like, I'll be furious if Nemo's traded. It's totally dependent on what comes back the other way. KCAC, who's giving up a big-time forward that's buying? I don't understand exactly. Who's giving up a big-time forward that's buying? I don't think it necessarily needs to be a quote-unquote buyer. I think there could potentially be a move that makes sense for the Devils and another team to make some sort of shakeup like this. James, I would take Shane Pinto for Nemec. Listen, there's only one guy that should be targeted by the Devils from the Ottawa Senators. And if Ottawa wants Nemo, there's only one man, folks. Brady Tkachuk. That is the guy to target. Whether he's available or not, make an offer. Pyro, Ace, I talked to a St. Louis fan. They said we should not go for Kyrou. They feel like he'd be hated before long. Listen, I told you guys last night, I'm not a huge Kyrou guy, but he would be an improvement over a lot of our forwards. If we could get him without trading Nemo, I'd be all about it. His contract is pretty good. He's got some years left. I think that would make sense, not trading Nemo for it, though. But how could you not like a guy like Kyrou? He would certainly help the forward group and hopefully help this team put some pucks in the back of the net. Vecna Fitzgerald, I think there's low-key beef with Nemo and Hughes. They were yelling at him a lot this year. I mean, beef? I mean, what are we talking about, beef? Let's see what Elliot's talking about. It's a slow start. C-Bones, what's going on? Fitz missed the boat yesterday. Ham should have been Carlson to the Ducks. Yeah, maybe they didn't want him. I'm sure there's still teams trying to get Dougie. Chad, what do you think about the Sabres trading for Logan Stanley and Luke Shen from the Jets? I mean, wait, is this a potential trade? I'm lost. Or did this happen? As this did happen. Listen, the Jets, horrible season, and the Sabres are looking to make a push. I mean, this is crazy. Who would have thunk that the Sabres would be where they are and the Devils would be where they are? I mean, it's truly remarkable. The tale of two franchises. And Buffalo is, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they win a round or two. I mean, if they get hot at the right time, third most points in the conference, or no, tied for second most points in the conference. Completely insane. Completely insane. Good luck to the Sabres. Their fans deserve it. Scott Snyder, Ace, the Sixers traded a real player at the trade deadline just to get under the luxury tax. HBSE does not want to win. They want profits. I mean, listen, there's been definitely a lot of things to support this. And going back a few years ago, people tried to scoff at the notion and say it was insane. But in the end, I do think as time has gone on, there's certainly supporting evidence that, money in the balance sheet is the true report card for their teams and not the on ice, on field, on court success. I definitely think there is some truth to all this stuff. Now, the thing I always point to is that do owners not realize that going deep in the playoffs is good for profits? Ticket sales, merch, everything else. Like, there's nothing better than winning for profits. But a lot of teams, or pretty much probably every team now in the league, is pretty damn profitable, even if you suck, because of the revenue share with TV and the merch and all that. And so hopefully we do see some sort of commitment to winning from this organization, because I don't think we've seen it in quite some time. What's going on? M. Payne says, watch him do Nemo for EP40. I've told everyone forever, I have zero interest in Pettersson, like negative interest in Pettersson. I think he is not the type of guy that this group needs whatsoever. I want to see pieces that are going to help change the culture as well. And I don't think he would be part of it. Bobby, thank you for the super. Listen, I love Nemo. Would hate to lose him. I'd much rather keep him and trade overhyped Luke. But if we could get a Robert Thomas or another stud to pair with Jack, I could live with it. I mean, listen, I think the price on Robert Thomas is going to be sky high now. Give Luke some time. I talk about this all the time. He's only 22 years old. I think he is going to be a beast. We've seen flashes of it from him throughout his young career. He did look a lot better last night. He had the other night, it looked like he was flying around. He had some extra jump. I think he's going to be very good. And I think he's going to be very good fairly soon. And so I think people just need to be patient and realize he is only 22. He is a defenseman. Defensemen typically take a lot longer to develop than forwards. And we're going to have to deal with some growing pains along the way, like we've known for a long time. Like, just because he signed a $9 million a year contract, he's not overnight going to be this elevated player. And I think a lot of people expected that from him. And I think it was a little bit unfair, but I certainly get it, with the contract and everything. But people just got to relax. This season's toast. Hopefully he gets in a good summer of training and whatever else and comes back with a vengeance next season like the rest of this team. But yeah, I mean, Robert Thomas would be great. I just think we're going to get outbid for him because I think there's going to be tons of teams in on him. But you never know. Maybe Fitz shocks the world today. Jason, I don't think the Devils want to pay Nemo what he's asking, so they're trying to move him. Yeah, again, we knew this for a while, right? Restricted free agent, going to be looking for a ton of dough. His agent might be asking for more than Luke, for all we know. And the Devils just may be like, we are not comfortable or willing to commit that type of money to you, and so we are trying to trade you. But that's, if he is dealt, they're going to have to find a team that, A, is willing to pay him what he wants, and B, has something that the Devils feel will help them. It would suck to undersell Nemo. It really would. C-Bones, I'm at the point that I would sit Ham forever, and I like him, but he needs to go now. Well, if he doesn't go today, maybe it's revisited in the summer. But if you are not going to bring him back next season, it does seem logical to me that you would trade him today. Why would you wait till the summer when we have nothing to play for down the stretch? Jason knows so many teams have already traded for D-men already. This is also very true. Potential destinations seem to be coming off the board. Sullivan says, have we traded Fitz yet? No, we have not. Snow says, I really think Fitz gets nothing done. He's certainly going to make a couple trades. I mean, does that count as nothing if he sells off a couple defensemen for picks? Bobby says, Nemo deserves more money than Luke. Mr. Snowford, what's going on? I'm fully prepared to be underwhelmed and envious of other teams' GM's capabilities. That's my expectations are to be underwhelmed. I don't have high hopes of something big coming to the Devils today, but best case scenario, can Fitz move a couple guys that are expendable and free up the cap space to hopefully do something in the summer? I mean, that's really all I'm hoping for. Dirty Devils, I'd rather Fitz do nothing than touch this team any more than he has. I would take, as I said earlier in this, I would take nothing over a bad move. Jay Snow, he shouldn't even be handling this deadline. It's a joke. But here we are. Here we are. Jay Snow, I'm not looking for a big name, but he needs to move players and salary. I think that will happen. Jeremy Proper says, dodge that Garland bullet. Woo, yeah. I'm glad. I was happy to see that. Who even knows how serious the Devils were on him, but I certainly had no interest. C-Bones, we need a retool rebuild now. Steve Robinson, you either trade Dougie or Nemo because Nemo is going to need Dougie money next season. You can't keep both. Completely agree. And they're both on the right side. So you need to free up a spot. You need to free up the money. One of these men must go. Who's it going to be? Who will it be? Snow said we had no money last summer. That's what Fitz does, small little fixes. I hope we don't see that again. We need meaningful moves. No more patchwork. Seabones, Dougie was supposed to go to the Ducks first and second, missed. Ryan says, Brig Stamkos to New Jersey. I would love to see it. Southside Johnny, more than ever, I think Quinn is coming here. Oh, boy. Playing with and winning a goal with his brother cemented that. Need the space for Quinn next summer. It's not happening, my guy. Again, I would love to be wrong about it. I just can't see it. I think he is going to be sold on everything that is the Minnesota Wild by a very competent and cunning GM in the form of Bill Guerin. Billy G gets it done. That is my official prediction. Would you trade Bratt for Nyes? Yes. Is that a real question, Snow? Come on. KCAC, I think trading Nemo is okay if Casey can be a regular and play well. That was the hope from the organization once upon a time. It does seem like he slightly, I don't want to say fell out of favor, but I do think his defensive zone deficiencies, I'll call them, were the reason why when we had injuries earlier in the year that we called up, we brought in other guys instead of playing Casey. I still think he could be a good player in this league. I don't know if it will be for the Devils. At some point, he either has to play on the Devils or be dealt. I mean, how many years can we keep this kid stashed in the A? Seabones, the Ducks was the first place for Dougie. Where's Fitz? Ryan, it may come down to Nemo getting moved because Hamilton has a lot of control where he goes, unfortunately. He does, but he did say that he would consider other opportunities if they pop up. So I don't think that it is as difficult as people are making it out to be. But obviously, as teams trade for D-men and potential destinations come off the board, it may prove difficult to move him. Jason, we have the most expensive D-core in the NHL, and it's mid at best. Vecna, Dougie seems like a summer thing. Teams don't want to pay him that 7.1 mil signing bonus, and Boozeface thinks he could get a haul for him too. Wouldn't be surprised if he's here next year. Neither would I. That bonus, the way his contract is structured, I forget when it gets paid. At some point in the summer, he's paid like a large chunk of money. That certainly is probably playing a role in all of this as well. World's Worst Gamer, good morning, fellow Devils fans. My son is headed over to enjoy the NHL Trade Deadline Day. Always has been a holiday for us. Yeah, I wish, it's a lot more exciting when we're going to the playoffs. Deadline Day has a whole different feel to it and meaning, but this is all part of the preparing for next season. Like I said a few weeks ago, it's the longest unofficial off season in quite some time because we were pretty much toast for a while. And so here we are. What does Fitz do to gear up for the summer? This is all summer preparation stuff. Seabone says Nemo would take $6 million a season. I certainly do not think that he would at all. I think $6 million is a super low pipe dream. Richie says, no way, 7.5 minimum. It's why he got a shark of a new agent. I agree with you, Richie. I think I said that last night. Like 7.5, and he probably wouldn't be thrilled with it. Maybe the $8 million would make him happy, but yeah, I don't see him signing for a penny less than 7.5, and I honestly believe their ask would be substantially higher at the beginning. Dougie for Tavares. Oh, boy. Justin says Brady T would cost minimum Heischer plus more. That's a foundational shakeup. A franchise-altering move. Brady Kachuk would be the dream. G. Orlando, did Fitz check the standings to know if we are a buyer or a seller? I'd imagine someone showed them to him this morning, and he was probably like, oh, damn. You guys should have came to me with this earlier. I don't look at the standings. How did we get here? Pahadios, a trade to make the team better that involves sending Nemo out would be a tough sell, just kicking the can down the road. I mean, how's it kicking the can down the road, though? If we got a guy that is going to help the forward group immensely. Who is today's Daniel Sprong? I don't know. ANJ Devil, 1.9% possibility of making the playoffs. I think that's up, after the 3-game winning streak. That's I think it was under 1% the other day. But obviously, yeah, it's not very likely whatsoever. It would take a whole lot for that to happen. Would love to see that small percentage chance come in. Norman Rogers says, so you're saying there's a chance. BMP, thanks for doing an all-day deadline trade show. Will help me get through the workday. Yeah, thanks for coming out. Hopefully we have something to be excited about at some point this day. Let's take a look here. Let's see if we've missed anything. Nothing yet. Stickfix says it's Fitz in time. C-Bones, I got 14 no trades. It says Fitz has made a good deal. Gary, why is everyone set on Garland is gone and on Columbus? I never wanted him. I'm glad that did not happen. Jason, thankfully Columbus saved Fitz. And again, who knows if that was even true, right? But it was scary to see multiple people kind of reporting the Devils were interested. C-Bones, yeah, more USA players, no more Euro friends. I want North Americans and Russians with the script. Absolutely. And I think our boy Grits has a little bit of that for sure. The Four Directions 99, we ain't making the playoffs. Tank for a pick. If we make the playoffs by a miracle, we are getting first round outed. And guess what? First round outed is substantially better than not making the playoffs. Period. I don't care what anyone says. Playoff appearances matter. Playoff experience for some of these guys definitely matters. And I would take making the playoffs and getting knocked out in the first round over not making the playoffs and getting a higher draft pick 1,000 times out of 1,000. Gary, I would take a Holik center type. Yeah, exactly. Going back for months now, me and some of the other old timers in here talk about Arnott and Bobby Holik all the time. Get me a big bruising center that could do a little bit of everything. Ball bag. Well, we're small and weak. We need to get size and strength. A couple of grinders would be great. Completely agree. Troy Machine, Crosby out for 4 weeks, and Malkin probably going to get a 2-game suspension. Any chance the Penguins slide and the boys slip in? Listen, anything's possible. They need to win a ton of games and lose very little. Could they slip out? Could we catch the Bruins? I mean, there's two paths to get to the playoffs. It's either the Pens fall apart or we slide into one of the wild card spots. Again, not very likely whatsoever, given where we are and how many games are left and everything else. But it is not impossible. It's just very improbable. But I would love nothing more than to see it. Gary said Austin Matthews did not look happy last night in the interview. There's reports that he said he told Toronto he wants to stay there. David Chimes, Carlson is a big shocker, big price coming off injury, but dude is 21st all-time scoring for D-man and a playoff performer. Yeah, and there's a value to that. You want to make a run, you need a playoff guy. Carlson, not a bad option. Oh, I gotta grab something. Back 1 second. Carlson will be leading the Devils in points. He has 1 point more than both Nico and Bratter in 7 less games played. Let that sink in. Stickfix says Russia could be a hockey nation gem. Guess we'll never know. Well, we got Grits. I wouldn't mind. Devils have had some their fair share of Russians over the years, and I've loved many of them. Obviously, Sergei Brelin, Ilya Kovalchuk. Dude, who am I forgetting? We've had a bunch. Jeremy Proper, 114, only 28 likes. Come on, man. Smash it for your boy. Yeah, thanks. Hit the thumbs up for your boy. Pahadios, I think Fitz's number one job would be getting either Hamilton or Kovacevic off the books to free up some cap space for the summer, preferably both. That would free up a good chunk of money there for sure. And if Nemo was still in the mix, and then a good percentage of that would be going right back out to Nemo. David Chimes, Glass could fetch a first in 2 seconds in this crazy market, and I still wouldn't do it. Neither would I, because what are you doing with it? If that is the price that someone is going to pay this, right? It's not like they're going to flip it for something substantial, because that was the price for Glass. So, I hope it doesn't happen whatsoever. And if they do, I think they're going to draft with the picks, which would make me even more mad. So I hope it doesn't happen. Travelin says Hopium is thinking Fitz is going to make this team into a contender. Listen, it could be a little hopium, but in the end, That's all we got, right? Do I have faith in him? No. Can he potentially luck or stumble his way into a couple of the right moves that help the team out a lot? Yeah, I think that is possible, and that's what I do have to hope for. With a full season of Jack Hughes, and again, it's annoying to keep saying this literally every single season. If Jack stays healthy, if this, if that, but if Jack is healthy, and it looks like a new version of Jack Hughes post Milano, let's be real. I mean, our boy grew up years and years in a matter of 3 weeks. With a healthy Jack Hughes and a couple of the right moves, I still believe that this team could do something. I'm not going to say they're going to win the cup, but it should be a far cry from the disaster that this year has been. You says, don't trade anyone. Worry about making the playoffs. What? That's ridiculous. I mean, they obviously would still like to make the playoffs, but it's just such an improbable road that you can't. And aside from even if we were in a playoff spot right now, I think a defenseman has to go. I mean, we have an extra defenseman on the right side. Someone got to go. Someone got to go. Justin says Brady would cost Hischier, Nemec plus probably more. It is what it is. Game breakers, game changers don't come around too often. Brady Tkachuk would be a seismic shift for this team on and off the ice. Seabones, 14 no trades. Where was the good deal in trades? I'm so mad. Yeah. Anyone under 30 shouldn't be traded at all. Mercer's an interesting guy. You know, if the right piece comes along for a potential Mercer deal, I think that could be explored. That's an interesting one to see. All right, we got nothing from LeBron. Just seeing if we got anything going on out here. Just the name Batherson and Stutzler, excellent pieces too. I wouldn't send Nemo for Batherson alone, but either of those two would be an upgrade. Nemo, Mercer, and a first for Brady. Listen, if somehow we got Brady, I mean, no matter what, if we got Brady, I'd be over the moon. But if we got him for Nemo, Mercer, and a first, that would be insane. Maybe we should go for Hellebuck. They're not going to trade him, but I really wanted Hellebuck when we were linked to him. Like many other players that have been dealt or not even dealt over the past few years, we've been linked to everybody. A couple summers back, or maybe it was a few summers ago now, we were rumored to be in on Hellebuck, and I wanted him desperately. And why did I want him desperately? Because Uncle Lou taught us you build a team from the net out. The New Jersey Devils had not been secure in net for years and years and years, outside of a couple decent, very good seasons, I should say, of Corey Schneider in the post-Martin Brodeur New Jersey Devils era. Goaltending was a very painful spot. And when the rumors came out that we were interested in Hellebuck, I wanted him more than anything. Myself and Steve the Maniac were texting incessantly, like, can you believe it? This would be phenomenal if we get Hellebuck. And it didn't happen. And now he's an American hero. And, you know, it is what it is. Norman Rogers says, with the cap sellers, can we have Tommy Wilson? I would love Tom Wilson. He's another guy that I can't see them trading. And if they did, he would be super expensive. I don't know if Fitz would have it in him to pay the price of what they'd be asking for, because they would be asking for a ton. David Chimes, if the Caps really sell and Fitz gets Wilson for Nemo, would you be happy? Oof. Let me see his contract. He's about to turn 32. What is his contract? Oof, 6.5. A lot of people are probably going to disagree with me, but that's another kind of seismic shakeup, I think. That I would do it. I would do it. I would have to do that deal. We desperately need a guy like that. I do think Nemo's going to be great, obviously much younger, but Wilson would be a culture shifting move and a certainly push towards win now, I would do that. Traveling says Fitz should have been trading before today. Yeah. Let's wait and see how this plays out. But my expectations are pretty low. Justin Name says, I don't like Pedersen either. Alan, it seems like we have the wrong owners, not so much Fitz. I think two things can be true at once, right? The owners could be part of the problem, but Fitz is certainly part of the problem as well. I mean, you could point to a lot of different things to come to that conclusion. Jason, I would have expected more from Luke after playing over 200 games. I mean, what do you want, though, Snow? What do you want him to be, a 70-point guy? I mean, let's give it some time. Gary, I agree. Fitz drops the ball again, not trading after the games. Richie, I'm not an EP guy. I just don't think he's a good fit, and there are more pressing things to deal with. I've never liked Pedersen. Tim says, I don't want the Devils to trade Nemec. Again, for me, I don't necessarily want them to trade him, but if the right piece comes back, I would certainly take it. Robert says, Devs are not making any moves today. They're going to make a couple moves for sure. Snow, they can't just dump Nemec. They have to get a big return. Completely agree there as well. And I don't think they will trade him unless it's for something substantial. Unless he's demanding some outlandish amount of money that, like, you know, if he's asking for $10 million or something, like, maybe he gets traded for something underwhelming. Jeremy Proper, how did we ruin Big Daddy? 20 goals last year, 0 this year, ruined another one. Dodonov, I think, was sank by the injuries. And, you know, sometimes guys just fall off a cliff. It could be a combination of both, that he just hit the end of the road and then the injury did him in, and then it was a wrap. He just couldn't get it going here. Just the name, I get Luke is only 22, but so is Nemo, who's gotten less ice time but has proved himself. I want Luke to be good so bad, but he hasn't impressed yet. At what point should start regretting him? 25. I mean, not every player is the same, right? And then, like, people made the ridiculous Schaefer comparisons. Like, not everybody's different. Not everyone's the same. Not everyone's development's going to go the same at the same age. But, like, the way you're talking, you would think that Luke is like this complete bust, which is just not true. So many people are maybe underwhelmed at the moment by his play, but, like, he's not a bad player. I just don't understand if people watch games. Like, do you watch the games? What is your realistic expectation for him? What is your report card? Are we looking at straight points? Like, what are we looking at? Chavin says Fitz doesn't even realize they're out of playoff contention as of today. I'd have to imagine someone alerted him of the standings this morning. Scott, not a big Fitz fan, but if HBSE won't let him spend X LTIR sitting unused twice. We've talked about this a lot. To me, that is a sign that you are not fully committed to winning, because if you are, when that LTIR loophole was there, teams that truly wanted to win exploited it, period. You would go out there, make trades, and then activate your injured players come playoff time and be $15, $20 million over the cap. And I think at one point it was like something overwhelming, like 6 of the previous 8 cup winners all were spending LTIR money and were all substantially over the cap for the playoffs. And it was certainly concerning when 2 seasons in a row, we had the Jack injury one year and then Dougie and Jack the following year, that none of the money was used. I certainly think that shows something, you know. Definitely brings in some question marks. K-Cax says Wilder within striking distance of a cup. No way Quinn leaves. I don't think he's leaving there either. I mean, the West is pretty brutal, but Jason, no, someone had to run into Fitz's office today to tell him the deadlines today and that we suck. Thanks, Gary. Hit the thumbs up for your boy. Hit the thumbs up. Jeremy Proper, if we win both games this weekend and Columbus, Detroit, Toronto, Boston lose, only 5 points out. I mean, that's a lot of ifs, though. Those are a lot of ifs. I would love to see it. I would love to see it happen. Alan Ace going to make a prediction here. I think Fitz does something big time unexpected to help us. Psh, would love it. Would love it. I don't know what that would look like, but I would certainly take a guy like Nyes. I imagine it would cost a fortune, and I don't know that Fitz is kind of wired to give up a haul for a guy like that. Zach says trade Bratt, not Nemec. But again, guys, I don't understand where this logic comes from. Like, they're two totally unrelated things. It's not like, oh, trade Bratt instead of Nemo. Nemo's a defenseman, a right-handed defenseman. We have, at a minimum, an extra right-handed defenseman, and he is going to be getting paid this summer. So it's not as easy as simplifying it into trade this guy instead of this guy. Like, I don't know where some of you guys come up with this stuff. We need a top 6 forward. Completely agree. Snow, playoff experience has done nothing for this group. They're broken. They learn nothing. They've been in the playoffs once, or a lot of them been in the playoffs once. And then obviously Nico and Bratter were in that first time for 2 playoff appearances. You need to consistently make the playoffs. Consistently. Richie says, Ace, my wife's just popped her head in. Hello, Richie's wife. Hopefully you're doing well. Hopefully you're on the road to recovery. Richie's the man. One of the other old school people on the front lines with me, but he's a good man. Norman, plenty of Russians, Fetisov, Starikov, Kasatonov. You're going back. I was trying to think of more recent ones. You're going back to the early days. Lou loved his Russians. He certainly did, and played an integral role in getting some of them over here. DJ Silva, apparently teams are really interested in Nemec, like legitimately interested. I mean, obviously, why would they not be? Young, potential stud defenseman, why would you not be interested? Anytime a guy like that comes up on the block, there's going to be teams interested. The question is, are they going to want to pay the asking price that our boy Fitz is asking? Zach, I think either way, we're buyers today. If we go on a miracle run, Fitz looks like a genius. Even if we just come close to sneaking in, that signals hope for next season. I mean, are this many people really believing they're going to make the playoffs? It's a little wild to me and a little bit scary, if I'm being honest. I'm a little frightened. I'm a little frightened. A little bit frightened that this many people are like, oh, we might make the playoffs. Like, it's impossible. I mean, it's possible, but very unlikely to jump all these teams and only lose 2 or 3 games the rest of the season. Again, I would love nothing more than to see it. It would probably be one of my most fired up playoff runs if we somehow snuck in, because that would mean we're obviously playing lights out heading into the playoffs, and anything is possible at that point. Zach says Brady gets injured as often as Jack. Brady plays a very tough game. From a warrior like that, I'll take the injury risks with a guy like Brady. Gary says, Ryan Reeves, would you take him, Ace? Probably not. A few years ago, maybe, but I think it's pretty much over for him. Richie, Ace, my wife just popped her head and she's on the way to PT. She said that kid is some motor. I'm all fired up on the energy drinks and iced coffee. David, I'm here to spread optimism. This team is the same team minus Palat and the addition of Bukestad that won 8 straight in the beginning of the year. We are on a 3-game heater now. We can win 5 more. I love it, David. I would love to see it happen. Anything's possible. Anything is possible. But it starts with being able to score some goals. Looks like Markey's kind of finding his groove, even though it's super late in the season. Would love to see them make it interesting. Really would. 2 big games this weekend. Rangers and Wings. Can they continue the winning ways? David, we have better odds of making the playoffs than landing Brady Tkachuk before the start of next season. I think it's pretty close. I think someone showed the current odds are like 2%. I don't think Brady's going to get dealt at all. But yeah, they're pretty similar, I would say. Robert says Ottawa not trading Brady. I agree with that. Gary says Brady probably does not like Fitz. I mean, why would you think that? They're cousins. That's the thing. It's like there's so many things that are in the Devils' favor to try to get Brady. Fitz and Brady are cousins. Brady's wife is from New Jersey. They have a summer home in New Jersey. He's tight with the Hughes family. Like, there's so many things that you look at and you're like, this seems like a no-brainer. But reality check, the Quinn Hughes deal was on a silver platter for Fitz to bring him home, and it did not happen. And so that dose of reality makes me just get depressed a little bit. Metalander, what's going on? Says new zip codes for all the undersized forwards, please. I don't think they're going to do a ton up front, but I think there a couple guys there could be sold off as well. David asks, Ace, do you think Dawes could get dealt today? Marking Allen locked up. What does the future look like for him? The future is, I don't know what his trade value would be, but he clearly is not part of the plan for the Devils. I wouldn't be shocked if we don't trade him and then he just signs somewhere else in the summer. I don't know what you're going to get for him. Maybe he could be a nice piece in a package, but I certainly would try to trade him because we're not re-signing him. Clearly, he's not going to re-sign here, so get anything you can for him. Zach says, word is that we're looking for a top 6 center. I wonder if Nico indicated he won't re-sign and they're setting up for his departure. Would you do Nico and Nemo for Brady and Stützle? Yes. Easiest trade proposal for me to say yes to of the day so far that someone threw out. And I love Nico and would love to see him be here long term. There is a lot of chatter about that. I do think there could be. If I'm being honest, though, I don't think that has been conveyed by Nico to the organization yet. I think that could be a conversation this summer when they're trying to extend him, that he may have some hesitation for a variety of different reasons, mostly that this team does not look like they are serious about winning or a true contender, and Nico wants to win a cup. Guy's a competitor. But I think it could be partially that. It could partially be the Devils looking for the right center to feel comfortable with transitioning Jack Hughes to the wing. I mean, he played wing in the Olympics. I think with the right center, Jack could be lethal on the wing as well. So I think there's a lot of things at play here. I'm hoping it's not an indication of Nico on his way out, but it certainly could be. It certainly could be. Norman Rogers says, if past history is any judge, no matter who we get, they will suck when they get to NJ. I certainly hope not. But it does seem like guys come to New Jersey to die. We've seen it quite often over the years. Zach says, Wilson is going to be the C when Ovi retires. I could see that, by the way. Justin, can they trade ownership in Fitzgerald? If only it was that easy to trade ownership. I think we are with them for a long time and can only hope that they want to win. Lando Taku, I would trade Hamilton just to re-sign Nemo. We don't know what's going on behind closed doors. There's a lot of potential situations that we may not be privy to, and it could be that his camp is asking for a crazy amount of money. How could I forget, guys? American swagger. If you're an American and you appreciate American swagger, that the USA boys that brought home this beautiful gold medal, get your American swagger hoodies and tees. Link pinned in the chat. It'll be in the description if you're watching this later. Right on the website. American swagger. And we got the nice Billy Guerin graphic on the background with that beautiful eagle with the Canada jersey in its mouth. What a run for Team USA. The only thing keeping me from being fully clinically depressed. But American swagger, multiple colors, hoodies and t-shirts. Link pinned in the chat and in the description. And these aren't garbage garments, folks. Hoodies and t-shirts, both high quality Champion. We're not putting out junk here. These are Champion garments. Top of the line. Top of the line. Just the name. I wouldn't want Wilson for Nemo. I think we lose that. Wilson is having a standout season, but he's a 0.5 point per game guy. We could definitely use him for a different price. Maybe Kova or Dilly. You're dreaming, dude. You're not getting a guy like Wilson for Kovacevic or Dilly. That is just completely outlandish. Furthermore, judging guys or potential moves strictly on points is a fool's errand. Tom Wilson is a shake-up type player on and off the ice. Wilson would be wonderful for this team and many other teams. You can't look at just the points. Just points and looking at production is not the way to go about this when you are where we are right now. Alan, Ace, let's remember bringing someone like Brady or Wilson would be big-time help. But if we do not have anyone around these players doing what they should do, it'll be the same as what we have now. I disagree. Brady and Wilson are ultimate alphas, just way beyond anything we've had in years. Way beyond anything we've had in years, and it's infectious. Guys like that on the ice, in the locker room, it's infectious. You get one of those guys, and now all of a sudden you got Timo back in the mix, and you got Timo foaming at the mouth, and hopefully to unlock the nastiest version of Timo Meier. Rendich says, I'm so surprised Devils fans seem to be so down on Luke and so high on Nemec. It's not all fans. It's just many that want to make Luke the whipping boy for whatever reason. I'm not one of them. I think he's going to be a beast. And he's a very solid player at the moment and still only 22 years old. Sunrise says, I'm out here boiling maple sap for syrup. The perfect listen, get Brady. Oh, man. I would love it so much. Robert says, I have a feeling one of the playoff teams are going to fold. Listen, I don't care how it happens. If we snuck in, it would be insane. But you just have to be realistic about how unlikely that is. David, owner's probably so happy on, I guess you're talking about Jack, Team USA merch. They're giving Fitz a pass. Luke loses the puck a lot. I'm not a hater, just trying to be objective. He seems his defensive inability outshines his offense. He'll go coast to coast and turn it over. I hope he gets better. He's going to get better. Super young. And again, when you are handling the puck as often for as long as he is in random games, you're going to be at the top of all the turnover lists as well. That's just the nature of the beast. When you have the puck so often, these things are going to happen. You just hope that the pros far outweigh the cons. Gary says, what are some of these people smoking thinking Fitz does something good? I'm not expecting a big-time trade, but I do think that some guys are going out. Some of that money's getting freed up. How I got her, Jeremy Proper. Why did all those guys get traded after midnight? Oh, probably because on the West Coast, it got announced at 1:30 a.m. Eastern, so that was 10:30 Western. And so, yeah, I mean, it could have been, in the works for a while before it came out. Mo Gilney, one of my favorites. I don't know how I forgot him. DJ Silva says 80-20 Hamilton or Nemo get traded. I would say it's probably slightly higher than that. But who knows, right? I'm not surprised by anything anymore. If they are both on the team after today, it would be a little shocking. 99 Leicester Ace, maybe I missed this. Where did you get the sweatshirt? This is a Running with the Devils exclusive, celebrating Team USA and that beautiful gold medal win. I just dropped the link in the chat. American Swagger. American Swagger. I didn't even see your comment. And the back's got a crazy graphic too. We got the Billy Guerin saying, Billy G. I can't see whatever it takes. Whatever it takes. And we got the bald eagle with the Canadian jersey in its mouth. Link in the chat. Link pinned in the chat. Link in description of video. American Swagger. Let's go. We need some more American and Canadian swagger on this roster. Stick Figs, I don't care if the season is already in the toilet. Do not adjust your expectations. The season was and still is Eastern Conference Finals appearance or failure. Completely agree. But I've already chalked it up. Now, would I be ecstatic just to get into the playoffs at this point? Yes. Would I proclaim that as some sort of win? Absolutely not. This season had to be Eastern Conference Finals or bust for sure. I'm not moving the goalposts in terms of expectations. I mean, now, obviously, I'm not expecting it anymore, but it's a failure to not get there. Mason Keith says, I won't be mad if Nemec doesn't go anywhere. Neither will I. I like Nemo, but there's a lot of smoke around this potential deal. Martinelli's, I agree, Ace. The stupid in this comment section is disturbing. Are these kids making these idiotic comments? Boy, Gary says Elliot Friedman is getting makeup ready on NHL Network. David Chimes, I'd hate to be a Devils defenseman. You could be great, but make one mistake and have Dano and Bryce highlight every mistake as a young player and get dudes who remember Stevens declare them a bust. I don't think Dano and Bryce are pretty easygoing. I don't think they do that a lot. Do a lot of the longtime fans compare everybody to all-time greats way too often? Yes. I think that happens way too often, and people need to adjust their expectations. But, it's all part of sports. Honky Lips, I can't believe my Devils Siplikov jersey is worthless now. We'll always look back on the Siplikov era fondly. How I got her, Jeremy Proper. We're going to claim Holtz and another scrap heat player, and Fitz will claim victory. I mean, listen, I told you guys from months ago that I expected a Sprong-esque type move or moves. And so far, I've been spot on. I'll call Siplikov a Sprong-esque type move. I guess Bukestad is definitely a little bit better, but all classified in the category of not needle moving. I put all these moves in the bucket of this is not substantially improving the team. And at this point, again, I'm over the patchwork fixes, the budget fixes, the stretches, the reaches, the hopes and wishes that guys that should be bottom 6 guys could miraculously become top 6 guys here. We need legitimate top 6 help, and we need it. I'm not going to say now. Well, I'm going to say now, because not today, but now as in before next season, before October. Dire Distress says, my only thought today is please don't make this worse. I don't think he will. And again, plenty of criticisms of Fitz over the years. Making bad deals is not something that he does. And so I don't think he could really make it worse. Just the name, if we want a heater and make the playoffs, I'll personally drive to New Jersey and punch Fitzgerald in the face for playing with my emotions. Ain't happening, though. Oh, how I wish. New zip code back to Continental Airlines Arena. Nothing would make me happier than that. I don't think it ever happens. But, man, I loved it over there. All of our winning years and tradition is tied to that area. And I do think with that whole development with the mall and potential other types of things they could do over there, it could really be like a crazy entertainment retail kind of epicenter that you're never going to get in Newark. Canum 1, do you see Nico as a potential cup winner cap? Yes, I do. I do. A lot of people have talked smack about Nico, but the reality is the organization failed to put the right pieces around these guys from a young age, period. It was too much too soon for a lot of them. They were, crowned as the guys, and he got the C and all these expectations and blah, blah, blah. And in the end, they've never had the right complementary cast of guys around them. And we've struggled for the better part of the last 15 years as a result. I mean, that's just what it comes down to. Nico would be a phenomenal piece of a cup contender. Someone said it last night. Like, Nico is an ideal 2C on a cup winning team. Like, you drop him on one of these loaded up playoff teams and he fits in like a glove and does what he needs to do to help them win. He just hasn't had the right pieces around him since he's been in New Jersey. And I think that really is just what it boils down to. If the team brought in the right kinds of guys, do I think he could be a potential cup winning captain? I absolutely do. But I have little faith that we see the right pieces brought in. Robert says, Buffalo making moves today. Damn, go Buffalo. David chimes, Dawes really would be 4th round pick at best. Goalies don't get much. Won't be seen as a playoff hole filler because not experienced, no extension in place. Yeah, I think he rides out the rest of the season in Utica, and then we talk about how Dawes just got unfortunate with a lot of timing. Doug says all these Brady and Stützle trade ideas are beyond unrealistic. Completely. The packages suggested wouldn't even leave Brady alone. I completely agree. That's why I'm just like, but I'm all for any move. I'm all for any move that gets Brady Tkachuk here with Jack Hughes still here. If we have Jack and Brady, all is right in my book. You figure out the rest later. I mean, that would be a phenomenal 1-2 punch. Just the name, I'd love to see Grits, Tkachuk, Hughes, and that Nico Timo. Yes, please. Pipe dream, I know. What a lethal top 6 that would be, right? My God. I think I actually sent this exact top 6 to Steve the Maniac last night, but I think my lines were definitely Grits, Jack, Grits. Oh no, that's exactly what I had. It's still early. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much as good of a top 6 as you could realistically hope for. I don't know if we would be able to, in this fantasy world, in this fantasy simulation game we're playing, that you'd be able to get Brady without giving up one of those pieces. But my God, what a lethal top 6 that would be. You don't just give up 2 franchise guys just because. Richie, slightly off topic, but some of these youngsters need to see the greatest power play goal. All touch the puck against the Rags in the Eastern Conference Finals. Kovalchuk, that was a bomb, dude. What a play. ES Highway, do you think when they fire Fitzy, they promote Kate Madigan? Not sure she is ready for the job. No, I don't. First of all, I don't think they're firing Fitz, just so you know. I'm almost positive he comes back next season. With that being said, if he is ever fired, every other person associated with him in an executive role outside of the great Martin Brodeur also needs to pack their boxes and follow him straight out the door. I want nothing to do with any one of these people, aside from Marty, who has been here during this administration for some of the worst Devils hockey and just complete nonsense we've ever seen. So no, I can't imagine any world where Fitz is fired and she's promoted. I think people would riot in the streets, and I certainly would be one of them. She needs to follow him with her packed up box directly out of the arena with everybody else on the staff. Devil's Island, Fitzmagic could be the word of the day. I mean, it could be, but I'm certainly not holding my breath. Zach, holy hell, Brat and Nemo to Toronto for Austin Matthews. Yeah, right. That would be... I would love Austin Matthews. I don't think that he's going to be on the move either, and there's reports out there that he has told Toronto, even if they go through a rebuild of a retool of some kind, that he wants to stay there, which is kind of crazy to me. But Marcel, I would not trade Nemo. Dude is great. Why trade players like that? You trade players like that if you could get a guy that you, or a position that you need help with. And Devils desperately need forward help. What is the best way to get said forward help? Probably trading Nemo is your best bullet. Is your best bullet. So, yeah, I don't want to trade him just to trade him. But if the right piece is dangled, you got to consider it. Mason says, seems like the trend this deadline is if you don't have a huge offer, nobody's moving impact players. I mean, listen, guys, it's 10:20. I mean, the day is young. It is 10:20. A lot could happen between now and 3 o'clock. But prices are high. Kixler, idea for the live stream. Ever thought about having a phone in or maybe a voicemail box for fans to ask or put out their opinions? So I am bringing this back at some point. I did do call-in shows in the past and had people call in. A mixed bag of craziness, I think. But I do like that idea. And the voicemail thing I've thought about as well. I will be doing some, revamps and bringing back some things and doing some new stuff in the near future. So keep an eye out for that. But I do like both of those. Norman Rogers says, while I like Nico, he doesn't seem like the type of captain this team needs. I totally get people saying that, but you have to realize we don't have the right players here. Like, we just don't. And so it's hard for me to kill Nico for that. Now, do I typically like the more fiery Brady Tkachuk type captains? Yes. I'll be honest. Yes, I do. That is what I grew up watching. I do think in sports that guys respond to that better, but like we've heard from many current and former players, different guys go about it differently. And so not everyone's going to be that rah, fire you up type of captain. Again, I personally do like that variety better myself, but not every guy is that way. And not every guy and captain has to be that way to be effective as a leader. So I certainly understand why a lot of people think like that, but to me, it just comes down to not having the proper pieces in place. Dirty Devil, how can we talk about Casey's deficiency, but Luke gets a pass? I can't stand that argument. Casey is better than Luke. Dirty Devils, you are huffing glue on a Friday, my guy. Again, very young defenseman we're talking about. Luke is very young. But to say that Casey is better than Luke is just maniacal. It's just categorically false. It's just not true. Casey has been, at times, exposed in the D zone to levels that that we haven't seen from Luke in several years. Come on. I like Casey, and I think he could be good. I was super fired up about him when he first came onto the scene. Been watching him at development camps and in rookie tournaments for the past few years. I like him a lot, but to say that he's better than Luke is just psychotic. Michael says Nemec and Lenny for Konechny. Then I like Lenny too. Then trade Brett Mercer in the 2026 first for Brady. I don't think that gets it done for Brady. Michael, nobody works anymore. A lot of these folks are probably listening at work. I always have my calendar work-wise cleared for certain days. trade deadline day being one of them, and July 1st. Jeremy Proper says Isles slipping. I wouldn't count on it, man. They're fired up. Schaefer's been just a lightning rod for them, and as long as you have Sorokin, one of the best goalies in the game, I just can't see them not making the playoffs at all. Jeremy Proper, Markey is looking the best he has since pre-injury. This could be our run with 1 or 2 trades today. Let's go Devils. I don't want to keep crushing the hopes and dreams of so many of you that still are optimistic about the playoffs. But yeah, Dirty Devils, Jeremy, come on, it's over, dude. I mean, it's not over yet, but we're pretty damn close. Luke says, Boozeface was sleeping while more teams were making moves. Robert, crunching the numbers, all the Devs got to do is win 5 more games than Boston or Pitt, and the 88 playoff push is back. Oregano Dealer, I want Robert Thomas on this team. Ace, what gets it done? Based on the prices we've seen for some other guys, I mean, I don't even know. For Robert Thomas, it probably starts with Nemo, a first, and something else. I mean, it could be outrageous. It could be an outrageous ask. Oh, let me see here. I do Owen Tippett for Nemo. That'd be interesting. Jeremy Proper, Fanatics signed Jack cards being released on the 18th. Get yours. Where did you see that? I mean, they're not going to be signed forever, but I will take this opportunity. You did kind of cue it up here. This is the greatest $99.99 item. I just dropped the link in the chat. I mean, this is just one of the best sports photos I've ever seen. Completely iconic. I just dropped the link in the chat. This is $99.99. At some point, I think they're going to stop selling them. They're going to say it's sold out. It's still available as of right now, but the most iconic hockey photo and one of the most iconic Americana. I mean, it just, what a photo. Jack Hughes with the teeth busted up with the flag over him after scoring the golden goal with his fist in the air. That photo will live on for eternity, and you could get a 16x20 signed, hand-signed copy from Fanatics for $99.99. I mean, it's insane. I just dropped the link in the chat again. In my opinion, I've been a very rabid sports, or Devils mostly, collector for nearly 30 years, and I cannot believe they're selling this for $99.99. So it'd be a great gift for your kids, for yourself. Maybe save it for the upcoming holiday. It's not the upcoming holiday, but for the holiday season, because I don't think it's going to ship till November. But what a photo, what a moment. $99.99. Link in the chat. I'm curious about these cards that you're talking about. But yeah, Robert Thomas is certainly interesting. I think the package we're going to find from some team is going to be crazy. Colleen says no trade Nemo. Again, just to trade him, no. If we get something crazy back, why not? David S., I don't think Dougie gets traded today. Fitz had all year to get it done and couldn't. What makes any of us believe it happens today? $9 million is a lot for a team to take on regardless of the day. I think so too, but I do think that bonus payment that he's owed is probably a bigger barrier that a team wouldn't want to have to pay that out. Jeremy, TSN has Dougie at 26, right in front of Schneider at 28, so maybe. Norman Rogers is a sad state of affairs when the best we could hope for from Fitz is that he doesn't do something dumb. Johnny Danks, hey Ace, do you see Keefe returning next year? That one I think is 50-50. I think Fitz is definitely back. I could go either way with this one. This one is very hard for me to predict. Ace, the Husky Star, what time are we starting the deadline? Remember, I'm on Latvian time. It's 5:15 p.m. What do you mean? The deadline day is all day. It goes for the next 4.5 hours. So it ends for you, I guess, at 9. Well, so 5:15. Hold on. So you're 7 hours ahead. So it ends for you at 10 p.m. your time. That's when the deadline's over. Mr. Snowford, looking at Fitzy's history of returns, what we got for Toffoli wasn't very impressive. I'm not going to lie. I was stunned we couldn't get a first rounder for him. I really thought we were going to get a first rounder, and that was just like, wow. What a gut punch. But I'm sure he tried. I mean, if no one was going to pay it, what are you going to do? James Zangara, Brady or bust. We absolutely need a guy like that. His play is infectious. Let's go already. I certainly, if I'm Fitz, that is my number one initiative in life. I'm calling him up in Ottawa and making a crazy trade proposal. Gary says 5 hours will be over before Fitz wakes up. Anyone have a link to watch TSN on the web? I can't find it. Robert, Devils got to bring back the Hey, Hey, You Suck goal song. I think you're referring to Rock and Roll Part 2, one of the greatest songs in the history of arena songs. Whole nother topic for another day, but the guy was a complete scum and molested kids or something like that, and as a result kind of got canceled across most arenas. But he doesn't get royalties from the song anymore, and so I think they should bring it back too. Critter Chronicles, why does Brodeur get a pass? He's been a huge part of the shit show. Because he's not an ultimate decision maker, and it's Marty. If you don't think Marty has an infinite wealth of hockey knowledge, you're crazy. I mean, the guy's been around the sport for 4 decades plus and has been part of some of the greatest teams of all time, both in the NHL and on the international stage with Team Canada, and has been around world-class executives forever. I'm a guy like Marty. You cannot find many guys in that echelon of just hockey knowledge, and I'll take my chances with a guy like Marty any day. Richie, some of the greatest times of my life at the Meadowlands, Devils and tailgating, absolutely. Springsteen, 15 sold-out shows, loved it. Went to the Devils parade in the lot. We killed a keg. I was 22 and slightly good-looking. Very nice. Glory days. Nothing like the glory days at the old burn. Would you trade Timo and Nemec for Nylander? No, I would not. Stick Fix, any more 6 a.m. shows? I didn't mind getting up at 4 for those. What are 6 a.m. shows? Just the name. We're heavy on the right D slot, so utilize your abundance of assets for thinner areas such as our top 6. Yeah, that's why you trade Nemo. I prefer Dougie to go out, but this trade would be complicated with the no move clause. Oregano dealer Nico constantly being crucified by this fan base for the failings of the organization has to be the funniest thing in the world. Listen, I understand why people do that, but I do think they are organizational fails that are the bigger issue at hand here. I don't think he's ever had the proper supporting cast. Still doesn't. And round we go. Stickfigs, Nico trucking through that illness squashed a lot of doubt about his captaincy. Yeah, I mean, I think he had the flu. The fan base is never happy. I think that's also true to some extent, Justin, and that's true of a lot of fan bases across all sports. Chris Slater, Ace, I think we are blood brothers. We grew up watching old school hockey. We need the proper pieces. Having someone like Stevens would change his team. I mean, listen, there is no Scott Stevens equivalent, but I would say a guy like Brady Tkachuk is pretty much as close as you're going to get in today's league, and I would absolutely love to have a guy like that. Justin Smith says, have confidence, Ace. The Devils could get in. You never know. I mean, they could, but I'm not going to be confident about that just because it's so unlikely. Doug Sebastian says, Q Rocky. I ain't hear no bell. Bobby, trading Lenny is crazy talk. He's looked super good. Nothing, certainly better than Fabian was. We just can't trade away all our young guns. Then we will have nothing. Yeah. Doug, as a Giants Devils fan, 2012 was so peak. It would have been much nicer if the Devils were able to beat the Kings. I'm with Justin. I don't want picks, win now. Any picks you get, trade them for win now help. I don't give a damn about the future. The future be damned. We are watching this core age before our eyes, and every season talking about kicking the can down the road and talking about how bright the future is. I am so sick and tired of the bright future, and you all know this. The bright future, BS. The right now needs to be bright. These were supposed to be the bright years after a decade-long rebuild. I have zero interest in drafting with any of these picks. Load up on picks and flip them for win now pieces. Win now. Doug, if the Devils had won the cup, I don't know what I would have done that year. I would have went crazy. That would have run in 2012. Seabone says, win now has passed, in my opinion. It's time for picks. You have no one coming up in the pipeline. It definitely hasn't passed, and I don't give a shit about the pipeline. You must try to win now, right now. Because if you don't, and you start getting all these picks and drafting with them, then we're sitting here in 5 years still talking about how did we never get past the second round when we had Nico Hischier, Jack Hughes, Jesper Bratt, Timo Meier. I wanted to, when Fitzgerald drafted a defenseman from Russia, there was a 10th overall. The 7th overall was the Alex Holtz disaster. I wanted to trade that pick for win now. Ryan O'Reilly, 1 year left in the contract. What could get that done? Based on what these other guys are going for, a ton. A ton. Oh, sorry about this. I didn't see this tab. The reversion. I was truly born in the wrong decade. As a Devils-Yankees fan, 2000 was the absolute peak. Both teams won that year. What year were you born in? Sports and society, and I'm going to say life overall, was so much better during that time. The 90s and the early 2000s were peak civilization, but yeah, I mean, Devils and Yankees for a good chunk of years were both super competitive and winning championships. The Marty Brodeur, Derek Jeter era. Winners. Absolute winners. You must be a young fella. Bobby, thank you for the super. I'll solve all our woes. Package Dougie Bratt and a first for Brady and sell off Casey Mercer for a solid bottom six. I don't know that Dougie Bratt and a first gets Brady either. I mean, listen, I've told you guys before, I will fully admit it. I would pay disgusting asking prices for Brady Tkachuk. Like, disgusting. As long as Jack was still here for them to play together when all the smoke and dust settled from the trade, I would be all about it. But I don't know that that would get it done. And again, I don't know if they'd even consider trading him. But I think if you're Fitz, you call up Ottawa and just start trying. The reversion, 1999. Ooh, so you're 26 or 7. Okay. Yeah, so you did miss a lot of championships between the Yankees and Devils. They were getting it done. They were getting it done. Young Derek Jeter, I think their first one was in 96, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I was never huge into baseball, but I did occasionally watch some Yankee playoff baseball. What a run they had. I lost my spot here. Bobby Brink to the Wild. Okay. Bobby says, Trocheck was never going to the Wild. He flat out said he wanted to stay on the East Coast. He will go to the Canes. I wouldn't be shocked if he stays put. Seabones, I love Nico, but he's going to walk. It's time to trade him. I'm not certain that he's going to walk, but it's certainly a fear. I think it's a possibility. Traveling Devil, did he make a trade while I was sitting down eating my $25 2 eggs and hash brown breakfast? Where the hell are you, Traveling? I know you're not in Milano, because for $25, you would have truckloads of food. Aqua says, I mean, Marty is part of this GM team. He's also been around for this goalie shit show we have had. I'm not sure how much faith I have in his talent choices. What, he wanted Markey? I mean, listen, I'm not going to judge the abilities of Marty off of, what are we talking about, Markstrom? Robert, I remember jumping up and down when Devils got Kobe from Atlanta. We need a franchise-changing player. Completely agree with you. And it's funny, I was talking to Steve the Maniac about this the other night. For sure, for me, and I think he agreed with it as well. At the time in our Devils fandom, which goes back, 30 plus years, 32 years, that the Covey deal was the one I was most excited about at the time because Covey was one of my favorite non-Devils players in the league because of how electric he was, and I liked watching him so much. But he was in his prime, and he was a great ad for the Devils. I was elated when we got Covey. If somehow we got Brady Tkachuk, it would eclipse that for me, which is saying a lot. What was that? 20, my God, it's crazy. 15, 16 years ago, whenever that was. A Brady Tkachuk acquisition, because of where we are now and what I think Brady brings to any team he goes to, that would immediately jump to my number one favorite Devils acquisition of all time. Aqua says, I think they should trade Nemo and a pick for Nyes. We have plenty of talent in the pipeline. And that's something that may be explored. I don't know that if that would be enough. I mean, when you're seeing what some of these guys are getting in trade, it's like, well, what does a guy like Nyes get? Like, does someone just offer something completely ridiculous? Critter Chronicles win now is done. The players we have don't care about winning and have no heart. That era is over. Critter Chronicles has clearly been one of the most negative people over the past couple days. The group as assembled, I agree, is not winning, but with a small revamp and a few of the right pieces brought in, I think they can win now. I certainly think they can win now. Mr. Snowford, hit the like button for a fan who's dedicated and helps make trade deadline day an event. Appreciate you, Mr. Snowford. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up for your boy. Hopefully we get a pleasant surprise. Again, I'm not counting on it, but it would be nice if out of nowhere we get something big. Aqua, we have Salayev and Casey. I don't know what that's in reference to. Still kind of question marks, in my opinion. I hope Salayev pans out. I did want to trade that pick and pretty much all the high picks we had in the years before that. I wanted win now pieces, but we took Salayev. Hopefully he pans out. Norman Rogers says, I think a guy like Tom Wilson would make teams think twice about taking liberties with some of our Smurfs. Oh, man. Aqua says, we don't need another goon. Just need a culture where guys will stick up for each other. Ryan O'Reilly would be a terrible move. Who's a goon? Are you calling Tom Wilson a goon? Would you take Matthew from Florida if dangled? Absolutely. But are they going to trade a guy like him? I was kind of surprised to hear that they might get rid of Bobrovsky. C-Bones, I used to agree with the win now, but looking just a year down the line with the possibility of losing your captain, you might have to start a rebuild. The time is closed. I'm feeling like the window. No, man. There's just too many other pieces here. Stickfix says, hello, fellow youngster. How much do you enjoy no tailgating option and paying 60 plus for standing room only? Richie, damn, I'm old. In 1999, my first kid was born. I think he's my kid. 6'2", 235, and I'm 5'8", 195. I'm still trying to figure out who the real father is. Traveling says, I miss my affordable cappuccino and pistachio croissant. Oh, the Milano breakfasts. For a few euros, you get a nice cappuccino, espresso, a pastry of your liking. The depression is real. Thank you for making me more depressed on deadline day, which already was probably going to be somewhat depressing traveling. David chimes, hard for Nemo to walk as an RFA with no arbitration rights. Yeah. And a lot of people think, could this be an offer sheet situation? That certainly would be interesting. When was the last time? I don't think it's happened for a while, but when was the last time someone actually sat out? Steinbrenner was a huge Devs fan. Yeah, the Devils and that was it Yankee Nets? I forget. There was like a venture where Lou was kind of involved with multiple teams across all different sports for a few years. I think it was the Yankee Nets era. Deskull says, do you think the Islanders are going to make some moves? I don't know. I'm sure they'll try. I think they're looking to improve their situation heading into the playoffs. Man, the Schaefer, the whole Schaefer movement has really fired up that team and that fan base. It's amazing what a true generational talent can do for a team. Travelin says, I want to see Ace excited with a big trade that matters. I'm not counting on that for today. I think, if anything, that's going to be this summer, but I certainly would welcome it. Gary says, 1 hour down, Fitz is sleeping. Somebody ring the bell. Wake up, Fitz. My dog for GM, Devils aren't in win now mode. Outside of Jack, what other players are pushing us over the finish line? I can't think of many. Many teams would kill for our forward group. They certainly have underachieved this season, but if you're talking about even 3 of the 4 of the big 4 of Jack, Bradder, Nico, Timo, with some tweaking, I just don't understand what you think this team would be then. I mean, if they don't try to win with this group, then we are not winning for a very long time. And you think Jack Hughes is going to want to sit around for that? I don't think so. And I think priority number 1 from ownership and Fitz should be putting a competitive team around Jack Hughes immediately and keeping him happy. Anything else is complete malpractice and a disaster. Aqua says he's slow. I like Tom Wilson, but I don't think we need another Timo. I think that's underselling him a bit. Travin says there are no goons in today's NHL. Completely agree. You have to be able to play. There is no just designated brawlers anymore. We need to light a fire on a zombie doll. Fitz. Fitz doesn't even realize it's trade deadline, says Travelin. Doug says he might be checking the standings. Gary says he's hiding in the basement. Ari says, can we pretend it's 2002 and we're getting Langenbrunner? What a deal. What a deal from the man they know, they call Lou. Legendary move. Legendary move. Randy McKay and Arnott shipped to Dallas for Jamie Langenbrunner and Joe Neuendijk. What a move. Aqua, Marty's been in our front office since 2022. I'm sure he has a, God, you guys are killing me here. I'm going to skip some of this. I'm sure he has his hands all over some of these choices. If I were a new GM, I'd prefer no layovers from the shit show. No, sorry, not agreeing. Marty gets a pass for sure. Legend. David Chimes, Swayman sat out because Bruins were using being 1 year away from UFA as leverage on a long-term contract. Missed in October. Com 1120 says Brady, Austin Matthews, or Robo, but that's off-season moves. A lot of people brought up Robertson. I do like Robertson. I think he would be great for the team, but I don't want to trade a ton of stuff to get him and then have to pay him a fortune in free agency. I'm curious to see how that all plays out, because I think a lot of teams are probably thinking the same. Like, we'd love to have this guy, but to trade a ton and have to pay him probably 13, 14 million bucks, it's very expensive on every level. DJ Entelman. Hey, Ace, what's up? Been a while since I tuned into a live. I usually check it out the next day. We'll be letting this play in my ear at work. Thanks for tuning in. Hopefully there's something for us to all be excited about. I have my doubts. Justin says, Mercer, Dougie have to go today. No ifs, ands, or buts. I don't know that that's necessity. Dougie, I think, is a more pressing need because of the money we would like to free up and the roster spot. Right, D? But I don't think that they're necessities. Mercer is another one where if a deal makes sense, sure, but I don't think that he's like a problematic player and a guy we need to trade. I do think it is interesting how so many people are down on Mercer. I like Mercer, but if there is a deal to improve the team, I would certainly explore it. Yep, Carlson in his advanced age getting it done and a big move. He would lead our team in points, by the way. He has one more point than Brader and Nico in 7 less games. Shout out to all the people that hate on guys over 30. Oregano says, add Robert Thomas and Nyes to that. That would be my list. Justin, I would like Kyrou. Jack with Kyrou would be nasty. I would like Kyrou, but I don't want to trade Nemo for him. If there's a way to get him, I'm certainly all about it. But I also don't want that to be like the move. I think that would be a little underwhelming. I like him. I think he would be a good fit, but I don't think that could be the big move that you make if you could only make one. Aqua, I'm not a big believer in ex-athletes, meaning they will automatically be successful in the front office. I'd be more for hiring people from the business world, a shark that's been doing it forever. No, I certainly understand that. And obviously being an ex-athlete doesn't mean you'll be successful, but you know, I'll take that chance on Marty because of how he came up under Lou Lamoriello, worked with the Blues for a couple of years. He's been here for a while now. I certainly would give him the opportunity. And I understand a lot of people wouldn't, but you know, yeah. Knowledge like that is not just readily available. And I understand people wanting to go get these like business guys, but you could have a team of a little bit of everything. Selected Boy says, Jack Hughes didn't get that gold medal for the Devils to rebuild over and over. Exactly. Keeping Jack happy and making the team an immediate or as close to immediate contender as possible should be goal number one, because he is not going to want to be here playing on crap teams while he's approaching his prime years. He's just not going to want that. Justin says, we don't need Thomas, another pass first guy. We have enough of those. I mean, I could see that thought process too. I do want some snipers, guys that are just going to bury pucks. For a team that has trouble scoring goals, we desperately need guys that could put the puck in the net. Doug says, Aqua, you are on a heater with all these man takes. It's impressive. Justin says, just because you are a legend doesn't mean you get a pass. When he's not the decision maker, I can't blame him for everything that's going on. I just can't. And I have to believe some of the stuff, if he was in charge, would not have happened. Yeah, I saw Malkin slash Darlene's head. He freaked out. I'm not doing call-ins today, I don't think. Alan says, Ace, what am I missing here outside of Jack? Timo and Dougie are just pushing us a lot more than Jack is. Even Glass and Grits are playing better than Jack. Jack is playing well. He's just not burying chances, but he's racking up assists, and he looks good out there. The season's lost, guys. I can't put too much stock into anything that happens now. I mean, let's be real. We need to regroup this summer and come back on a mission next season. Richie, Ace, going back to Keefe, I think it's 50-50, but Fitz could use him as an excuse next year and fire him if they get off to a bad start to save his own ass. Yeah, I mentioned this the other night. Like, if he fires him now and they suck next year, then he's out of excuses. If he puts it off, he could say, oh, you know, Keefe wasn't the guy. And a new coach will fix that. Aqua, frankly, I think the NHL is such a mess due to the fact it's one of the only sports that is constantly bringing ex-players into executive positions. Bring in someone from that world and they will crush. I just don't understand the logic. I mean, what do you guys think? Like, I think people think that these jobs are technically much harder than they are. Obviously, it's not easy to be great at these executive positions, but it's not a job that is impossible for someone to do. And especially someone, guys that have been around the game for so long. I don't know. I find it super interesting. David says, pretty sure Langenbrunner scored the last Devils goal at the Meadowlands. I don't know off the top of my head. Kobe says, do you think the Panthers will trade Bob? I hope they do. Honestly, it's past time. It seems a little dirty. When I heard it last night, I was like, damn, I can understand why. I mean, he makes a ton of money, but do they want to make the next push? I'm sure they're going to try to make a push next year with a different goalie, I suppose. Gary Ace, why is it hard to get a Langenbrunner jersey? I mean, he hasn't played in forever. Is that what you're talking about? You're trying to find one now? I'm sure you could, or just get one customized. Aqua says Mercer is only 24. He will improve. Justin says he will improve on another team. My dog for GM, we could have drafted John Carlson, but went with Matthias Tedenby instead. Man, Tedenby. David Chime says Nemo for Kyle Connor. Would you do it? That's a tough one, too. I don't know. There's so many. I would try to get other pieces. I think Kyle Connor makes a ton of money, too. Yeah, he makes $12 million. Nah, I'm out on that deal. I'm not trading Nemo for Kyle Connor. I'm out. I'm out on that. Dirty Devil Ace, I get your point, but you're blinded by the Hughes last name. Casey gets exposed, but Luke coughs the puck over, and they both have offensive plus. If anything, the same type player now. You are high. Put down the crack, sir. I am not blinded by the Hughes last name. Many people are. I think I am assessing him completely fairly. Despite his last name, they are not the same. One guy, I can't even waste my time on this. This is the worst take I've seen in quite some time. Yeah, Casey and Luke Hughes are the same player. Got it. Gary, Kyle Palmieri will be available in the offseason. Coming off that bad injury. I agree with Marty being in the front office, just not the GM. Select the boy. If they're going to rebuild over and over, what's the point? Exactly. At some point, the rebuild time is over. Need trades to talk about. Gary, Fitz must be in jail. Nothing going. David Chimes, Casey was unplayable in the NHL defensively. People give him a pass because his first name is Seamus. Same people who think Kate Madigan is GM material without knowing anything about her. Yeah, I like Casey. I like what he brought. I thought he could be a nice piece for the future, but to say that he's the same as Luke Hughes is just absolute insanity. Absolute insanity. Crazy Alex, in previous years, the first trade is around 11-12, but last year was 2 p.m. I'm sure trades come in a wave. Bum, bum, bum. Doug, people also hate on the Hughes name just because it's a two-way street for Devils fans. Some of you are the most critical of these guys while the team in general is flawed, but you aren't aware of it. No, I agree with that too. I think there's extreme parties on both sides. Some people are, totally pro Hughes, and anything remotely critical is, ridiculous to them. And then there's the people that are just like everything they do is wrong, which is absurd as well. So you just blame the most famous players on the team. Colby says, I disagree. You take Kyle Connor whenever you can. I'm out on him. $12 million? No, because listen, the reality is you're only going to be able to make one of these bigger type of moves, and I don't want to waste Nemo and $12 million on Kyle Connor. Would I like to have Kyle Connor at a cheaper price? Yeah, but I mean, $12 million for him, and he signed up for a while. I don't know. I think we could find a better target. But obviously, I would love to have him. I just think when you analyze the whole thing at $12 million, it's a little steep, and it's going to be the only big move you could make. Justin says, Mercer makes himself look busy out there, shows grit, which I love, but he's not the game-changing type player we can easily flip him for. Well, I don't think you're flipping him for a game-changing type player. Could he be in a package for one of those types of players? I think so. Doug says, another lefty playmaker. No thanks. Richie, I was there June 9, 2003. Last goal scored at Meadowlands was Jeff Friesen. Do you mean 2004? They played there the year after. Burn down the rock. Some of you guys are hilarious. I would like Tom Wilson, for sure. Doug, getting to and out of Devils games has to be the worst experience in life. Newark is absolute trash. I agree with you. I hate going there. I hated it when it got announced, and as the years go on, I'm hating it even more. I feel like traffic has gotten worse in the state overall in the past couple of years, and yeah, it is a painful exercise getting there and back. I would take the Meadowlands back in a heartbeat for so many reasons. Mason says, trades are like mowing lawns. Once one dad does it, the whole neighborhood starts mowing after. Casey fans also own Notre Dame football rosaries. I'm not really, I'm missing on that one. Just the name, that's crazy. Luke has not impressed me, but you could tell his offensive upside is much higher than Casey's. If Luke can be a little more defensively sound, I'll be sold, but I'm being patient. Sorokin will win the Vezina. Yeah, he's definitely going to be in the conversation. Ace, I remember last year the whole deadline day went by and you were so upset. Glad to see this year your expectations are lower. You seem more chill this year because it's a totally different scenario. I said that coming into it. Like, we're not going to be in the playoffs. I'm not expecting anything big. And so it's a totally different dynamic for me on deadline day. And I wish it was, a season where we're approaching the playoffs and we're all hoping to get a piece to put us over the hump. But that's not the case. This is just kind of a wild card deadline to me where it's like, we're clearly going to sell off some guys to free up some cap space and roster spots. And maybe we get surprised and Fitz does bring in something substantial to help us beyond this season. But I'm not remotely as, animated about it because it's just a totally different thing. Justin said, imagine watching this team without Jack playing. It would be free melatonin, zero excitement out of everyone else. I'm taking a bathroom break real quick, folks. Taking a quick bathroom break. Get your American Swagger hoodies and tees, folks. Go get them. 4 different colors, champion garments, quality stuff. Be right back. I need to use the bathroom. Be right back. All right. We are back. Not trying to be sarcastic, but any team claimed Dadonov off waivers. Not to my knowledge. Two hours down, nothing from Fitz. Did he get knocked out? Guys, be patient. It might all come in at the final. He's probably juggling a lot of different things right now, I'd imagine. There's a lot of guys at play, and he's weighing his options. I'm not judging anything until like 3:15. When all the final trades that come in at the buzzer get trickled out, and then we will judge this man for what he did or did not do today. Doug Sebastian, the infrastructure in Newark isn't made for cars. 2 streets get you in and out. That's trash city. It's actually insane. I could not agree more. It infrastructurally is not set up for thousands of people to be converging there via vehicles and exiting. It's a total mess. I could not agree more. I've been stuck in some absolutely horrific traffic getting out of there, but I kind of got a system now where I could get out quick, but man, it involves parking further away and jogging to the car. Dry fly only. Connor only has 1 season with less than 30 goals and a high of 47 goals. He's the pure goal scorer we've been talking about. I'm not impressed. Listen, I like him, but I don't want to. You guys have to understand, there's not going to be a bunch of these types of moves available for the Devils for the next couple years. I don't know that if I'm going on one guy that he's going to be the guy. David S. Ace, do you think this is Ovechkin's last year? Will he play another year and try to get 1,000 goals? That's a good one. Me and one of my buddies were talking about this recently. I don't know. I don't really know where his head is at. What does he have now? No, he's not going to get 1,000 goals. He's got 921. He would have to play a few years to get that. I could see him calling it a career. It'll be interesting to see where he goes with that. Doug, if you don't leave at a certain time and miss the mob of people all going into the game, you get stuck for 30 minutes just trying to get close to the arena. I'm always an early guy. Pro Bowl says I want Fitz gone right now. Branden Lewis is fatso. Oh, thank you. Your next trip, come up to Winnipeg, and you want great restaurants and bakeries. We got them. I'll take you to the best lakes also. Will be fun. Come summertime, we go to the football game. If I'm ever going to Winnipeg, it's certainly going to be for hockey. Richie says, Ace, you're right. Given old man's attitude was fired up at the 2003 Cup. I think it might have been Gomez scoring last. I can't remember. Branden, I'm glad I gave you the idea to be a food blogger. Was hoping to see Jersey's best. First of all, you didn't give me that idea. I've been doing little things with food for forever now. I've always incorporated that in, but you will see Jersey's best in the summer. I have a lot of things planned for that. It's not going to be entirely food. It's going to be tied to hockey. My dog for GM on the Prudential Center. You definitely can't park your car in the surrounding neighborhood. If you do, you'll either be held at knife point or come back to find your car in cinder blocks. I will say I've never felt unsafe there. I know a lot of people probably disagree with that, but like near the arena, there's always tons of people, and I do think it is perfectly safe. So I'm not worried about being held at knife point at all. Richie says, if I say we don't hear a thing about until 1:30 today, Branden, would you say the Devils could trade Nemec for even a second or a prospect? What? Dude, Nemo's worth way more than that, my guy. Random guy we should go for, Lomborg. I love the Lamborghini. I don't know that Fitz is going to be looking for a piece like that, but Carenti says, I too remember how hyped I was the day we traded for Covey, even met him after the last regular season game that year, signed a mini stick they gave out celebrating Marty breaking the shutout record. Covey was the man. The man. Gary said I would not want Kadri. He's 35. I'd take a chance on him. The ages don't scare me. He's productive. He brings in that snarl. I would consider it depending on the price. I think he could be a good fit for what this team needs. Pro Bowl, if Nemec doesn't get traded today, maybe he would in a package for a Brady-esque player in the offseason. It's all possible. I would love to see that happen. John T says, lots happened in the last 1 to 2 hours. I have some confidence we'll do something positive in one way or another. It's possible. David S., the only good part about all the non-trades that don't happen today is it makes the writers look dumb thinking they know where all the players are going based off their rumor articles and their sources. I mean, they can only report what they hear. I'm sure there's a lot of misinformation and propaganda being fed to the media to suit teams' personal needs. Aqua, here's some stats. NHL 69%, NBA 25%, NFL 19%, MLB 3% as players that are GM president. In the NHL, only 4 active president GMs have won the cup and played pro. The best GM in the NHL, in my opinion, is John Cooper. Where did you even pull those stats from? Wait, are you talking about the John Cooper, the coach of the Lightning? I'm so confused. Gary says Connor was on Jack's line in Italy. And then I think he was scratched for the rest of the games. They put Keller in over him. Jack played with Nelson and Miller and then Thompson and Larkin. Yeah, I'm like, what? Maybe he played a couple shifts with him. But yeah, he was with Brock and JT. And then they saw how good Jack was playing. And then Thompson and Larkin. What a beast line that is, man. John T, love the mindset of the Ducks and Sabres. When you feel it in your loins, you go for it. You don't sit back. That's what bold GMs do, unlike ours. Exactly. When you see the potential to win, you seize the opportunity. You try to grab it, improve your team, and make a push. That push should have been a little bit more, in my opinion, after that 22-23 season. Obviously, I did like the Toffoli move, even though a lot of people, cried about Sharon Govich, which in the end is amounting to a nothing loss, in my opinion. But you have to sometimes make a bold move and take a chance. And it does seem like Fitz is afraid to do that. And here we are talking about lost seasons just ticking off. Sublime time. What does Fitz need to do to get himself out of this cap situation going forward, assuming he survives? Oh, the simple answer is start unloading defensemen. I mean, if you get rid of Dougie and a guy like Kovacevic, that's $13 million. It's a big start. David chimes in, I lived in MIC. I loved I could take the path to Devils games a lot more than bussing in and out from the Meadowlands. Trains to games is a good thing, easier to booze. Yeah, but I'm sorry, but I think catering to people taking public transportation, at least in New Jersey, is not the way. I think way more people drive there in cars than take public transportation. Jeremy Proper says Nemec ranked number 5 on trade bait on TSN. Yeah, it's no surprise. This guy's being a dick. Hey, Fatso was my idea, and I told you over and over again last summer, remember? And we got bupkiss. I think Brenden Lewis is done here. I think Brandon's about to get blocked for being obnoxious, which is unfortunate. Yeah, Brandon's done. Bye, Brandon. Connor, how likely is it the Devils get Shen from St. Louis? Probably not likely. Probably not likely. Jeremy Proper said, Parayko pulled a Dougie. Buffalo is a good young team, but living in Buffalo, no thank you. I think I saw a story that his girlfriend or something has like a family, like a pizza chain or something. I don't know. It was very unexpected kind of story that I saw, but they said he invoked his trade protection because that was a big part of it. Robert says Ovi's not done. Trade alert, Looney Tunes coming to New Jersey for the Devils. Let me see. Let's take a look. Do we have anything going on? John T. Tomorrow is never guaranteed in the life of a GM. Love the aggressiveness of the hot teams and should make for an absolutely awesome NHL playoff season. Nothing is better than playoff hockey. No, playoff hockey is the pinnacle of sports. Nothing like the NHL playoffs. But yeah, teams that are trying to win make the moves that signify that, right? Like the Sabres making the playoffs the first time in forever. They're trying to improve. David S. Ace, who do you think is a better shot at winning the Cup this year between the Avalanche or Lightning? I'll go Avalanche, but I could see that being the Cup Finals. I could also see the Canes finally, maybe making a run. Either way, I think it's going to be a very exciting playoffs. Gary says, driving me to drink now, Ace. More for my boy Ace. Pro Bowl, Hamilton is priority one to get rid of. Kovacevic needs to go as well. I agree that Dougie's probably the guy that from multiple viewpoints makes the most sense. Age, money, but I don't think they're going to trade him and Nemo, and I think there's a good chance that, or at least a decent chance that Nemo gets dealt. So where does that put you with Dougie then? Because I can't see them trading both. I can't see that at all. It's Dr. Mobius. Hey, Ace, hope you're doing well, man. Just got home from Japan, and even there it was hard to forget my MJD woes. What is MJD woes? I'm lost. What's MJD woes? Theodis says, good block, Ace. You're way too... The people on the internet are just shitheads. Connor, that sports guy, Sharks just signed Alex, I always butcher this name, to a 2-year contract with $3 million cap hit. I mean, that's not bad. Rico Napoleon, I just got up, gonna have to drink if we don't do anything. Something's gonna happen. But you just gotta wait till probably 3:15-ish. The reversion, thank you for the super. That Blue Jackets at Devils game where we got shut out. 5 days for my birthday. Bought tickets behind players. Almost died on the way there. Car crash right in front of me. Terrible day all around. Man. Luckily, you're still here. Yeah, people drive like animals in New Jersey. Wait, which one? I'm trying to think. Which game was that? What was the date of that game? John T. Avs, Wild, Stars, and Knights are cut above everyone else, including any teams from the East. It's the Stanley Cup playoffs. Anything could happen. Anything could happen, but yeah, the Avs have just been so lethal all year. I would like to see the Wild upset some teams and go on a run. Colton, I bet there's a move coming post the 2 p.m. waiver clears. Well, I think it's safe to say all the guys we waived are probably clearing waivers. I don't think any of them are getting claimed. Ryan says all the Devils are currently on the ice in practice. Yeah, I mean I'm not going to look too much into that in terms of like to say that they're not making moves. I think that they would all be on the ice regardless. But guys could very quickly be pulled off the ice or informed after practice. Pack your bags, young man. You're shipping out. You are shipping out. Let's see. Friedman got anything new? Yeah, teams are still calling on Ryan O'Reilly per LeBron, but given what they got paid for, yeah. Yeah, everyone's going to be super expensive. It's kind of crazy. Got it, Dr. Moore. It was NJD woes. Yeah, you came back to the NJD woes. Pro Bowl says I'd rather see the Stars win a cup than the Canes. Oh, I don't want to see the Canes win a cup at all. I hate them so much. It would kill me to see them win a cup. I would prefer anyone to win the cup over them. G. Orlando, why are people down on Kovacevic? Now that he's back, he looks good and contract isn't a killer. Because people just like to complain. I mean, a right-handed D-man at $4 million in this current cap climate, like some people are like, oh, it was such a bad deal. I'm sure that there's plenty of teams we could easily trade him to. I just don't see any planet where that would be classified as a bad deal. Now, I could certainly accept people that might say it was unnecessary or whatever. Like, I could live with that. But in terms of a bad deal, no. A bad deal is a guy that doesn't help you that you can't move. I do think if they find the right scenario for him, he'd be pretty easy to trade. Jyrmac? I don't know. When Fitz needs to make a move, he sits back, but with time on his side, he rushes. The lack of vision is frustrating. Sat back last year instead of weaponizing LTIR to add more picks or fill the 3C void. Yeah, not spending the LTIR money is infuriating, but that's another one where I have to defend Fitz because I just can't see him not wanting to use it. I just don't think that the ownership group gave him the green light. Because what GM wouldn't want to use LTIR money if you have it available? I mean, it's like, it's a no-brainer. $4 million for Kovacevic is not terrible. You are just sadly misinformed. Johnny, can't wait for the we like our guys and team comments from Fitz after he sits on his hands all day. I'm not looking forward to that. I will be furious if we... Their version, February 3rd, it had just snowed a ton. Oh, yeah, this was right before the Olympic break. Yeah, terrible. Yeah, Olivier just went wild on us. How come nobody is taking Pete DeBoer? Great coach. Who knows? I suspect he'll get some calls. I'm sure there'll be at least a couple of coaches fired this summer, maybe. And I'm sure he is going to be on the list for a lot of teams to talk to. Michael Shane, we have too many likable guys that just aren't cutting it, making it hard to be willing to move on from them. We need to leave emotions out of it and make the best decisions for the team. Yeah, you can't fall in love with every player. Unfortunately, Lou Lamoriello was the best at this, just separating, everything else from the business of the hockey team. What is best for this hockey team and to improve this team? And Lou made those tough decisions. It does seem like Fitz lacks a little bit of that killer instinct. Richie, Ace, the goalie mask over your left shoulder on the bottom. Can you put that on camera? It looks cool from here. My eyes still work. The goalie mask over my left shoulder. The one on the top shelf of the case, I think you're talking about. Gary, I think it'll go down between the Wild and the Stars. That'd be a great series. Honky Lips, the internet turns a lot of little people into big tough guys. It's kind of hilarious and yet annoying. Oh, for sure. Connor, that sports guy, what player do you think the Devils should pick up to fill the need for a 3C? With these prices, it could be very difficult, but, I think Shane Wright's name has been floated around out there as a potential. I think that would be good, but I also don't want to, send the farm to get him. But Shane Wright definitely could be interesting. There's been some other names out there too. Justin said, we don't want the Wild to do good. We need Quinn. I can't look at things like that. Quinn is not coming here. It is a wrap. Jeremy Proper says, this is going to be that year that we see our trades after 3 p.m. Dr. Mobius Ace, you would love Tokyo, man. It's a real win or lose, we booze mentality, even when no sports are happening. I've heard a lot of good things. I don't know what it would take to get me there. Like, you know, that's I don't know. I would like to go there at some point. I've seen crazy videos. The city looks crazy. What did you go there for? Was it just on a random trip, or did you have like a purpose? Gary says Quinn is never coming to New Jersey. I completely agree. If we get Brady, he will. I mean, my God, you guys are trying to put together Team USA. Listen, I would love it. In the cap world we live in, unless all these guys are taking super team friendlies, I can't see having Jack Hughes, Quinn Hughes, and Brady Kachuk. But my God, it would be a beautiful visual, and hopefully lead us to cups. But I'd be happy with just one of them, honestly, Brady or Quinn. John T says, to fully understand how far away the Devils are, take a look at the rosters of the Stanley Cup teams and even the team that lost in 2012. Amazing size, versatility, grit, and skill up and down. Lou is God. I say God bless Lou Lamoriello all the time. But I still don't think they're quite as far away as many people would believe. I just think they have to make those right additions that I don't know Fitz is capable of doing. But, you know, our top end talent is certainly there. Jeremy Proper agreed. We do a big swing. Maybe Quinn changes his mind. We do nothing. Quinn is never coming, or we can Fitz fumble. Maybe. I have to believe he's probably a little bit soured by the organization. I think their entire family probably thought he was coming to the Devils, and then Fitz found a way to not make it happen. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot. They were probably all like pre-celebrating almost, and then it just does not happen. And here we are. John T. Current day team is the complete antithesis of the teams of yesteryear. Sort of. We've talked about the great disparity between the glory days with Lou and what we're watching now. Snorkel Life, thanks for doing the show, Ace. Driving back from PA listening. Thanks for listening. Hopefully we have something to talk about soon. I keep refreshing everything like a madman here. 11:30. I might have to order a special trade deadline day lunch. Fitz trying to figure out the meaning of top six forward and bottom six. Dirty Devil, Luke gets a pass because he's young, but Casey isn't ready. Dismissing Luke's liability on defense with holding string. You rest no case. You are a lunatic. I'm sorry. I like Seamus Casey. I think he could be a good player, but to say that him and Luke Hughes are the same player is the worst take I've seen on here in quite some time, and I've seen plenty of bad ones just today alone. Never mind over the past few months. To sit here and try to convince us that Seamus Casey is the same player as Luke Hughes is completely bonkers. I rest my case. Luke, Devils internal cap, it's been proven they're not allowed to use LTIR. They even used a second-round pick to the Ducks to retain last year. HBSE are the main problem. Completely agree. I didn't want to go down the whole rabbit hole of this, but that essentially boils down to selling a draft pick to save money. Like, the signs are all there. The evidence is there if you really want to look at it, and it's discouraging stuff. Digital Piece, what past Devils trade surprised you the most? Not in terms of outcome, just shock on deadline day. So you're talking about trades only on deadline day? Trades on deadline day. Trades on deadline day? I'm going to have to, there's none jumping out at the top of my head. Probably Mogilny. I don't remember in 2000 before the playoffs. I don't remember hearing anything about Mogilny and the Devils back then. And keep in mind, guys, we're going back, 26 years ago. For the younger fans, we did not have access to all the stuff. There was no streams to watch someone talk about the deadline day like you guys are doing right now. There was no instant Twitter where information is coming in your hand in real time. All of these things did not exist. And so it was a very different world. The way information was, disseminated to the public and the way you got it, like the connectivity level was not there whatsoever. And I don't remember hearing anything about Mogilny. And I remember being fired up when Lou got him because Mogilny was a stud. And the 2000 Devils team was a pretty damn good one. And it's like, oh, baby, now we got Mogilny for the playoffs. Let's go. And then they won a cup. Mac, Kobe had to be the biggest deadline surprise. Wasn't that? I thought that was a little bit before the deadline. Dirty Devil, my point is you seem to be making excuses for Luke all the time, but any other young defenseman that struggled is lost. When did I say he was lost? I never said he was lost. He's just not at the level of Luke right now. Yeah. Any thoughts, Maddie? Any thoughts or good stories of Krzysztof Oliwa? Oliwa was the beast, man. One of my favorite Devils enforcers of all time. He's definitely in the top 5. And he arguably could be number 2, only behind Mike Peluso, I think. Just an absolute monster of a man. He seemed like a loose cannon. And watching him fight was just awesome. Super big dude, and he fought all the tough guys of that era. Love Krzysztof Oliwa. Some slobber knockers with some real heavyweights. If you guys aren't familiar with Krzysztof Oliwa, I implore you at some point, go into YouTube and just put in Oliwa fights. And you'll see some great ones, not, outside of the Devils as well. He played for a bunch of other teams. But very memorable Devils, energetic guy. I remember at the old barn just going nuts watching him fight dudes. Snorkel Life says, we need assholes on this team. Too many nice guys. I agree with that entirely. Doug says, Casey's not Luke Hughes. He'll never be Luke Hughes and certainly isn't the same caliber player, so move on. Jeremy Proper, Minnie has 270-plus scores. We don't have any said. Yeah, I mean, it's been a terrible year for everybody. I mentioned at the top here when we started off that John Carlson, a 36-year-old defenseman, because he was dealt late last night, a 36-year-old defenseman has one more point than our top scorers, who are Nico and Bratter, in 7 games less played. So it just kind of shows you the down year that we're having across the board. John T says, during the offseason, send Nemo, Brat, Mercer, and a second to the Sens for Brady and Cousins. Nemo, Brat, Mercer, and a second. I don't know if that gets it done. But again, anything that leaves Jack here and brings us Brady, I'm all about. Michael says, never underestimate wanting to play with your brothers. Luke and Jack being on the same team, regardless of what everyone says, especially as a brother myself, can easily outweigh a good offer. It could. It certainly could, but I also think it's a little overhyped to some extent. Like, is he going to not look for a better chance to win? I mean, a lot of it depends on what happens between now and whenever, right? But in terms of what we've seen recently, there's nothing to make me believe that he's dying to be here, especially after we failed. The reversion, any workout tips? You seem pretty fit. Am I being trolled right now? As an avid sports watcher, a lot of my days consist of sitting on my butt after sitting on my butt for my 9 to 5. I'm definitely not fit, but I certainly appreciate the thought that you have that is the case. I will tell you that as someone who did lose a good amount of weight over the past bunch of time, the easiest thing, honestly, is most of it is dietary. Obviously, when I was in Italy, I went off the rails and was a complete animal. But sugar and carbs are basically the devil. I mean, if you cut these things out of your diet or at least reduce them drastically, you will see immediate or near immediate improvements. It's just terrible stuff for you. Cut that out. I would say drink a lot of water. And then obviously another big one is just increase your physical activity. So if you could get somehow to 10,000 steps a day, I know for a lot of people it's hard, for a lot of people it's not, but you could probably do it. I don't know how many steps you get throughout a natural day, but if you could incorporate like an hour-long walk or something, or 2 half-hour walks, however you chop it up, in addition to whatever you're doing throughout the day, 10,000 steps a day plus eating right, or closer to what would be considered right versus if you eat poorly, will go a long way and is very, instrumental in maintaining a healthy lifestyle and weight. I need to get back on track. I gorged myself in Italy, was super depressed that the trip and the run with Team USA was over when I came back. And so kind of had another binge eating week almost in New Jersey, and finally buckled in and dialed it in starting yesterday. But I would say, eating right obviously is the biggest thing. And then increasing any sort of physical activity that you could do are two massive things that could help you for sure. But steps is big. A lot of people don't think that walking really could help that much, but it really does. I've lost a ton of weight at various times of my life by not even I would jog and run sometimes too, but you could get results with just, increasing your steps. We got no troll. My fat ass could never have done the Italy trip like you did without back pain and repeated breaks. Yo, so I'm going to put that video out. A lot of people have asked. I did gain weight. I'm going to put out the video kind of summing up the trip. My steps were wildly over, I think, what everybody guessed. I got it in. I was walking, myself and Traveling Devil were putting up record-setting step days. But because I ate like such a complete animalistic slob, I still gained weight. If I didn't do the intense walks, I would have probably gained a shitload of weight. I was just eating carbs after pizza, pasta, sandwiches, crush. So I think one day I may have eaten 4 to 5 different gelatos throughout the course of the day. Amazing trip, amazing food, amazing time. But you'd be surprised what the human body could do when you push it a little bit. I lost my spot here. LeBron says Habs are linked to Zach Whitecloud. Okay. David Ace, do you think Don, Dano, or Bryce are all glued to the internet right now waiting for possible trades for the Devils, or not really? No, definitely not. They're probably enjoying their off day doing, whatever it is they have to get done. I'm sure they're paying attention on their phone, but I don't think they're dialed in the way we are. My dog for Jam Oliwa got pounded by Ty Domi one time. It was such a lopsided and weird fight considering Oliwa was 6'5", 6'6", and Domi was 5'10". Ty Domi is one of the toughest guys to ever play the game. Despite being undersized for an enforcer, he was very good at throwing punches. He was very good at the grips. He was very good at using gravity. He had the full package. Had a head made out of titanium. Roberts really, Lou breaking up the A-line was the best thing for this team, is the reason we win the 03 Cup. He's got a sack. Yeah, sometimes you got to make those bold moves. The moves that push you forward are sometimes hard to make. And sometimes fan favorites and cup winners must be shipped. The Lou Lamoriello way. If you can improve the team, you do it. Justin said, Luke is literally Quinn insurance. If Minnie doesn't do great as expected, he will be a devil. I don't know why so many people are so convinced of this. I'm just not. I just can't believe that that's the case. There's obviously still a chance he comes here, but I do think it's much less than I thought before. And I think Minnesota has some pieces that will be attractive for Quinn to stay there. Uncle Lou is the best. Richie said, went to Tokyo about 20 years ago. It was great. And the first time I felt somewhat tall at 5'8". I bet you did. Pro Bowl, Minnesota almost always loses in the first round. Take that info what you will. Obviously, their playoff struggles are well documented. But I would take losing in the first round over missing the playoffs like the Devils have been doing. Justin A. Man, I love Matthew Nyes. He's a big man dog that scores things we don't have and desperately need. 6'3", 232, and he's 23. doing Toronto would deal him. I think they're shopping him, but it's going to be very, very expensive. Sweb, I don't ever see Quinn coming, but I think Wild winning the Cup would increase his chances of coming here, similar to Needs and his brother. He would feel like he fulfilled what the Wild got him for. I could see that going either way. Or I could see him being like, let's run it back. I got to take another break real quick. I'll be back in a minute. Follow me on, let me drop the Linkingtons. Follow your boy on X. Follow me on the Instagrams. Getting more involved in these things, besides just this channel, but I'll be right back. I just popped the link in the description. Be right back. I got to check on something. And we're back. Swab, I don't ever see Quinn coming, but I think Wild winning the... Oh, I just read this. Dr. Moby is on his trip. A buddy and I went for a little vacation. Saw some Japanese baseball, too. It was inexpensive, clean. The people were fabulous and kind, and it was very easy to get by with English. Would recommend. I'm trying to, in my older age, do a little bit more traveling, but I do like to base the travel based on something like an event, something like the Olympics, where you could go watch Team USA go 6-0 and win a gold medal. Trip of a lifetime, the measuring stick that unfairly all future trips will be judged by. Nothing will ever match or top that for me, because I always wanted to go to Italy and USA won the gold. And the fact that Jack scored the golden goal, I mean, just the whole thing was just, seems like a dream. Jeremy Proper, too many Fitz fumbles. That's why we were in this situation in the first place. Well, I fell behind. Here. Let me... John T says, Nemo Mercer in a second for Nyes. Likely Dreaming would be a super nice piece. I do think that could be a dreaming package, but I do think if something like that was on the table, I don't know that I would be able to resist that. I think that is something I would certainly be interested in. Troy Crowder, another big time enforcer from yesteryear. Rendich says, I bet a lot of money that ownership will not fire Keefe or Fitz until their contracts are in the final years. Yeah, because I do think we don't know all the details of the contracts, but the way they're written up, I think that they get paid, if not the entire amount, I think close to it. And then they'd be paying two people for the same job, essentially. And I don't think they want to do that either. So to your point, I think straight up money comes into play as well. And for an ownership group that a lot of people believe, based on a good amount of evidence, I would say at this point, cares about money overall, there might be something there. My dog for GM says Harris and Blitzer are private equity vultures. They buy businesses and streamline them for profit. They bring that mentality to the sports team ownership. It certainly seems that way. And it's super, super heartbreaking to think that the team is being ran under this type of premise and, playbook, if you will, not conducive to winning. Richie, Mogilny was, in my opinion, the top move. Not sure if it was a deadline, but then while it pained me the move of Newey and Langenbrunner for Arnott and McKay, that one stunned me, but Lou was a genius and it paid off, obviously. Yeah, that one was one of the biggest ones for me. You're talking about Jason Arnott, the cup-winning goal scorer, the center of the A-line. McKay was a crash line member, a two-time cup champ with the Devils. That one stung as a fan in the moment. And I actually talked about this. I actually talked about that trade with Jamie Langenbrunner and, you know, kind of told him about it from a fan perspective, like how it was a jarring trade. And that obviously, to your point, paid dividends because we may not win that 2003 Stanley Cup without the without the services of Jamie Langenbrunner, who had an absolutely monster playoff. But I just dropped a link in the chat for anyone interested. Pretty good conversation I had with Jamie Langenbrunner some time ago. I just dropped the link in the chat. We talk about that and a ton of other stuff. It was great talking to Jamie. He gave some really insightful stories and things from over the years, and I enjoyed talking to him. But I just dropped the link in the chat for anyone interested in that. Doug says Ace gets complimented and thinks it's a troll. I mean, listen, I'm realistic. I'm definitely not some beacon of fitness or somebody that would typically be asked for health and fitness tips, but at a wide kind of broad level, you know, certain things are pretty well understood and factual, and that is just basically increase your physical activity and control what you eat. Johnathan says, dude must have not seen him eat around Italy. I obviously, if I ate like that every day, I would be 600 pounds, and I wish there was some sort of magical pill. I've talked about this with some of my buddies. How much would you pay if there was a magical pill you could take where you could eat whatever you want and as much of it as you wanted and not gaining weight? If they somehow could invent that, it'd be a trillions and trillions of dollars industry. Obviously, science fiction dreaming here, but no, I typically, as of the past year or so, I've been trying to kind of get my ravenous appetite under control and increase my physical activity. But I certainly love food. And when I went to Italy, I told a lot of you guys beforehand that I was going to go in deep with the consumption. And that I did. And I think Traveling Devil was honestly mortified. I tried to warn him of the levels that I could get to. I don't think he was prepared. They're yelling at Elliot, where are the trades? Honky Lips, I walk 5 to 6 miles a day. Been on a steroid for an autoimmune issue I have, which makes me put on weight. It's annoying for sure. Yeah, walking is huge. Huge. David S. says, Ace, I'm 43 and I'm 5'9", 165, and I have a large frozen coffee every day. It's like 22 ounces. If my metabolism hasn't slowed down yet, do you think that will catch up to me? Everybody's different. From my understanding, everyone's kind of physiological makeup and everything is different. But, man, 165. I would love to be in, you know, I have to get under 200. That's like my life goal. I haven't been under in forever, but at some point, everyone's metabolism slows down. It's completely unavoidable. The question is, you know, to what level and when does it happen? But good for you. I wish I had a metabolism. I was born without one. My brother got the family metabolism, and I got the family height. I'm substantially taller than my brother, and he's never been a fat ass like me. So, you know, I got the height. He got the metabolism. Snorkel Life lost 35 pounds from cutting alcohol and sweets to almost zero, 35 pounds. Yeah. People, you would be shocked with just dietary changes, even with no change to physical activity, the dramatic results you will see over time. Some people, you know, sooner than others, depending on what you weigh and a bunch of other variables. But cutting that stuff out is a game changer. Gary, Lou did not put up with the BS. He would question these players about commitment to the team and the sweater. I certainly would love to see something like that incorporated. What are your motivations? What drives you? Do you want to be here, et cetera, et cetera? And you want guys that play for the crest on the front. David Chimes, Mogilny came from the Canucks for Brenden Moe and Dennis Peterson. Morrison had a good career as a mid-six player. Peterson was a career depth piece. We won a cup with Alex. Definitely won that. Oh, that's a huge win. Huge win of a trade for the Devils. Foligno to the Wild. Win now, move by Billy G. Wow, Billy G. Big balls Billy, guys. What could we say about big balls Billy? I mean, I've been pumping this man's tires relentlessly for so long. Loved him as a player. If you guys want to, when we talk about grit, the skilled grit, go look up video clips of Billy Guerin with the Devils and other teams. Billy G was a doggy dog. Loved Bill Guerin. Would love to see some guys brought in that encapsulate the essence of what he was as a player. And I've been rooting for him as an executive as well. I mean, all Bill Guerin does is win. Won a cup with the Devils as a player, won a cup with the Pens as a player. I think he won another cup or two, maybe 2 cups in an executive role with the Pens. And then he just put a gold medal on the mantle, assembling the 2026 Team USA. I mean, what a guy. Who reported the wow. Billy G loading up the choppers. Wild, they're going for it. We got Fire Fitz. Richie, I'm 63, 5'8", 195. New doc hadn't seen me yet. I was expecting someone obese. He said BMI is such BS. I've been lifting since I was 13. I have a 32-ounce black coffee every day. You're fine. Well, there you have it. Honky Lip says, I'm going to Ireland next month, my retirement gift. I've heard Ireland is amazing. I've never been there, but I've heard from several people that it's a beautiful place. I eventually want to try to get to all these places, but obviously, you know, trips cost money, they cost time, and you got to figure out a way to make it all work. But I firmly hope to be at any Winter Olympics that the NHL is participating in. After being there at this Winter Olympics, and again, it's been a bucket list item for me forever. It's addicting. There's nothing like the Olympics. If you have the chance to go to an Olympics, I could not recommend it more. Being there and just the whole experience of it and going to all the USA games, I mean, it was crazy. We got courtesy of James Nichols, beat reporter for the Devils just a few minutes ago. Just spoke with Johnathan Kovacevic, said he wants to be with the NJ Devils and has no intention of waiving, can scratch his name off your lists. So there you have it. Despite all of the smoke surrounding Johnathan Kovacevic, it seems as though he is going to stay put with the New Jersey Devils. And so I do think that would probably now make it even more likely, in my opinion, that on that right side, we do see a Nemo or Dougie Hamilton traded. I just don't see how now at this point, one of them is not dealt. It would just be sort of shocking at this point, because if Kovacevic isn't going anywhere, someone on that right side has to go. Someone on the right side has to go. Luke says, Boozeface is also president. He isn't going anywhere. Best case, he steps down as GM and promotes one of his minions. He needs to be removed entirely. Let's be real. G. Orlando, your Italy trip was definitely the trip of a lifetime, and I had a good feeling we'd bring back the gold. Tried to convince the wife to go for the Olympics and got shut down. Oh, that's unfortunate. It really was an insane trip. Really was an insane trip. Jeremy Proper says, Mogilny is my all-time favorite Devil ever. Interesting. Swamp Fox, Luke in the Leafs game looked like the player we expected, skated the puck into the ozone and even drove the net. He was all over. Doug says, getting into martial arts is an excellent way to get and stay in shape, create skills in a positive environment. You get peak exercise. I've thought about doing, I've definitely been intrigued about doing Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu for years. Maybe that's another hobby I'll take up in my older age. David Chimes, glad Mogilny finally made the Hall of Fame. Yeah, that was a crime. Complete crime. They made him wait way too long, but glad to see him in there for sure. Jeremy Proper, I gave up beer and gluten and lost 20 pounds in 1 month. I was out in Colorado hiking, biking. It works. Was 220. Now held off that 20 for a decade. Very nice. Very nice. Watch the diet. Get the activities up. John T, no better acquisition than Lou getting Lemieux in 90. Getting Bobby Holik in 92. Amazing. Trading Curvers for the #1 pick that became Niedermeyer. Genius. Needs really was just so freaking good. And I hate when people compare young defensemen to Niedermeyer too. I mean, I do think we saw that with Luke. People were like, oh, you know, he's like Niedermeyer. Like, come on, man. I think anytime that people compare these young guys to all-time greats, you're just setting them up for a level of, I don't want to say failure, but you know, you're just setting up unrealistic expectations that these guys are never live up to. Niedermeyer is one of the best to ever do it. Honky Lips, that magical pill comes along with Quinn and Brady coming to New Jersey together. I mean, that'd be insane. Insane. Scott said he missed the live when you hammered White Castle and Pizza Hut. Oh, man. Shout out to my buddy Brian for sabotaging me. Yeah. Sending poisonous but delicious food deliveries. John T. Why isn't Lou here as a consultant at least? I don't know. I mean, I would love to see it, but it just seems like that chapter is closed. Despite what many of us old school fans would like, I just can't see it. Johnny K. Kobe just told Nichols he has no intention of waiving. Yeah, I just pulled that up. David Chimes, lots of reporting says Lou still works behind the scenes as an advisor for the Islanders. Wouldn't be surprised. Gary says, Ace, this is getting tiring. Fitz doing nothing. It's 12 o'clock, my guy. It just turned 12. We're halfway there. Oh. We're halfway through deadline day, or at least when I started. I started at 9. We're at 12. We got 3 more hours. We got nothing yet, but something's coming. NHL Network said Kadri to Avs. There was some rumors about that over the past day or so. A little reunion tour. Zach said, why would they trade Kovacevic? He's a stud. He's great for our team. He's a perfect fit. Well, because we need to free up cap space and we have some extra defensemen. Rico says this is why they shouldn't have gave everyone a no-move clause. David Chimes, Ace, did you listen to the 32 Thoughts interview from a year ago with Billy G? No. I've been meaning to do that. I love listening to Garen. I think Billy G is a great hockey mind. Jarska says, bring Curtis Douglas, huge dude who brings some physicality. Trade Hamilton and bring Line. Line is a wild card, but could be cheap and link well with Hughes, best playmaker and sniper together. Talked about Line briefly last night. At the right price, I certainly would be intrigued. A guy that I've kind of been intrigued about at several other times when he was rumored to be on the move. John T. Deadline trade, Neuendijk and Langenbrunner from Stars made the 2003 Cup happen. Legend. Jeremy Proper says Montreal isn't eating any of that monster Line A contract. Is it that big? I mean, $8.7 million in today's money is not, in the cap, is not crazy. And his deal, oh, he's going to be unrestricted. He's unrestricted in the summer. Very curious to know what he's going to be looking for coming off that injury. Sweb says, I do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and it's a great way to lose weight easily if you just train around twice a week even. Yeah, I know. For sure. Doug says, 100% recommend Jiu-Jitsu. So many great gyms in NJ you could find. Justin Smith, if Kobe doesn't waive his no-trade clause and sit him the rest of the year and buy him out. I mean, that's buy him out. What are we talking about? No one's buying out Kovacevic. This is crazy talk. Michael, fire Fitz. I went to Jack's first game back at the Olympics and booed Fitz when they flashed his face on the big screen. Get him out of here. Good luck with that. Frank says, Luke's not like Niedermeyer. He's more like Rafalski. Another kind of, I would say, underrated or under the radar kind of guy from the Cup teams. Brian Rafalski, amidst all the other legends on those 2000 and 2003 teams, Brian Rafalski was such a great find by Lou. And such a beast. Loved Rafalski. Trade Luke Jackemeyer, Kovacevic. What a disastrous signing from the beginning. Worst deal of TF career. Completely disagree. This guy is just the most negative person ever that wants to pound his chest and tell everyone how smart he is. That cost us a top 6 winger in Nemec. We still have Nemec as of right now. You could point to any other deals, like I've said, as the reason why we didn't get a top 6 winger. It's just laughable. And you could point to just Fitzgerald's ineptitude. It's 9 a.m. here. David Chimes, I wonder if anyone ever asked Richard Simmons about hockey players. Fire Fitz. Frank says Ace bought hockey stuff when his mom gave him money for singing lessons. You guys are funny. John T, Billy G is nothing without Helly's performance. He stole the game. U.S. outplayed if we're being real. You could say that about the whole team. They won the tournament, my guy. What are we talking about? Sure, they got outplayed, but they won the game. That is all that matters. The gold medal. The gold medal, baby. American swagger. American swagger. Get your American swagger t-shirts and hoodies. Multiple colors available. Just drop the link in the chat and it's pinned. American swagger, the mantra of Team USA that brought back this beautiful gold medal, despite being outplayed by Canada. Jair Mack says, trying to get a Team USA fishing trip together after Jack's comment. My client owns a 135 boat called the American Patriot in Florida. Talking to the senior director of communications about it. Very nice. That'd be amazing. Corey, still rumors flying. Nemec to Bruins. First round pick, Lizelle, Latorno, all in play. I've seen some rumors with the Bruins wanting him for a couple days. Christopher M, American Patriot is goated. Gary, they're all practice. Are they all ice practicing drills ready to go if traded? The Wild are stocking up for a run. Brink is actually a decent player. Jeff says, how does Fitz not offer Nemec, Bratz, and multiple picks for Brady? He's got to at least make the call, right? This is where I'm at. I understand he's probably not on the market and he's not being shopped. Force their hand. Call them and be like, here's an offer. Here's an offer. Can you say no? Can you say no to this offer and then just make an offer? Load it up. Oh, man. Then obviously we're going to get the Fitz. I don't know at what time. Maybe 5 or 6 we get the Fitz presser. Jeremy Proper, thank you for being here for us. Win or lose, we booze, even if it's a nothing burger. I mean, something's going to happen. I cannot see absolutely nothing happening. It'd be stunning on so many levels. I guess not stunning, but it'd be surprising. But at this point, this is New Jersey Devils, my friends. Expect the unexpected. You never know what you're going to get, but I just don't see how, with all these guys being available, that some of them are not dealt. Corey Robinson, agree with Jeff. Come away from today with making a strong offer for Brady and see what they do. Probably a no, but can be revisited in the summer. You got to be in it to win it. I certainly would try. I don't think that there's any point in not trying. Worst they could say is no. Just call up and make the offer. And I would make a strong one. A super strong offer to try to bring him here, because that is an organizational game changer. A legitimate game changer. Fitz is preparing for the presser. David Chimes says, I want to find out how Amanda Stein got in shape. Good on her. Probably the same as everyone else who gets in shape. You diet and exercise. Diet and exercise. Vecna Fitzgerald says, guys, Fitzy just got to the Rock. He got stuck at Starbucks drive-thru for 45 minutes. DJ Edelman, if Nemec is shipped, I'm going to be upset, especially if Dougie is still here. Well, they're definitely not trading both of them. So if Nemec is shipped, Dougie will definitely still be here. But again, I cannot say I'd be upset until I know what the return is. And I don't think they're going to trade him just for anything. But again, expect the unexpected. I mean, trading is a two-way street, blah, blah, blah. Fitz wants a sandwich named after him. Jay Brito, I can't wait to hear how many players we almost had, but takes two to tango during the presser. Oh, no. I don't want to hear that. That would be painful. John T says, Fitz presser more like a eulogy, an apology. Under 3 hours to go. Ace, you ever eat at Hobby's Deli? Is that a real question? I don't know if you're trolling me, Robert. Obviously, I've eaten at Hobby's Deli, and I just did a video there a couple days ago for the golden goal sandwich. So in answer to your question, Robert, again, I don't know if that was a joke, but a video from a couple days ago, they made a Jack's golden goal sandwich in honor of the golden goal, which was a very good roast beef sandwich. And I did a video about it at Hobbies. That's on the channel from a couple days ago. And then I also did a bonus pastrami review. I love the pastrami. Jarska says, you like a Sean Avery and David Clarkson made a baby? I'm so confused. Jeremy Proper says, Dougie will be shipped after we pay the $7.2 million bonus. I'm curious. I don't even know how you would look this up. I tried. Is it possible to like trade him with the agreement that you're going to pay the bonus when it is due? Like, I don't even know if that's like allowed. Samuel says another second place finish. Time to shoot the horse. Nemec for Byfield. That would be, I don't know. I just want like a super big time piece. If they're going to trade Nemo. Gary said we could use a David Clarkson-like player. Absolutely. Absolutely. And man, what a season he had that year. Got 30 goals, was getting power play time, and then he cashed in Toronto. Toronto was billing him as the second coming of Wendell Clark, former Maple Leaf legend. John T., they will listen to Nemo, Timo Bratt, and Mercer for Brady and Cousins. I don't know. Does Brady want out? I don't think he's publicly said he wants out, but I do think if he was approached with the opportunity to go to a team in America that had somewhat of a bright future, that he might jump at the chance. I don't know. I try to force their hand. Fitz should call Ottawa and offer the craziest package. Gary says, Fitz getting ready for a parade in Newark. He did nothing parade. Oh, I look like Sean Avery and David Clarkson. Okay, that's a little interesting. David, someone should live stream a Fitz presser with a laugh track. John says, hearing Kovalchuk wants to be back in NJ. Miss me some White Mana and Hackensack. Gary, I'm ready to give up on the NJ Devils and Fitz. Frank says, cheesesteaks in Kenilworth. You'll thank me later. Danny P. I'd put out feelers for Tom Wilson. Someone brought him up earlier. I would love Tom Wilson. I don't want to pay like a crazy price for him, but someone said, would you trade Nemo for him? I think I probably would. As crazy as it may sound, I think that's another organizational shifting move. Jeremy Proper, that roast beef, Sammy, you had in Italy. It was good. It was so good. The meat, cheese, and produce in Italy is just insane. And I typically don't eat fruit, but my buddy stopped at this fruit stand, and I had one of the best strawberries I've ever had. Like, everything there is just better. Corey Perry to Tampa. My God. Corey Perry, the ageless. Steven Trevor Ace, any trade predictions? Cleaning the house and listening. Love the hoodie. Where'd you get it? Oh, you're talking about this thing? American Swagger. Available for a limited time now on the website. Link in the chat. It's pinned in the chat. It's in the description. American Swagger. For those in the know, the official motto of Sully and the 2026 gold medal winning Team USA. Not going to be around for much longer. The back is pretty sick too, but I just dropped the link in the chat. You could check that out. But my predictions are we sell off a couple defensemen and nothing substantial comes in. That's kind of my prediction. Jeremy Proper said, I don't think that's allowed, but who knows? I'm not all. Yeah, I mean, there's just so many different loopholes. Jeremy Proper says Lou would be able to sip that C through the NHL head office, not Fritz. Ryder, somebody is reporting on The Athletic that possibly Thomas for Nemec, Siplikov, and a second-round pick. Selected boy Kovacevic ain't leaving NJ anytime soon, unfortunately. Yeah, he wants to be here, which is why he got the trade protection and he's sticking to it. Devil Heaven 77, what's going on? Metalander, Nick Foligno to Minnesota from Chicago. They have brothers now. Yep, we saw that earlier. Billy G loading up the choppers. Frank says Wilson's great, but he did get face planted by some French dude at the Olympics. Love the Clarkson wraparound goals. Devil having half day from work tradition for the deadline day. It's a good tradition. My tradition for the past 5 years has been off and make no plans. Hasn't really worked out to, for celebration purposes, but Devlin says, let's do something here. Fitz is the shit. There's nothing to help this team. Justin says, size guide for these hoodies. Want to buy one. Bear with me 1 second. I thought it's not in there. I thought it was. All right, bear with me 1 second, folks. I thought that was put in there. My web assister guy dropped the ball. Bear with me 1 second. You guys know I'm not the tech guy. I'm just the guy that yells on the internets. I don't know. I have it. Crickets in Jersey. Kings get a second-round pick for Corey Perry. I mean, does that ensure that they make it to the Cup Finals? It seems like if you get Corey Perry, you're going to the finals. What you do in the finals is a different story. All right, Justin, the size guide should be on there. Let me know if you have any problems. If you go back to the page, it should be a photo on there for the size guide. Doug, Fitz doing nothing is better than him doing irreversible damage. I completely agree, but like I said, for a while, Fitz, as much as it kills me to defend him for all the things I have issues with him, he doesn't make horribly bad deals. So I don't know why people think that's going to happen. I don't think it will. I think the inactivity is way more likely to happen than a straight up terrible deal. David S. Attention to all Devils fans. If Fitz makes no moves, no need to get disappointed. We could still want to run the last 20 games and make the playoffs. I mean, we could do that with the trades. Doug, sadly, his inability to make moves will bleed into next season until he eventually gets fired. Oh, boy. Jarska, was nice to see U.S. won the Olympics. Canada have been too strong for too long. What do you think that Russia not playing international hockey? They have crazy roster. I wish that they were able to separate all this stuff and, if nothing else, allow them to play like they did. I forget what year it was, but they weren't allowed to wear Russian jerseys. So they had jerseys that said, what was it, like Olympic athletes from Russia or something? Like, I think that should have been allowed. Doug said Russia cheated when they hosted in 2014. So, Richie, hoodies go a size up from what you think. They shrink a little bit after washing. I need a food break too, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to pull it off. I think I'm just here. Devil have an ace, haven't been on in a while. How was Italy? Chief Rubberneck, silly bastard. It was really good. If you're interested in seeing me stuff my face, several vlogs out kind of documenting the trip, and there's a couple more in the chamber that have not come out yet. So we will. You could take a look at all the fine cuisine and some other things on the streets of Italy. Is there any cool Devils kicks out there? What do you mean? Are you talking about sneakers? Snorkel Life says, in the great words of Clubber Lang, prediction, pain. Samuel, going to lunch, yell if Sleepy Fitz wakes up for more than another sprung. Man, you guys are. Fitz loves watching. Yeah, I mean, we still have, call it 3 hours. Robert, anyone remember Penn's Morozov, Marty Killer? He's got like 50 career goals, 15 against Marty. Yeah, I hated him on the Pens. He was always getting it done against the Devils for whatever reason. Marty talked about that in his book. About how that guy just had so much success against him for whatever reason. Devil have a nice Friday afternoon cocktails, throwing some marinated garlic parm drums and thighs on the grill later. Roasted rosemary potatoes. That sounds absolutely delicious. A bit of applause. Almost 100% chance no trade or trade that we wouldn't blink an eye at any other day. It's 100% chance no trade or trade that we would. Oh, there's definitely, there's got to be something. Still no trade. Fitz is sleeping. Devil have been warming up in upstate New York, 72 tomorrow. Wow. I thought for around where I live in northern New Jersey, 71 on maybe Monday. Justin, hearing Fitz is talking to Nemec right now. I don't like Has anyone ever gotten DoorDash where the food wasn't just like cold and shitty? Maybe I'm just scarred by bad experiences, but in my experience as of late, like those apps, you just get shit quality food. I don't know. I'm not a fan. I got to lay off the pizza. I've been doing a lot of carb damage the past several weeks. I got to reel it back in. It's been just damage. What's your prediction for tomorrow against the Rangers? I think we're going to beat them. And then people are going to be talking about playoffs again. The Shadow also have to wait for those players to clear before the Devils actually have the cap space for anything. Not sure what time they actually clear waivers. That shouldn't be a holdup because I'd imagine any deals we're making, the salary is going to be going the other way too. You would think. Collect Record says NJ Skate Shop has an NJD Nike collab coming out. They're doing dunk lows. Really? Is that the place is it in Sayreville? I could have sworn there was one in New Brunswick years ago. Where did you Collect Records? Where did you hear that? Devil have an ace. How would you compare pie from Italy to American pizza? I'll be honest. Like, I didn't try the best places. I had a pretty good pizza in a couple places, but in the end, I would say it's very comparable. And to me, I was a little underwhelmed. What I will say is the things that truly differentiate themselves and are just stratospheres above is number one, gelato. The gelato there is just levels and stratospheres above. And then sandwiches are insane because every ingredient is substantially better than it is here. Like the meat is better, the cheese is better, the vegetables, the produce is better, and the bread is better. So when you put all that together and you get a sandwich, my God, it was an earth-shattering experience. And you can see a lot of that if you go check out the Italy vlogs on the channel. Feasting. Jarska says, McDavid to Devils, maybe not now, but in 2 years. That is never happening. Paul, I have not seen that movie. Mike Gartner was a Devils killer. Devil having those apps sucks. Stick with the home cooking, brother. I mean, it's definitely more efficient, cost efficient, and healthier for the most part. Bobby says, my DoorDash just got delivered. I've never had an issue. I always get just like soggy shit food. Gary says, Fitz is on the golf course. David, hey, Ace, I'm hearing Nemec for Kyrou straight up might happen by 3. Would you like that if it happens? I don't think so. Because that's the big bullet. We use Nemo up. I'm not going to be like livid over it, but I'm not going to be thrilled. But Kyrou could definitely help the offense. He's signed up for, I think, 4 more years maybe at a good cap hit. I just hit some crazy thing on my computer. He's got 5 more years at 8.125. He signed through the 2030-31 season. It's interesting. Would love to get him without having to deal Nemo. Devil have a nice little run going, boys. Let's finish this out strong regardless what happens. Justin said they clear waivers at 2. Devil Heaven. Wasn't there a good horror movie filmed in Sayreville? D. Snyder Strangling, maybe. I'm not sure. Ted Ace, how are the Italian women in Italy? I mean, the ones I briefly spoke to were nice. Mostly employees at bakeries or pizzerias. Justin, David. Why did Fitz wait until 2 yesterday to put those 3 players on waivers if they take 24 hours to clear? Well, we don't know when they got put on. Devil Heaven, what are your thoughts on Kyrou? Don't really watch him play West Coast unless we play St. Louis and didn't see shit the other night. Yeah, I mean, the report on him is, he's going to help. He's a guy that could put the puck in the net. All of his fancy numbers are pretty good from the brief things that I've seen. But I'm not going to convince myself that he's like this ultimate game changer. I don't think he is. I think he's another guy that on paper should help this team bring some more offense. But I would like us, if we're going to trade Nemec, to get something like really big. I like Kyrou, don't get me wrong, but I feel like that's a ways away from like a Brady hope. Colleen says they don't use chemicals that we do. That's why it tastes so good. Yeah, everything just seems healthier and cleaner there. Scoot says, not sure how credible, but I'm seeing posts that Jacques Lemaire passed away. Yes, this is pretty messed up. Someone sent me one of these the other day. I don't know where this is stemming from. It was like a fake Facebook post. It's such a weird thing to make up, too. Like, what is wrong with people? Such a bizarre thing to make up. Bobby says, I'm sorry, Nemo for Kyrou straight up is absolutely ludicrous. What a horrendous trade by Fitz that would be. I don't agree like to that level, but I wouldn't be thrilled with it. Robert said, at least we got the Knicks to pull for. I'm not really a big basketball guy. I was in the 90s when I was a kid. Loved the Jordan Bulls. I would love the Nets as a home team. But, once we lost the Nets, my interest definitely started to go down. Devil Heaven, what are the top 3 forwards are we going after? I wish I had the answer to that. I have no idea what is in Fitz's head. I'd imagine Kyrou's probably on the list. I suppose that Stamkos still could be, as unlikely as that seems. And I would kick the tires on Kadri. John T, thinking Kyrou doesn't excite many people, not a needle mover. I kind of agree. I think he helps, but it's not like the impactful move that we're looking for. Jair Mack, he's been in the doghouse with 2 different coaches, also cried to the media, which is soft. Sweb says, Nemec is our big chip that we could package with other items too. If we waste it on a 1-for-1 for Kyrou, that is not good. This is just kind of my thought process. Like, he is one of your biggest chips to make that wow move. And I'm sorry, for me, Kyrou is not that wow move. I would like him here, don't get me wrong, but would prefer something grander for Nemo. Or at least a Nemo package with other things. James Zamgarrett, can Fitz trade himself? Maybe a bag of pucks. Devil Heaven says basketball is terrible. Walt, I don't expect anything serious to happen for NJ outside of maybe Kyrou for Nemec. Only thing I'm seeing likely to happen is small trades for picks. That was my prediction coming into it. I think we see some, sell-off type moves. And you don't see anything substantial coming back. I know a lot of people are expecting and hoping for that big name guy to come today. And I'm here to tell you, as I have been for a while, I'm not expecting it. I think that's a summer thing at best. Robert, I'm a very casual NFL fan, but I would be a New York Football Giants fan. John T says Nemo and Mercer for Kadri and Coleman. I think that would be a vast overpay as well. I would not want to use Nemo in a deal like that either. Now, if you're talking like Mercer and some other pieces in a deal like that, I could consider it. Christopher, I'm drinking. I didn't know it was deadline day. Shit, time to find Tune and Tango. No interest in going for Robert Thomas. I would. I just think the price is going to be super insane. And again, is that we only have one crack at this. We only have one chance to make the huge splash. Is he the guy that gets you over the hump? I can't say that I'm as nearly as confident in him as I would be in a guy like Brady. Spencer, what else could you trade for Kyrou? I'd imagine maybe a guy like Mercer and a pick or picks. Devil Heaven says NHL should be number 2 at least out of the 4 big sports. You'd think, but hockey just... I do think their marketing needs a lot of help in this day and age. They still operate in an old school fashion for a lot of stuff, but a lot of kids don't play hockey, and that's where it starts. Kids like to watch sports that they play. Soccer, you need a ball. Baseball, you need a ball and a bat and a glove, I guess, depending, but technically you wouldn't even need the glove. You could have a ball and a bat. Basketball, a ball, and you have to have a hoop or something resembling a hoop. And so every other sport is much more accessible in terms of playing And so for that reason, kids gravitate to those sports. That's always going to be a barrier for hockey, but I do think it's the greatest sport on the planet. And if they marketed it better and really truly capitalized on opportunities like they have in front of them right now with the hype of the Olympics and everything, at least in America, you got to do a little bit better. Robert says, why so many Nemo trade talks? I don't understand. Because he's going to want to get paid a ton of money, and it's looking like we're heading for a contract dispute in the summer. And we have an extra right defender. Spencer, do you think we trade Hamilton somewhere like Toronto? I could believe that he ends up staying here, especially if we trade Nemo. If we trade Nemo, they're not going to trade Dougie as well. Devil's Army for life. I know it's very unlikely, but if the Leafs want Nemec and the Lynx give up Matthew Nyes to get him, we should be all over that. I like Nyes. I would like Nyes a lot. George says, Fitz is the Homer Simpson of GMs. He makes it look like he is working, but is sitting with his feet up and probably not even answering his phone. Did we come in second yet? I don't think yet. Christopher, I wouldn't mind trading Mercer and Nemec, but for that bozo Blake Coleman is hilarious. I like Coleman, but I'm not like hell-bent on getting him back either. Jeff, if it's Kyrou for Nemec, who else are you sending to clear the cap for him? He's at $8 million. That's a reason why I think a lot of these things are probably a lot of smoke and mirrors. You would have to be getting rid of two other guys, if not there, because I can't see them trading Nemo and Dougie, right? So you take Dougie away from the equation, you're talking about a guy like Mercer and a guy like potentially Dillon. I'm just thinking for anything that makes sense to get to close to $8 million, and Mercer and a guy like Dilly would do it. Spencer says, I feel like Kyrou will end up being another Timo. Crossy says, I feel like Thomas would be a better option than Kyrou. At this point, Brady is such a long shot. I agree that it's a pipe dream, but I also don't want to just kind of settle on this trade like, oh, it improves the team, but use our best pieces or piece to make it happen. Michael, many teams have found a dance partner this week while Fitz keeps saying it takes two to tango. Another season we are caught watching the paint dry. Guys, there's still over 2 hours left. I mean, my God. I understand you wanted to see something immediate, but George Shannon says, need a guy who wants a cup and will uplift the team. Brady. Could not agree more. David S. Ace, not looking good for Nemec staying. Just read an article printed 15 minutes ago on Pucks and Pitchforks. A Nemec contract extension is too costly for the Devils. First of all, that's just pure speculation on their part. I don't even need to read the article to know that nothing more than speculation. Obviously, that is common knowledge to anyone following this, is that could be the reality, but it also could not be. As far as I know, I have not seen any credible, solid things out there. Tom Ace says, ice time and equipment is so expensive. Yeah, it is. Barriers to get into the sport of hockey in terms of playing are, unique to hockey. And it's unfortunate, but, there's no way around it. Bobby says, Cairo does nothing for me. He's just another brat. Not bad, not great. And I can't say it does nothing for me, but Christopher says, pucks and pitchforks writers are bananas. Hello, Marina DiCarlo Donofrio, my Italian friend. How are you? It's nighttime where you are, I believe. Justin Smith hearing Nemec has left the Devils arena. Are you just making shit up? Toronto ain't buying. They just lost their 6th straight against the Rags. Ted, Ace, who would you like to see as a new GM for the Devils? Shani or Marty? Or Burke? All right, come on. This is, usually we at least get teased by some rumors. What's Friedman writing? Jordan Eberle signing an extension in Seattle for 2 years at $5.5 million. We already heard about Corey Perry. Robert says, we're going to regret trading Nemo. I see a Norris coming. He's a stud. He's definitely not going to win a Norris, but he doesn't have to be a Norris-winning defenseman to eventually regret trading him. I think he's going to be very good. But when you're talking about a Norris, let's be real. You're talking about the elite offensive defensemen like the Quinn Hughes, Makar, Werenskis of the world who were putting up insane numbers. Completely insane numbers. John T says, amazing that Mercer has never missed an NHL game. I find him expendable, but that's incredible. I like Mercer too. I think in the right deal, he could be expendable, but I'm not downplaying his role on this team or what he has done. I've talked about Mercer positively for years. L. Smith says, Covey staying a Devil. Christopher Nemo can go. Michael Smith, I'm hoping Quinn signs before Nemec. Then we could jettison Luke and sign. Oh, I get cut off. Paul, Nemec to Columbus for Kent Johnson and Caden Lindstrom. Amagi Fitz always waiting until the last minute to deliver sprong news. Christopher M. I loop Coleman in the same category as Kyle Palms. I couldn't stand those teams. Maybe it's just me. Yeah, there were some bad years. It was frustrating during a lot of those years. John T says, Nemo for Wilson and then Mercer in a second for Olivier. Talk about an uptick in snarl. Oh, my God. I couldn't fathom having both of those guys on our roster. It'd be insane. Christopher said, how did we overpay for Luke? Because these people wanted him to be the best defenseman in the league. Like immediately. Hearing Ovi to Pittsburgh. What? There's no way. Devil Heaven, I was just talking to my buddy. His kid plays Little League, not cheap for sure. Yeah, everything's expensive, especially hockey. Cost prohibitive. Ted says ice hockey is the best live sport. Completely agree. Amagi, doing a studio suite for the first time Sunday. I know you've done it before. Advice also does have Hyundai Club access. I only was there once, and I'm not even sure if you get into other clubs because I did not try to go there. So I think you should, you got to ask the man himself. Ask Craig about that. I unfortunately wish I had more information. I only went once. And yeah, no, my whole thing was a little different than normal. So I would definitely find out from the man himself. Bobby says Luke isn't worth $9 million. If Luke is $9 million, Nemo is certainly worth $10 million. Johnny, Nemo switched agents yesterday. Not a great sign. I know a lot of people are reading into that heavily. I would say it probably is not a great sign, but I also don't think that it means that it's, catastrophic for the Devils. He left the arena to get lunch. He's got to eat. Gleason, I can see Nemec fit in a lot of jerseys, and that is how I judge what's going to happen. He'd fit in the Blues uni, so be worried. Gleason says Mercer is the maybe most replaceable player in the NHL. I don't know about all that. We got Nyes and Robertson, I guess, from Toronto. David Chimes, Ovi to Pittsburgh, getting to play with Crosby for a final chance at a cup is something Gary Bettman should pay money out of the NHL Black Bag Fund to make happen. I mean, that would be ratings blockbuster. Michael, how do we go from trading Hamilton and aging overpriced D-man to trading away the future? I think because this is the New Jersey Devils. Doug Sebastian, after last offseason, this was beyond predictable, so no surprise here. I did think we might get like at least something before now, but there's still 2 hours left. I am getting deja vu. Devil Heaven says Luke won't be an overpay. Trust me, in 2 years, another Hughes talent is among us. Doug, just be glad to not part ways with Nemec for anything substantial. Just will be glad to not part ways with Nemec for anything substantial, and that's what Fitz does. He lowers our standards. Walt, unfortunately, with Nemec, we're back into a corner when it comes to cap space. It's either Nemec or a Top Gun goal-scoring forward, not likely to do both. Bobby says Luke will never be as good as Jack, let alone Quinn. Y'all are delusional. I think Luke's going to be good, but expecting him to be as good as Quinn is just psychotic. And I said that the day that people started making those comparisons. Like, you know, Quinn's the best player in the league, and you're going to start talking about that Luke's going to be as good as him, if not better. There's people like, oh, he's going to be the best Hughes brother. And I'm like, my God, like, why do people put that out there in the universe? Like, that is a total setup for failure. Like, nothing short of a setup for failure. Michael says, take out your frustration by hitting something. Hit the like. Thanks. Hit the thumbs up. Man, yeah, we got nothing. We got nothing going. We got nothing so far. Then we're going to get the press conference. Christopher, hit the like button. Hit the like. Gary says, Fitz doing the usual, sees nothing out there. There's moves to be made. Hearing Langham running in Dallas. The 5-star, I haven't been following. Have we made moves? The answer is an astonishing no. Not yet. Langham running in Dallas. Gary says Fitz is bringing back Sprong. Gleason, if anyone is happy with just not making any substantial moves until the offseason, I'm going to go crazy. Pick a lane. There's almost never a good time for Fitz to make his move. Finish the product. That's kind of where I'm at. You can't just – it's just kicking the can down the road. Like, one day we're going to try to win. Like, you got to be making moves when you can. Snorkel Life says Fitz almost always disappoints. John T., a team takes on the style of their leader, and for us, that's Nico and Jack. That doesn't bode well for the grind that playoff success ever. That's why you got to bring in the right pieces around him. You got to surround them with the right pieces. Pyro says, if Dougie and one of Kovacevic, Siegenthaler, or Dillon leave, what's your feels on Casey and Edwards? I like Edwards a lot. I like Casey too, but I think Edwards would be able to step in and not be a liability potentially sooner. But you must have missed it earlier. Kovacevic talked to one of the beat reporters and said that he has no plans of waiving his trade protection and he wants to be a Devil. So he's not going anywhere. Devil have an ace. YouTube has changed a few things with the chat. What did they change? I know they changed the names. What else? Because in the program I'm in, it looks pretty much the same. Vecna Fitzgerald says takes 2 to tango. Pyro, talk that we might switch to Cora for reason. You guys are hilarious. Devil Heaven. What Devils players, prospects, current players, the next A-line? I don't think there's going to be another A-line, but I think Jack with grits and a center that brought in from the outside, like a top flight center, could be reminiscent of that to some extent. John T, how do they give Jaguar the Conn Smythe? Man, that shit drives me crazy still to this day. Still to this day. Bobby said the Devils have made at least 6 trades so far, and the Devils have made 0. Fire Fitz. Billy G, he's active. Oh, he's active out there. Man, when does the first trade get announced? It would be pretty hilarious if there's absolutely nothing. I can't see it. But now if there's literally 0 trades, I just cannot fathom it. But it would be, because I would just kind of laugh at this point, but I think people would go into full meltdown mode. I think there's people that would be in absolutely full meltdown mode. Christopher says Jaguar didn't deserve an ice cream cone, let alone this Conn Smythe. I mean, he had a great first 3 rounds. He was the best goalie in the playoffs. His numbers were insane. And then he played decent in the finals, but not good enough to win. And the Devils won. So it should have been Marty's. Marty had phenomenal numbers too. Ryan H, trade deadline update. Tom Fitzgerald has officially left the bar, not because he made a trade, but because the bartender told him future considerations aren't a valid way to pay the debt. Oh, man. Michael, Fitz missed on his last move. Timo has not lived up to expectations. Now he is gun shy. I would redo the Timo trade over and over again. Personally, I'm not, I think Timo's been misused, but for the most part, this entire team has vastly underperformed this season. And I think Timo is part of the solution going forward, not a problem. We need some bulls, man. And all we have is Timo. Give me some more guys like Timo. Don't move Timo. Bobby, we need another crash line. I personally love Bukestad. He's been a great 4C for us. Thoughts? Yeah, listen, I'm not like ecstatic. I'm just thrilled that it's not Glendening or, Justin Dowling, like legitimate 4C. So let's see what the plan is for him for next year. But it seems like finally, for the first time, we have 4 legit NHL centers in Nico, Jack, Glass, Bukestad. And it's been a pain point for the organization for a while. And so we'll see. That's why when people were talking about Cody Glass, I was getting a little perplexed as to why we would do that. But that's typically, those types of things happen when people get high on the insane returns and overpays that teams are doing for some of these guys. But again, you're not replacing, or Fitz is not replacing Cody Glass if he's moved. So what is the point? For me, it's just, 1 step forward, 2 steps back. 5-star says Fitz has to have dirt on Harrison Blitzer. I think a lot of people have thought that. Richie says Fitz trades Mercer for Cam Jansen in Nintendo School. Jay or Mac, thoughts on the return we could get for Glass given the market center depth, not a position of strength? Yeah, we would get a lot. I just talked about this a minute ago. We would get a lot for him, but it ain't worth it because then what? You got whatever you got for him, a pick or picks But now you're back in the same spot as before where we don't have a 3C. And where do you find one? If the cost was whatever it is for Glass to then go find another guy, you're thinking the cost is going to be the same, if not more. So what is the point? Oh, what a clown. Jaguar was miles better than Brodeur that year. Okay, buddy. Please. What a clown. Bobby, imagine if we drafted Jarvis in 2020 when we had 4 first-round picks and we only have 1 left. I don't necessarily like, doing the hindsight stuff with draft picks because it's part of the game, right? Like, no, people are like, oh, we could have drafted Quinn. Like, no one had him that high at the time. Crossy says, love getting Timo, just hated losing Zetterlund. Guy was a beast. I wanted us to try to get Zetterlund last year when he got dealt, but Dougie declined talking to a reporter. I saw that. Richie says, 32 minutes until we see activity, 1:30. Pyro, if Glass was part of a deal for Kadri, then I could live with it because you're getting another center back. The reversion, Rangers versus Devils is pretty hype. A lot going on tomorrow in sports. I hope we see an exciting game at least and the Devils win. David chimes, too many likely playoff teams have cap space for there not to be a few big moves. Detroit, Pittsburgh, Anaheim, Columbus, Carolina, Utah, all sitting on $5 million or more in cap space. We still got 2 hours, folks. We're just hitting the 1 o'clock hour. Devil Heaven says Glassers don't come by too often. Glasser stays. I would like him to. No updates, Justin. We're just sitting, waiting, wishing. All right. Trade Luke, Jack, and Meyer. You're done. I'm just done with you. Where's the button? SST is now done. Once again, the second ban. And he's gone. Goodbye. Goodbye, SST. Don't come back. I'm done with you for good. Please stay away. We don't like you. Goodbye. Yeah, he just got banned again. I'm just tired of the negativity and the nonsense. Like, just get the out of here. 96 Jets. What do you do with this right D logjam? Kobe didn't wave. Hamilton didn't wave. And best right D lately. Pesci's still good. Nemec, tons of potential. One of them have to go. I mean, if it doesn't happen today, it's going to happen in the summer. Some goats in this chat. How have we made any moves yet? The answer is no. We're still waiting. We are still waiting for the first move. John says, will Timo ever be a fit on this team? Seems like it's not working. I'm not going to – I disagree. I think he needs to be on right wing permanently. He needs to be on power play 1. But what is working? Are you expecting 80 points out of him? What are your expectations? Let's start there. David chimes, I just can't see Carolina not using their $8.8 million in cap space in a win now move, even a rental. Yeah, new name. We'll get kicked out again. I'm just done. I'm just done. Italy was amazing. If you're interested in seeing the vlogs, the vlogs are on the channel. Stone Cold Stunner. Yeah, he got booted. Pyro, Mercer, Glass, Hamilton, and some pick for Kadri and Coleman plus something. This is a massive deal here. Mercer for Glass, Hamilton. I would prefer to keep Glass if possible, because if you're able to do a package of, say, Mercer, Hamilton, whatever else, and keep Glass, then you're talking about a world where you go Jack, Nico, Kadri, Glass down the middle. I mean, that would be beautiful. You're now talking about going from finally having NHL quality centers to in the conversation for best center group in the league. I mean, I think you'd have to be in the convo, at least in the top 5 groupings, maybe. If you got Jack, Nico, Kadri, and Glass, I mean, that's a pretty formidable center group. Christopher says the deadline day tradition of Las. James Israel, where's Fitz paging Fitz? Answer the phone, please. Christopher, I'm cooked at work. Crossy Pesci is out for both games this weekend. Wonder if Fitzy doesn't move Dougie or Nemec because of that. I doubt it. I mean, it's 2 games. What is the big deal? It's not no dooming allowed. He's just a jerk. I just don't want to deal with jerk antics. Justin Smith, SST never learns. Bobby DeBrusque would be a solid bottom pair with Brown and Mercer. I wanted him 2 years ago. Two pork chops for lunch. Very nice. That was a train from a lot. Off them Devils said I'd like to see Kadri. Edward says Kadri's too old. I disagree. Plenty of older guys are able to produce in their older age. So I'm not worried. Not everyone could be super young. Not everyone could be in their prime. You're going to have young guys, guys in their prime, guys that are old. Will Dawes get thrown in a package? I don't think so. I think he just signs with another team in the summer. People like the retreads. John T., if we want to get to the finals, just get Corey Perry. No strategy needed. It is crazy how many finals this guy has been in. You guys are fighting over Coleman. Oh man, 4 hours in, we still got nothing. I thought we'd at least have a minor one by now. I thought there'd be at least, a defenseman for a pick or something at this point. But no, that hasn't happened as of yet. John T says, Plot looks happy on the island. I wish him well. Always liked Pally. Didn't like the $6 million, but he's been revitalized. Like I said, many guys, change of scenery does magic for a lot of guys. You got bring back McLeod, says Bobby. You know that will never happen. Philip, if we trade Nemec at all, I'll be very pissed off. I mean, Philip, but again, what if we get a big piece back? Like, how can you just say categorically you'll be pissed if we trade Nemec? David says, Ace, that's 2 you've banned so far. Are you going to find a third for the hat trick? It's the same person. The same person. Twice. Walt says, I still don't understand all the complaints about Timo. He's one of the only guys scoring right now and taking bodies all the time. Like, if you're not scoring 1 million goals, you're not good enough. That's this crowd. Offensive production only. Nothing else is taken into consideration. And it's unfortunate. I like Timo. I would like to see his production ramped up. But the whole team went ice cold this year. Paro, if the deal is good, I'd be down for Kadri, and I agree. If we keep Glass, that might be something really nice for next season or two. Depends if we can shift Dougie. Phillips says the only reason Nemec is on the block is because Fitz gave the other D-men no move clauses, absolute incompetence. When he's also going to get paid a ton of money. You can't deny that as well. That he's an RFA and he's going to get paid a ton of money, and so that comes into play as well. We are living in the salary cap era. Christopher says his team needs drivers, enough of the passenger. I agree. Get the drivers. Phillips says I don't trust Fitz to pull off a good return. How on earth does Kovacevic have a no trade clause? Preposterous, because Fitz gives them all out. Top 3 foods? Like, what do you mean by that? By foods, like specific foods or like type of cuisine? Ace, what is your spring drink of choice? What the hell's a spring drink? You talking about water? You Poland Spring, probably. The OG. Or there's some other ones too, but what is a spring drink? Oh, you mean like the season of spring for alcoholic beverages? I'm cooked, guys. Bear with me. I went to bed super late, woke up super early. Kadri, Wilson, Olivier. Wow. Top 3 hockey insiders. Friedman. Probably Friedman, LeBrun, and who would the third one be? Friedman, LeBrun. I don't know. I got to give at least honorable mention to Weeksy. Pucks and Picks says Fitz is definitely going dumpster diving. I see Matthew Joseph from the Blues, Curtis Douglas, Bolts, Reinhart, VGK. That will likely be all. I mean, that's a lot more than what we've seen so far. And I'm not like desperate for a move for the sake of being moves, but Bobby Whitting, certainly don't want Nemo gone. Even the hockey guy thinks the Devils are insane for considering it, but I'll admit if we get Thomas or another elite top 6 to pair with Jack, I could live with it. I'm not so high on Thomas as many other people are as well are either. I love Wilson and Olivier. Also, there's no money for Nemo because Fitz spent it all on Luke. I mean, but that's irrelevant too, Bobby, because what did people think Luke was going to get? Let's just play this game, and he paid him $7 million. Okay, well, that's only $2 million less than he got. So where's the money? You know, the money for Nemo is still an issue. Surfside. That's my favorite sipper drink, like a little sipper if I'm not going in the deep end. Doug says, just get Ryan O'Reilly at this point. Like, we need a 3C2. Yeah, that's going to be super expensive. David Chimes, Hamilton declined to speak to James Nichols after Kovacevic was willing to give a speech about staying and not waiving protection. Read into that what you will. Well, Dougie, the last time they tried to talk to him about trade stuff, he didn't want to talk either. I don't put too much stock into it outside of, like, you know, he doesn't like talking about it, and he most likely probably is not in looking to waive. Pyro Ace, do you have any more upcoming interviews for the channel with Devils Legends coming up? I should. Stay tuned. There's always things in the works. Always things in the works. John T says we need a Calgary, Florida type franchise-changing move. I completely agree. I don't know. The likelihood of it, but I think it's been long overdue. Monster Energy. And you guys are crushing the chat. It's just like scrolling, and I'm trying to. Fentanyl Floyd says we're less than 2 hours away from going from booze face to snooze face. John T, why do we have to build around Jack? Why not use him to bring the right pieces here? The solution is right there. Do it. Wait, are you talking about trading Jack? I don't understand what that means. Using him to bring the right pieces here. You mean using him in a trade? Richie, look, we could be in a real quandary trying to sign Nemo. The kid is going to want 7.5 minimum. If the return is equivalent, then you move him. It's amazing with all the surplus crickets. Wasted Youth Caper, you going to the Rags tomorrow? Early drinking tomorrow. Love it. I don't plan on it. Carl said, Ace, I have a big soccer game on Sunday. Should I study Scott Stevens' hits? If you want to get, what is it, a yellow card or a red card? If you want to get tossed out of the game. David, you should study those hits. David says, Ace, I know you said in the beginning of the live stream, you said you weren't expecting much, but if there was not one single move made today, how pissed would you be? I honestly wouldn't be that pissed. I would just, it would just confirm what many of us have already known, which is, you know, we need a change at the highest level. I would be truly stunned. Oh wait, what is this from Chris Johnson? Oh, this could just be regurgitated. Talking a guy that said the Devils have the veteran D-man on the block. Sevi says, Ace, you traveled to Switzerland for the World Championships. The Devils playoff miracle doesn't happen. No. Big trips are on the back burner for right now. I'm recovering in many ways. Beachmaster says, trade Jack and Luke Hughes. What? Sean, whole league is relatively quiet. I think we're going to start seeing an influx come out soon. Pyro Ace, what's the best show or documentary to look at for wanting to learn a bit about New Jersey culture? Ooh, I'm going to ask the chat to assist me in that. New Jersey culture, a show. I mean, times have changed, so I mean, and it's a very, I mean, I don't know. It's obviously dramatized and it's a show, but Sopranos is a great one. I don't know if you've seen Sopranos. Just the name, I don't mind. I'm trying to think of other ones. I don't mind keeping Kovacevic. He's a big guy that is fairly solid in his own end, plus his cap hit isn't bad at all. Tell that to the people that want to send him to the moon. Corey said, Fitz just said he's been in on everything, but just couldn't find a path forward on a trade. John T., you say we need a franchise-changing move, but are not willing to move Jack. Move him and use his value to build character on this team around Nico, Luke, Brad, Timo, and Nemec. It's clearly never happening, John. I've talked about this in depth a million times. They weren't trading Jack before the Olympics, and they certainly are not trading him even more so now. Build the team around Jack, period. Robbie's bench toss. If a move doesn't happen today in a seller's market when we're a million points out, I'd be upset if Tom doesn't do anything, but it's better than trading the wrong players out all the same. It's all just a disaster. Often Devil says we're not moving Jack. Gold medal use enough is enough. Some of these people are just nuts. I don't know if it's trolling or if they're just that. I don't know. The 5-star, I think Casey needs to be moved. He'd be a starter on many other teams. I thought they should have moved him last year. If he wasn't going to be in the immediate plans for the Devils, they should have traded him. His value is probably down from what it was at one point. I think he still might be nursing an injury or something right now, but I would agree that he should be traded sooner than later if he is not in the plans for the big club. Jair Mack, we have the most marketable USA-born player, and you want to trade him. I mean, now it's even more insane now. Jersey Shore, that's another funny extreme example. Christopher said, grilled cheese off the radiator, a musical. We got Sopranos from a lot of people. Drink Loom says Sopranos. I think we'll see a lot of trades in the last hour, says Justin. People just keep voting the Sopranos. Lots of Sopranos. Honky Lip said, I just got back from my walk for 10,000 steps as per Dr. Ace. Listen, man, you do that. If you do that on most days and you cut out sugar and carbs, you will feel a lot better and the weight will come off. I need to get back. The winter months really kill me because I hate going to the gym to do the treadmill. Like when it's nice out, I could bang out long walks outside and walk for miles and miles. But when it's like cold, dark, and shitty, I don't have the same motivation. John said, who cares about Jack being marketable? Nonsense. Need to build a tough, resilient contender. I don't really care about him being marketable either, outside of attracting guys, other good players to want to play here with him, which I think that will do. I do think there is definitely an appetite, and especially for some of the guys on Team USA, to potentially want to team up with Jack at some point in their careers. I think it would be awesome. And I think that could help, again, with a competent GM, which hopefully one day we have, building this team towards a real contender. Heaven 95 VHS tape. Wasted Youth Caper says Devils winning the next 20 Ace playoff bound. I mean, that would be something. I personally can't see it, but Corey says, I don't know why, but Casey gives me Will Butcher vibes. I could see that. Richie says, Sopranos, Boardwalk Empire, A Beautiful Mind with Russell Crowe. The reversion, what are your thoughts on Bratt? Do you see him coming back stronger next season? I think by default, he would have to. I mean, a horrible down season for him and a horrible down season for everybody. I do think he will have a much better season next year because it'd be very hard not to. If he didn't have an improved season next year, then I would be severely concerned for the future outlook of him. But I do think he will be back next year closer to what we've seen out of him historically. This is just a really bad year. Beachmaster Devils have the same problem as before Olympics times a million now. Travelin says, read a book about New Jersey history and not Hollywood BS. I would agree with that, or like a real documentary film. But, you know, this individual did ask for movies and shows, I believe, Travelin. So we're just trying to give them what they want. We got Clerks and Harold and Kumar. Blackatron, I'm at work, so I'll keep it brief. Trade deadline is going exactly how I expended. Pyro Ace, what's your favorite cartoon? Not a big cartoon guy. When I was a kid, I liked a ton. I think Doug would have to be in the conversation. Doug from Nickelodeon. Shit. Rugrats was a good one. Anything could happen in Jersey. Honky Lip says, books about NJ, much better route. Look up the history of the Jersey Devils so you know where we got our hockey team's name from. Some people have no clue. Oh, yeah, I wasn't talking. I think he was just talking about for entertainment, not facts. Hollywood is Hollywood. Fitz playing Dumber and Dumber. John T. Jack has proven to miss significant time every year. He'll never make it through a playoff grind to get 16 wins. He's too slight and fragile. I think that narrative has taken a massive loss, or at least a massive hit, John. I don't know if you're aware, but he ate a high stick, lost some teeth, and then came back and scored the gold medal winning goal. Not sure if you're aware. Maybe you want to look it up. I don't know how easy it is even to find the goal, honestly, because of how tight the Olympics and all that stuff is kept under lock and key. But somewhere out there, you could find it. Jack Hughes eats a high stick, loses some teeth, and then comes back and scores a gold medal winning goal in overtime. So you might want to check it out. Selected Boy says, if folks are thinking about trading Jack Hughes and the Devils, I asked them, who are they getting in return? And they better not say someone better when they should have someone in mind. No, it's a narrative that was always a little crazy. I mean, listen, before the Olympics, I could certainly understand some people's gripes and a lot of the stuff they were saying, but it always was far-fetched from the organization standpoint. But to remotely believe that there's any chance at all right now that would ever happen, given everything that's happened over the past couple of weeks, it's pure madness. It is pure madness. They would never consider trading him now. And rightfully so. Justin Ames says it's slow because GMs are waiting. 6 teams could be eyeing one guy. Once said guy is dealt, the other 5 GMs will knee-jerk another trade. The deadline in a nutshell is, what are the other teams doing? Top 3 mob movies? It's hard to just pick 3, but in no particular order: Casino, Goodfellas, A Bronx Tale, and The Godfathers. Those would be my quick list. I love Donnie Brasco. Bobby, we should package Brat and revamp the top 6. We should package Brat and revamp the top 6. I feel like you'd be selling low. Listen, I love Bratter, but I have said plenty of times, I do believe we've seen the I don't want to say ceiling, but close to the ceiling for this group as constructed as a group. And I just think that it's time for a change. I think we're overdue. Now, I do like Bratter. I will be sad if we ever do trade him, but I do feel like out of the core group, he would be the odd guy out just because you know Jack's not even a consideration. So you take him off the list right away. Then you say Nico's the captain and he's a center. He's a good two-way center. You take him off the list, and then you go back. Then you're left with Timo and Bratter. And I talk about the physicality, the Bulls. Timo's the only guy, really. And so I then am left with Bratter always by process of elimination as Bratter as the odd guy out. And as much as it would suck to deal him, it may come to that point at some point. I don't think Fitz is there today at all. I don't even know if he would be in the summer. And quite frankly, I don't know if Fitz has it in him to trade any of these guys. I think he is in love with the core, so we may never see it. But if there was a sensible deal on the table that improved the team and you weren't selling Brat super low, I would certainly consider it. Drink Loom, appreciate you not asking for money during your stream like someone else we know. I don't know what that's about, but all right. People ask for money. I don't know what that is. Are you talking about supers or... I don't know. But listen, I don't think it's crazy for people to ask for supers. I certainly appreciate them. But I don't ask for them, I guess. But you can buy this sick hoodie and t-shirt, American Swagger. I might add American Swagger on the website, link in the chat and description. Multiple colors available. They're on champion garments. It's not junky stuff. Celebrate Team USA. Snorkel Life, need a GM with giant balls. Fitz sporting marbles. Man, you guys, this chat is getting pounded. I forgot that as the day gets on, you people get more and more impatient and more bloodthirsty. I need a siesta. Wake me up when Fitz fumble does nothing again. Man, this is getting brutal. Brutal. Gleason says Casey could definitely be Will Butcher, but with better wheels and a better shot. That might still only be a third pair D-men at best, but he's still something. Needs the right team to play on, not here. I think that depends on kind of what the Devils do with the rest of their defenders going forward, but it just seems like it is time to have him on the big club or to cash him out. Evan says the Devils have traded Ace to the Minnesota Wild so he can root for a good team. Man, it kills my heart. Often Devils jersey is elite, the best state in the USA. Traveling, lots of history in NJ. John T, trade Jack and Mercer for Matthews and Nyes. Good change for both teams. Now imagine Matthew and Nyes with Nico, Bratt, Timo, Nemec, and Luke for years. Yeah, you're living in a fantasy world, John. Number one, I don't think either team actually would want to do that. But number two, Jack and Mercer make a combined $12 million bucks, and Matthews and Nyes make like 19 or 20 million combined. I think 19-ish million. So right away, that's not working. And then that's certainly not working with Nemec here getting paid probably $8 million. So I just think you're just living in a delusional alternate version of reality suited to your own narratives because you don't like Jack Hughes. Honky Lips says Toothless Jack stepped it up, and I think he earned a lot of respect from other players. I mean, how could he not? And then listening to his interview right after the game and the subsequent interviews he's done on the media tour, he sounds like a completely different dude. Jack on McAfee, one of the greatest interviews I've ever seen. One of the greatest interviews I've ever seen, period. Selected Boy says, Ace, they're nuts. I mean, I feel like I'm going crazy here today with some of this stuff. Our boy Jack just hit celeb status. Honky Lips is probably more YouTube videos made by local Jersey people about our actual culture, but I did love The Sopranos. David S. Ace, we as fans don't know what will happen until it happens. Do you think Keefe and the rest of the players already know if anyone is getting traded by 3 today right now? No. No, I think they all realize there's a possibility of trades, and I think Fitz is probably talking to a bunch of GMs trying to figure it out. Geo Sick just joined. If the Devils made any moves, they have not. Mason Keith, I think the gold gave Jack a lot of juice. If I was Jack, I'd be even more hungry to win ASAP. Fitz doesn't know how to carry the momentum into next season. No, I agree with all this. I think it's like a newborn guy. Devil having a check out Gotti, Armand Asante, HBO. Come on, man. Of course I've seen the HBO Gotti movie. Wasted Youth Caper says Jack Hughes is the biggest name in hockey now. He's USA pride and helps with what the U.S. is going through with the leadership. I love the U.S. as Canadian, just not their president. It was great U.S. won. Jeremy Proper, Satin Dolls on Route 3 next to Party City. First strip club I ever went to. When my bro told me it was the club in The Sopranos, I always liked it. Been there, done that. Yeah, Satin Dolls is the real name. Also known on the show as the Bada Bing. The Binger. Official Sergey, I'm starting to panic here. Other teams making moves while we sit and do nothing again. How can Fitz retain his job like this? I mean, listen, guys. At this point, I won't even care that much. I'm so detached. I am so detached from expectations, and because this is a non-playoff team, I'll be honest. If we do nothing, that might excite me because then that might give me hope that Fitz might actually get fired for not doing anything, or it could be that they told him not to do anything because they know they're firing him. I don't know. Maybe I'm looking too much into it, but I think not doing anything at all, that could spell trouble in paradise for Fitz, potentially. I mean, it just seems unfathomable that not a single deal. Jeremy Proper, give it up for your boy Ace's Stamina. Appreciate you. Hit the thumbs up. Hit the thumbs up. Robbie's bench toss ace of stamina has the makings of a varsity athlete. I appreciate that. Another Sopranos reference for those that aren't aware. The reversion, would you accept a GM job, not money-wise? Seems like one where you'd get frequent death threats. I don't think GMs are getting death threats. I mean, maybe once in a while, but I don't think that's like a rampant thing. Jair Mack, would you part with Nico if it meant Brady is a devil? Probably. Devil having just picked up a Simmons Mesh electronic kit. Love it. Bobby, where did you see Dougie not talking to the media? James Nichols, I think, tweeted it that he talked to Kovacevic and yeah, James Nichols on X, a beat reporter for the team, said he talked to Kovacevic, who said, I'm not leaving New Jersey. I am not leaving New Jersey. Fitz is at Reds, completely thrashed. Corey says, Brad Hamilton, Siegenthaler for Nylander, Riley, McKinnon. These huge trades are just not happening. Some of you guys are nuts. Fitz just fell off of Reds Barstool. Hopefully Fitz is in the trade queue. Time to bring up Yegorov. I think he's still a couple years away. Michael Shane, but Yegorov could be the future franchise goaltender that we haven't had since Marty. And that would be something special. I'd give Nico plus Brat for Brady. I would prefer to keep Nico too, but I'm curious to know what the situation is behind closed doors with him in the contract extension. Like, if that's not going to happen, then maybe, you facilitate moving him sooner than later. And I wouldn't blame him for it. Christopher says, agreed, it's time for Big Mike Yegorov. Rendich says, don't blame Dougie for not wanting to talk to our beat reporters. I don't blame anyone for not talking to guys, but I feel like I wish some athletes just kind of took it in stride a little better and just kind of fulfilled what is part of their job function. But I know a lot of guys don't like talking to media, and I do feel like a lot of times media is to blame for some of these things, but we'll see. Devil Heaven says, no more dinosaur barbecue at Prue Center. I grew up with the original in Syracuse. That's been long gone, I believe. Yeah, I feel like that hasn't been there for a very long time. My kid's going to have a poster of Salayev crushing Rempe. I haven't really followed too closely. Salayev, I think, was getting his ice cut. Like, his ice time wasn't what it should have been, or people, KHL is a super weird thing. Yegorov picked it up, started off a little shaky, and has been playing much better as of late. Yeah, Dinosaur has been gone for years. Brian J, another trade deadline with Fitz sitting on his hands. Dude isn't capable of making an impactful in-season move. Corey says, I think Dougie goes this summer after the Devils pay his bonus July 1. That seems to be, that could be a sticking point, aside from finding a destination he would agree to go to. The fact that he is owed this monstrous bonus payment. All right, guys, I need a bathroom break real quick. Bathroom break. Get an American swagger. Hoodie or t-shirt, multiple colors, champion garments, beautiful design on the back, whatever it takes. The Billy Guerin slogan. I'll be back in 2 minutes, guys. And wow, it's 1:40. I really thought we were going to get at least something by now, but I'll be right back. Well, I'm reading some stuff here, trying to catch up. We got a Brat Mercer and 2 firsts for Brady. I feel like if he was ever truly available, the cost would be something substantial in that ballpark. And I think he'd be worth it. You guys know I'm super high on Brady. I think if you have any questions on what I will say on what Brady Tkachuk brings off the ice for a team, I've been talking about this for years, so I'm going to do another one of these because I have to. Watch the latest episode of the Wingmen podcast, the Tkachuk Brothers podcast. Connor Hellebuck talks about it in depth. They had him on the show. First of all, both episodes from after the Olympics are phenomenal. I highly recommend watching them both. I'm all over the place. We got trade deadline. We're talking about this real quick. 3 things everyone needs to see if you haven't seen it. Number 1, the Jack Hughes interview on Pat McAfee. Absolute gem. One of the greatest Devils interviews of all time. You need to watch that in its entirety. It's about 45 minutes. It's phenomenal stuff. The next 2 things are the 2 latest episodes of the Tkachuk Brothers podcast, Wingmen. Phenomenal podcast. Easily my favorite podcast in the game right now, and forever will be. I love these guys. I've loved them forever. And since they've had the pod and USA won the gold, I only love them even more. The first episode is the first episode after the Olympics. They talk about their stories at the Olympics and the experience. They tell great stories. And then one that just came out yesterday or 2 days ago, they have Hellebuck on, and they do the same thing with him. And he talks about the type of guys that they are and what they brought to Team USA. And it's just phenomenal stuff. It's a must watch. It's a must watch. We got GMs on a lunch break. Hamilton for Trocheck straight up. I can't see that happening either. I'm very curious if Dougie was to get moved, what the return would be. I've seen predictions all over the place. I think you would get something for him, but I don't think it would be quite what many people think, like you're going to get a ton for him. I don't know. It's hard to predict. And these prices are crazy. Like Carlson got, granted, he's producing at a higher rate right now, but Carlson got, was it a first and a third? Wild stuff. I'm reloading everything here. Man, I know so many of you guys are going to be out for absolute blood if nothing happens. I'd be stunned, but like I said, I was just expecting some minor sell-offs. So I'm not going to be devastated, but it is an indictment on just like what is going on here. Cody says, "What if the trade deadline was the friends we made on the way?" Huh? Pahadio says 5-hour live stream for nothing so far. We've had a lot of funny stories and things, but in terms of deals, we got nothing. Cody Skill says, "Ace, what realistic trade could you see happening soon?" Nothing that's going to excite anybody. a defenseman or two for picks and prospects. Michael Shane Brady is worth a king's ransom for us because he isn't just a great player. He's also the type of player the Devils need right now. Could not agree more. On and off the ice, this guy is a culture-shifting monster. The exact type of monster that this team has been so desperately needing for years. For years. Does Fitz see the value? Does he pick up the phone and at least try to force their hand? Man, I feel like, has this been like an ultra quiet, unless we see an explosion of stuff in this final hour? Given all the rumors and shit we've seen over the past couple days, it does seem pretty quiet at this juncture with just a little more than an hour to go. Cody says, can't wait to get another Daniel Sprong. Hopefully he finds another Cody Glass, but I doubt it. Jarska says, Hamilton and Dillon for Nyes and Domi could be interesting. I don't think you get that deal at all. I feel like that would be a big win for the Devils. I just can't see that. Bobby says, Dougie for McDavid and Leon straight up. Lagoon Greenway. The only guys I see Fitz being able to move is Cotter, Mercer, Nemec, and Hamilton. Can't see them moving Brad at this point. I don't think so either. Snow says, I know Fitz wasn't going to do anything. We still got time, my guy. There's still over an hour left. Let's not crucify the guy until, and I'm not even going to be that upset. I'm just going to be more, I don't even know what the word would be. Corey says, Fitz probably still thinks we can make the playoffs. It will come from in our room. Lagoon Greenway, breaking news. The New Jersey Devils are done for the day. Jeremy's proper says, done for the day. That would imply they started and did something. Get Gomez on the show. Love Gomer. Gomer's a busy dude. Pahadios, I just want to see there is a sign of life from the front office and a defenseman going somewhere. We have too many. I think at a minimum, you have to see that. One defenseman has to go. I mean, I really thought there would be two, given all of the rumors and all the different scenarios. But if they do absolutely nothing, I mean, it'd be crazy. Traveling says Devils are effed. I mean, we still have the summer, too. And it's not, you would like to see some of the legwork done prior to the summer and moving some guys out to free up money now on deadline day when there was supposedly going to be a frenzy of activity would have been nice. But we always have the bright future, guys. David said, I've been saying it for days now. No need for Fitz to make a trade. Plenty of runway left. Future is bright. Yeah, they're on. Jeremy Proper says, Gomez is great. Wife bought me a cameo from him, and he talked for like 5 minutes. Yeah, if you haven't seen it, there's an interview with Gomer on the channel as well from a while back. Love talking to Gomer. He has great stories. The reversion, whatever happens, just happy Jack got the golden goal, makes up for the season being awful. I'm not going to say it makes up for it, but it has eased the pain a good amount for me. I'm still devastated about this Devils season, but the USA winning gold and Jack scoring the golden goal and everything, it really eased it a little bit. Travlin says, enjoy wanting October of 2027. Oh my God. What about October of 2026? Are you skipping a whole year? Damian says, I have a mock trade. Brat Hamilton first round for Austin Matthews. Figured it'd be good, but I know it's not happening. I don't know that the Leafs would take that, but that's another deal that I think is probably overly optimistic, but I certainly would welcome that deal for sure. You guys are killing Fitz right now entirely. RME, what you guys don't see is the behind-the-scenes stuff. Fitz has actually finished second in almost every deal so far today. Pete the Schmeat says Fitz should have been canned after the 9-0 loss to the Islanders. I mean, that would have been, sensible, I think, to some. But I think also after it didn't happen, I think that signified to many, or at least to me, after that, I think that firmly cemented that he was going to be here for the rest of the year, and the ownership group was not going to look to make any changes, during the season. Travlin says Fitz is on AOL chat trying to contact other GMs. John, there's nothing the Devils need. Perfect the way they are. Bright future. So many cups to come. Zach, this is just waves of negativity here, but I'm not surprised. I'll be starting Fire Fitz chance at the Rock tomorrow. Sadly, I'm going to the game, but hopefully we beat the Rags. It should be It should be a good one, and hopefully we win the, sadly, first matchup of Devils Rangers in March is just completely insane. Sean says, ordered my American Swagger hoodie the other day. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. It's a beautiful piece. Champion garments. No crap here. American Swagger. The back is sick too. Hoodies and shirts for a limited time. Link pinned at the top of the chat and in the description of the video. Devil Heaven says, Gomer on Spit and Chicklets, Biz and Whip, priceless. Gomer's gold everywhere he goes. Great storyteller, hilarious dude. Always loved Gomer. Johnny K says, I don't know how they would be able to move anyone with all the no trade clauses handed out by Dum Dum except for Cotter. There's a lot of them, but I do think a lot of guys would welcome the opportunity to go play on a winning playoff team. Michael, cap limit is 88, cap floor is 65. Harris, Blitzer, Fitz. See if you can somehow get down to 64. I mean, they're willing to spend to the cap. You can't kill them for that, but not spending LTIR money is a little concerning. John T says a 3-on-3 tournament goal is nowhere close to make up for this sorry season. No, it doesn't make up for the season, but it's something. It certainly softens the blow for me. Ryan H. Sources say Tom Fitzgerald didn't make a trade because he thought the standings were upside down. Turns out he was looking at them through 5 beers. Crazy Alex, I was going to do fire Fitz chance if we go down 2+ goals last game. They're lucky they weren't. Nothing popping. Gary says Trocheck going nowhere. It seemed like the Rangers were going to, put a from all reports, I think, put a kind of high price tag on him. And if somebody came along and wanted to pay it, then they would deal him. But, he wants to stay on the East Coast. He doesn't want to uproot his kids' lives. So I always thought there was a good chance that he stayed put. Jeremy Proper, 5 minutes till our big deal of the day. All 3 waivers are claimed. Win for Tommy Boy. The 5-star I've been saying forever, Shani or Marty needs to be GM. I certainly would be happy with either one. For sure. Bobby, just ordered my American Swagger sweatshirt. Support your boy Ace. Appreciate you, Bobby. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Pete DeSchmidt, what would your ideal return for a Dougie trade? Do you have a specific player in mind? No. I think at this point I'd be hoping somehow we could get a first-round pick, which I then would also hope that we package in a deal at some point to bring in win now pieces, because I do not want to draft with any of these picks. Make a push to win now. If somehow we could get a first for Dougie, which, I mean, Carlson got a first and a third. I mean, he is producing at a higher rate, but my God, can we get a first for Dougie? I think is a massive win with no retention. Now, if we have to retain and we could get a juicier return, I think that would be worth considering as well. But it seems like Dougie might not be going anywhere. Behadios, how long do you think Malkin's suspension is going to be? I don't think he's a repeat offender. So what's he going to get? A couple games maybe? Sean said, hopefully this is a sign that Fitz will be fired at the end of the season, but doubtful. I said something about this before. Like, either it's the next piece of damning evidence against him because he did nothing, or is it possible that they were like, dude, we're letting you ride it out to the end of the year. You're not doing anything on deadline day, and then you're gone. I don't think that is going to be the case. I do think he's going to be back, but if I want to try to look for a positive takeaway from the inactivity, I think that's something that there could be some validity to. NTTFG says trade Dougie, Nemo, Dawson for assets. I'm all about getting the assets, which hopefully they flip for win now pieces. Jeremy Proper, today was cool as hell. Your live I was on over the summer. I was in Montana. Thank you for all you do to keep us alive and running. Appreciate you, brother. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you, Jeremy, and the rest of you fine folks for sitting here and chatting while we wait for something to happen. I mean, wow, we're at it's almost 2:00, guys. Oh, baby. John says, if you think the gold medal goal comes anywhere close to Arnott's cup clincher, you're lost. John T, I'm not going to lie. I'm starting not to like you a little bit. You irked me with a few other comments, and you're overly negative. But now I have to say, like, now you're putting words in people's mouths. Who said that it comes close to Arnott's cup clinching goal? Tell me who said that. Because I certainly didn't. Did someone else say it? Did I miss a comment? Are you talking about somebody else? Because I know you're not talking about me. I know you're not talking about me. Travelin said, can't wait for the post-trade deadline presser. It's always going to be a fun one. We probably think, 5 or 6 o'clock we'll see that. I'm going to have to get some food in between the ending of this and that one. Showtalk says, Fitzgerald saw the recent 3-game winning streak with our playoff hopes basically dead, and now he's in the answer is in the room mode. Oh, boy. NTTF Pod says, any scenario you see the Devils and Rangers making a deal with each other, it would have to make a ton of sense for both teams, and I just don't know what that would look like at the moment. I would say it remains unlikely. Travelin says, why compare Arnott's goal to Jack's gold medal gold winner? I have no idea. Snorkel Life says, want to help support the channel? Does money from American Swagger go to you? If so, I'm in. A little bit of it does, yeah. It's a limited edition Running with the Devils release. So we appreciate the support for anyone who's interested. I definitely don't want you to buy it if it's not something you're into. But if you are a USA hockey fan, sheesh, it's pretty sweet. It's going to be limited edition. Very limited edition. David S. said, Ace, just remember, if no moves are made today, Lou once said sometimes the best moves are the ones not made. Yeah, but Lou was also talking about that when we had a competitive team that was making Stanley Cup playoff appearances yearly and were, a perennial contender for so many years. And so when you have that type of success for that amount of time, it's a little easier to accept, moves not made. Lagoon Greenway says, crazy how consistent Fitzgerald is always last minute with this guy. Devil Heaven, will Fitz do a press conference regardless what he does? I'd have to believe so. I think even if he doesn't do anything, there's going to be a post, trade deadline press conference, but it's not in cement. So I suppose they may not do one, and then he'll give you all the reasons why he didn't do anything. I'm expecting a press conference either way. Zach says, Braggs didn't get a first for Panarin. Doubt Dougie return as a first. Totally different positions, totally different scenarios. I think Panarin wants some crazy amount of money, and that obviously comes into play as well. Ryder says, T-minus 3 minutes, big nothing burger. 3 minutes? We got an hour. Travelin says he will tell us about coming in second again. Corey says, real G's move in silence. And Lou Lamoriello was certainly a silent gangster. Everything was kept close to the vest. Selecta Boy said, seriously, who said that? He's definitely talking about you. Yeah, I don't know where you come up with this stuff. It's just like, I never once said that. I'm sorry that I'm happy for a gold medal win and that our guy scored the golden goal. I never said anything about Jason Arnott. In fact, Jason Arnott, you could see right there that golden, the golden, now you got me saying golden goal. That cup winning goal signed photo is on my wall in the studio in a prominent spot. Frank says, Marty is no GM 3 years as EVP of hockey operations. What has he accomplished? Again, I just, with statements like this, like, if you're not the ultimate decision maker, there's only so much you could do. Look who's at the helm. I mean, Snow says, if Fitz does nothing, they should let him go today. It's definitely not going to happen. Michael, Devils waiting till the very last second. Ryder says, don't worry, Ace. If you're hungry, get ready to chow down on a nothing burger. That's pretty much what I've always expected. M. Payton, I've always believed in this core, and getting a healthy Jack back is better than any trade I've seen all year. Tom Fitzgerald. Yeah, getting guys back from injuries is like making a trade, according to this guy. It's unbelievable. Devil Heaven, we need our rivals back. Devs, Rags, Devs, Flyers, Pens, Eastern Conference domination. Yeah, the good old days of the league. Going to be a bad trade if it's taking this long. I don't think that necessarily has any bearing on what the deal or deals will be. Fitz doesn't look at the standings. Maybe he thinks we're in first place. It's possible. Michael says, love the Run with the Devils limited edition merch, but the logo screams MAGA, and I can't get past it. Sorry, Ace. I guess anything with American theme to some people is MAGA. I'm not sure why that is. These types of things existed well before anything MAGA, but if that's how you feel, I can't, change your mind. That's fine. The 5-star Lou moved people all the time. He might have shipped more people out at the time than any GM. Coaches got canned like it was going out of style. Just fired. You're fired. When the team was doing well. If he thought something was off, no hesitation. Fitz is going to sell us on the injuries again. He's not selling me on anything. He's not selling me on anything. And I know a lot of you are going to be bloodthirsty. I'm not going to be nearly as bothered by all this because I'm expecting very little. My expectations are on the floor. Snow said it's a monster seller's market and he can't do anything. My dog for GM. Fitz doing nothing, which might be the safest move of all with this doofus. Lagoon Greenway press conference. I'd rather watch this guy pack his clown socks in his suitcase than listen to another word that comes out of his mouth. I do like the press conferences. We've gotten so many gems from them over the years. What is depth scoring? I don't look at the standings. Doug says the only GM who made moves is Billy G. Gangster. Cody Skills. Future considerations is really on the move this year. Mini claim Fabry off waivers. The boss O'Cats. Fitz needs to do something. Seahawk. Ace, do you rank the Timo acquisition among the worst move in franchise history? Is that a joke? Is that a complete joke? No, that's not even remotely in consideration. Are you at one of these anti-Timo lunatics who thought he was going to score 120 points, and if he doesn't, he's the worst player ever? Are you one of those? Sean says Glendening to Flyers waivers. Is that true? Traveling, Malkin hasn't a match penalty since 19. Yeah, so I don't think he's going to get anything crazy. Maybe a game or two. Devil Heaven, these vodka gingers are tasting amazing. Doug, whoever has the will to go to these remaining home games, can you do us a favor and chant Fire Fitz? Because the last game against Buffalo, there are only a few of us chanting it. I don't think you're ever going to get a wide scale chant of that. And I know a lot of people thought that could happen. I never thought that it would. I think the majority of the people there are kind of in the dark as to what's going on behind closed doors. The Boss O'Cats, how is it this close to the deadline with no big news? Yeah, it's a little stunning. It's a little stunning that across the league it's been pretty quiet, and the Devils have done nothing yet with all of the rumored kind of guys out there. It's wild. Yeah, so Philly claimed Glendening. Red Devil Fitz doing nothing or at least a cap dump for next season is better than making a bunch of C-plus trades at the last minute. Completely agree with that. Megan says this press conference is going to be hilarious. I'm kind of looking forward to it, if I'm being honest. It should be an interesting one. Jason knows that there's only 2 Devils on the trade board, Dougie and Nemec. I think there's other guys too. But Jason says Fitz is going to ask for a crazy return on Nemec and he won't retain on Dougie. I mean, if that's how it plays out, then fine. But it just seems very interesting to me that that both are going to be here going into the summer. It's a little wild. Michael says, I thought last year was bad, but this is disheartening. Less than an hour. It's only disheartening if you had expectations. David Chimes says 54 minutes until wait another half hour to find out if something happened in the last 54 minutes. Rico, with how much Timo makes more than our top guy, With how much Timo makes, he makes more than our top guy, and Jack and gets less points than supposed to be Heischer with a clause. Norman Rogers, Fitz has more than enough failures to his credit to warrant his ouster. Chief among them, the Q Hughes punt. That one is truly astonishing to me. I don't know how that has happened, really. I mean, everything in the planet suggested we were going to get him. Wild stuff. Bobby, I missed this. Thank you for the super. Flyers claim Glendening. Yeah, I wonder, do they have an immediate need? Or is that just like an insurance policy? I mean, it's super cheap insurance. Wild stuff, though, that we have nothing announced at this point. Shen. Braden Shen to the Isles. Wow. Devil Heaven says, I think there's something brewing. I mean, what is that based on? Corey says, fire everyone chance better be coming during tomorrow's game. Don't expect it. I don't think that works. Or I don't think that that's going to happen. Captain Mafungo, Full Press Hockey reported that Shimon Nemec's got a new agent because he no longer wants to be in New Jersey. Feel he's been treated differently than other players and is looking for a bigger role. Again, I implore everybody, when you read these articles, unless there is direct quotes from players, agents, whoever it is, general managers, people are picking up on things reported, just like Friedman's the one that said Shimon Nemec switched his agent. Everything else you typed about how he no longer wants to be in New Jersey, feel he's treated differently, blah, 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 wants a bigger role, that is all speculation. It could be true. It could not be. But that is just someone's speculation or interpretation given the other information that's available. That is in no way factual. It could be, but it doesn't necessarily have to be. Michael, no expectation, but when the season is only good because Jack got the golden goal, some sort of movement today would have been nice. I think everyone is kind of on the same page. They wanted to see something, and there's still 46 minutes. So you might get something, but you might not. I'd be shocked if there's not at least one deal. I don't think it's going to be anything exciting, like I've said for months now. Michael, it's been boring being a fan of this team, to say the least. Yeah, I could see that. Not a lot of wins, not a lot of goals scored. Michael, in all seriousness, I'd like to see some sell-off at least. Get rid of some salaries to show that we're going to go big in the summer. That's kind of what I was expecting for the day. Nothing more than freeing up some cap space for future moves. Michael Russell says, I tried to fire Fitz chant and got way too many sideways glances. That's pretty funny. Gary, we could all hang our heads as we've been lied to again by this organization. Red Devil says those Nemec articles about NJ are clickbait speculation. I feel like that's literally what everything is out there these days. It is what it is, but people read it and they think it's like, they can't differentiate between something with quotes in it and something that's just speculative in nature. Troy Machine, the rage bait articles for clicks. Doug says, I'm aware of who our GM and he's going to blame Chicago cut. I think he might. Trade Sam Wu for future considerations. Jason Sensation Ace, would you be happy with an Austin Matthews trade to the Devils despite him turning 30 next year? Let me think about that. Yes, I would be happy. I don't know, and I've ranted about this several times, and for those that have been here for the whole day, I'm sure there's at least some of you who have been. I don't know at what point sports fans or Devils fans, hockey fans, whatever it is, at some point, the mentality became once a guy turned 30 that he was near death and could not possibly help your team win. I don't know where this came from whatsoever, but I'm here to tell you it is the biggest load of BS I've ever heard in my life. Stanley Cup winning teams, contending teams have guys at all age groups. They have guys that are not in their prime yet, young guys. You have guys in their prime. You have guys that are a little bit out of their prime. And then you might have some guys that are well past their prime. You need all types of players to win a cup. And look at every team that wins the cup. There is plenty of guys that are over 30 years old. And so I am not remotely scarred by, oh my God, this guy's 30. And people talk about 30 like it's 48. It's completely insane to me. And this first came up most recently when we were talking about Stammer. These guys are vets that can get it done despite them being 30. And, and Corey Perry, someone just wrote in the chat. It's insane. It's completely insane. The way people talk about 30 as if it's like 100 years old. I just don't understand it. Doug says the loser mentality starts with Fitz. I do agree. Culture and everything starts from the top down. You could even say the owners, GMs, execs, and down to the players. You need a good culture, and the Devils had it for years under Lou Lamoriello. Siplikov assigned to Utica. Oof. Jair Mack, loser mentality starts with HBSE. Joe Mama says it's not the NFL. 30 ain't bad. Matthew turning into a punt to the offseason. Oh, boy. It's not over yet, but yeah, Gary, Corey Perry, great example. Veteran getting it done. RME says, Ace, when you turn 40, your testosterone starts to drop. And these hockey players turning 30 are only 10 years away from that. Yeah, it's crazy. Completely crazy. Selected boy, they forgot that Scott Stevens was in his 30s during his captaincy. Six-pack pops. Best take I saw on Agent Change. Oster's clients, Casey Fitzgerald, Fitz's son, the Kachucks, Palat, Philman, Kalen Addison, probably want someone with a more casual relationship with Fitz. Wait, is this his new agent or the old agent? Michael Russell, how old was Eddie the Eagle when he retired, or Yager, due to 70, still playing hockey? Guys could get it done well past 30. I just don't understand where all this, these thinking processes of once guys turn 30, like they're dead. It's just psychotic to me. I mean, I just can't understand it. Joe Natalis, the only way to change culture is Nemec, Mercer, and an unprotected first for B. Kachuk. I'd do that in a heartbeat, folks. I don't know if Ottawa would, but I would do it in a heartbeat. Okay, Oster's his new agent. Casey Fitzgerald, the Kachucks, Palat. Okay. Dire Wolf says, I'm just glad Fitz didn't do anything stupid like trade for Garland. As am I. I think most people, when they saw that, were like, what the hell? Not interested. Never was. Just constantly reloading. Still nothing. Still nothing, Stick Figs. Michael Russell, you need layers of youth and experience in this league. Like Ace said, if this core had some veteran players to raise them right in this league, things could have been different. Totally. I've talked about that a million times. These kids came up with nothing. Zero guidance, just off on their own, out in the wilderness, playing in the NHL. Rich Nagy players, prime between 27 and 34. It's definitely not Rich. Their prime is definitely over by 34. I think that all the stats show at like 30 or 31, they start to go down a little bit. But, they don't need to be in their prime to contribute. Sean says, right on, culture. I give the grade 8 2 more years. Wow, 2 more years of Ovechkin, huh? Metalander, this is solid proof that the no-move clauses have removed the power to manage by our general manager. Now what? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. We sit and hope for another summer that brings about meaningful change. Sergey, team needs desperate scoring, and we get nothing. We still got 40 minutes, guys. The boss, Cats, I wish they'd make a run for Brady like you've been saying, Ace. He's the kind of guy with grit that they really need to hold it together. 100%, but I can't see it happening, but I'll continually talk about how it would be the perfect move. The perfect move for the Devils to just throw whatever it is at the Senators, hope they take it, and bring Brady to New Jersey. A culture shift like no other. Like no other. Always Burns, Panthers traded for Marchand and won another cup. Bill Zito's a gangster down there in Florida. He knows exactly what he's doing. Carlos says, joining back in, did we trade anyone yet? We've traded no one, Carlos. No one. The 5-star Scott Stevens in his 30s is one of the best captains of all time. Nico, what's going on? This has been a dead deadline for sure. Doug, they confuse player age and tanking in the draft, thinking the NHL is the NFL when it's entirely different. Yeah, I just don't know where a lot of these thought processes have come from in the past, however long it's been. Mr. White, what's going on? What's up, Ace? Just left a group chat where people were shitting on 30-plus-year-old guys as if they're 1 foot in the coffin. I don't understand it, Mr. White. I just don't understand where people come up with the notion that guys, once they turn 30, and I've said this before, I think for generations, people are going to have Andre Palat induced PTSD and be like, oh, we can't get that guy. He's 30. He's Palat 2.0. Palat 2.0 is going to be one of the misused and nonsensical things thrown around for years, and people saying he's the next Andre Palat. First of all, Palat was nowhere near as bad as people make him out to be. Overpaid, sure, but you know, people talk about it like he was the worst player of all time, and we paid him $6 million. Like, it's just crazy to me. And so now, anytime the Devils are linked or rumored to a guy over 30, these lunatics are going to start talking about how the guy's nearly in the grave and it's crazy to trade for them. It's just wild stuff. Robert says, my dad still thinks Fitz is the guy. What should I tell him? Robert, what should you tell him? Tell him to look at the history of the team under his tenure. There's nothing else to talk about. Probot says, what do you think about Nemec in a package for Robert Thomas? I don't love Thomas either. I feel like if we're trading Nemo, it should be for a bigger time acquisition. And tell him to stop drinking. M-Force, wouldn't it be funny if we had another Fitz special where he's part of a 3-team deal? The Devils just eat some money off some player's contract we don't get. I could see him playing banker on a deal or two. Well, actually, I don't even think we have the money to do it now, unless other moves happen before that. Robbie's bench toss averages are averages, but elite guys are still good even as they age. Crosby, Stammer, etc. Marty helped carry us to within 2 wins of a cup at age 40. Winners are winners, even if not at their peak. Tell him. Tell him. Mr. White, Matthew Knies should be our top priority. Nobody should care if we have to overpay. Let's move away from this soft, skilled mentality. It hasn't worked for 10 years, and it'll continue to fail. I agree with that. I'm so curious what it would take to get Knies, but I certainly would be interested in him for sure if Toronto's truly going to move him. Oregano Dealer says, I quit my job for today. Thanks, Fitz. Lagoon. I feel like Brady in New Jersey would get Quinn here. People keep saying this. I don't know how you believe we're going to have money for all these guys. That would be super interesting. If we ever had a team of all 3 Hughes brothers and Brady Tkachuk, that'd be pretty crazy. Travis says, best American goal scorer is too old now at 30. Yeah, 30's, that's near death. They'd have to have a special team doctor travel with him because of all the risks, because of how old he is. NTTF, totally agree. They put too much stock in age these days. Dilly is the oldest and toughest player on the team. Completely agree with that. Mr. White, anyone who watches playoff hockey should understand that skill finesse hockey just doesn't work. That skill, finesse. I don't know what people are doing during the playoffs, but it always turns into the same thing. Just an absolute battle. Wars on ice where you need men. You need savage beasts to get to a Stanley Cup. Stickfix says, whether it's a Stanley Cup or a monster trade, I just want to see Ace go nuts for something good on a stream. You might be waiting a while, my guy. RME says, Quinn's playing over 28 minutes a game in mini. Holy shit. Yeah, he's a beast, man. Quinn's out there playing half the game. Game changer. Game breaker. RME says, 35 minutes to go. I hope you all got your booze ready. Bad at names 14. I don't believe you can take contract money anymore as a third party. No, you can't play banker anymore. IIP Street. I don't think fans necessarily complain that 30s is old. They just prefer 20s. And what's wrong with that? Because it's ridiculous. That's what's wrong with it. If you're just going to be like, oh, Austin Matthews, he's 30. Pass. Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. It's nonsense, and it seems like childish thought process, if I had to guess. It's probably young people that don't know what they're talking about, if I had to guess. Nico, I'll take Knies in a heartbeat, but doubt the Leafs move him. Feel like they'll part ways with Matthews first. Perfect. I'd rather have Matthews anyway. I like Knies too, but I'll take either one. Dire Wolf, if we do trade Nemo, which I am against, the Sens, Habs, or Sharks seem to be these fit as far as potential returns go. M4 says, I'm surprised Trocheck hasn't been dealt yet. I think they asked probably for a lot, knowing that he wasn't keen on really going anywhere outside of the East Coast. Dr. Proctor, 30 isn't old, but yes, I'd prefer getting a player who's 26. Yeah, but that's not always an option, right? And when you're talking about elite players, they all can't be 26. And like I just said before, if you're trying to put together a team of all 26-year-olds, then most likely you are not going to win shit. Michael Russell, skill and finesse is needed on the golf course, exactly where this team is come playoff time. Devils Holic, what's up? Nothing's going to happen, man. You guys, T-Mac, another trade deadline where Fitz does nothing. How many people on this team have no trade clauses? A lot. I think 13 or 14. James Ace, you bought into the heavier, edgier nonsense. This team was highly skilled and fast, and Fitz went away from that and totally destroyed the roster. Shame on him. Shame on you for buying the propaganda bullshit that knuckleheads have put out there. The core is still here, my guy. The core is still here. I'm so tired of hearing this. Yeah, Fitz took this highly skilled team and then turned them into a bunch of thugs on skates. It's ridiculous. It's nonsensical. The main pieces are still here. The league got wise to the Devils. They watched film. They weren't catching anyone by surprise anymore. And yeah, a couple pieces, are not here that were, and a couple other guys were brought in. But in the end, we weren't this amazingly skilled team that got transformed into a bunch of fourth-line plugs. I'm sorry, that is not the case. People have put that narrative out because they live in a fantasy land, and that's not what happened at all. But Fitz, I'm no Fitz fan, but people make it sound like he did all these crazy moves that sunk the team. The core is still here. Dougie Hamilton is still here. Luke Hughes is still here. Gary, if this is what Fitz calls selling, why was nothing done? We still got 30 minutes, guys. 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Always believes is why trade Nemo if they held off doing that to get Quinn. I firmly believe the reason we didn't get Quinn is because we didn't have the cap space, period. That he couldn't free up the cap space. I know that people believe him when he said he could have made the cap space, but here we are 2 months later or whatever it is, and he still doesn't have cap space. So I have zero reason to believe that that was not the reason why we failed. Inrid Henry says, Ace, are you suggesting that a 31-year-old player's best days aren't behind him? For some guys, yes. For some guys, no. But the point is that at 31 years old, we don't need to start making funeral arrangements for these players, and that plenty of guys have shown throughout history that they can be very productive and help a team win and compete for Stanley Cups at over the age of 30, even 35, 36. Ooh. Army says 30 is old in football, not hockey. Nico, looks like nothing's happening at this point. If Nemec is not traded, I'll consider this deadline day a win for us. Okay. Nico says, Ace, me too. Austin Matthews or Nyes both work. Zach says, Jack talking and defending Austin Matthews on the world stage kind of makes me wonder if they've been discussing the future potential lifeline in New Jersey for AM34. Would be nice. It would be nice. Corey Robbins says, this is not just an inept Fitz. All GMs are struggling to get something done. 30 minutes left. Let's see. Private Pirate 2, Ace, where did heavier, edgier get us? Age matters. No, what happened is our players are not as good as everyone thought. That's number one. Number two, who are these guys that we're missing that were game changers that all of a sudden Fitz ruined the team? No, the reality is that season was an outlier, and now we're seeing, for the most part, what this team really is, and it's a team that is not very good. It is a team that is not very good. We've had an incomplete top 6 for 2 seasons. Completely agree. David S. Ace, not trying to be negative, but if no trades are made, would you consider this a waste of 6 hours of your day? If I'm being honest, I would consider it a waste of 6 hours of my day either way. But this is a hobby that I enjoy. But yeah, even if they made trades, I mean, you know, it's still 6 hours of sitting here bullshitting about hockey and stuff. But wow. T-Max says the core just has the wrong players. Completely agree there. The Kane, guys, it's a game of chicken now. We're going to see if the GMs lower their asking price to move pieces or not. Bad at names. Effective 25-26, teams can no longer do a double retention trade in which a third party retains a portion of the contract to reduce the player's cap hit on the new team all at once. No banking. Was not aware of that. The deadline's at 3 p.m. Jonas says clean house. Fitz and Madigan suck. Mr. White, the same people who crap on guys over 30 are basically saying they don't want to re-sign Heischer, Hughes, etc. when it'll be time to hand them a third contract, which they'll all deny down the road. Of course. Of course they will. Bobby says, Ace, take a guess from the last time the Devils didn't make a trade on deadline day. I have no idea. Right. It needs to be submitted by 3 p.m. Sometimes you get the trickle outs at like 3:30. Corey, guys that need to go, in my opinion, are Cotter, Mercer, Nason, Bukestad, Siplikov. So by that, this team needs 2 top 6 wingers, 2 bottom 6 wingers, and a bottom 6 C who can win faceoffs and chip in. I disagree with a lot of these that they need to go. I don't know that Cotter needs to go or that Mercer needs to go. Nason injured, don't really know. Bukestad, again, I don't think he needs to go. Siplikov probably does. Obviously, we waived him. It just, was a piece that we picked up to get rid of Palat. But could these pieces be upgraded? I think so. But that's not easy to do, obviously. And we're on deadline day with 30 minutes left, 25 minutes left, and we've done nothing. Lagoon Greenway went from 24 hours left to 5 hours left to 1 hour left, now to 3 minutes left, and nothing has happened. How can the Devils continue to employ such an inept human? Doug says the fact Fitz said it wasn't cap space further proves how hard he fumbled the Quinn deal. Even if you believe him or not, he spits on us and says it's rain. I don't believe for a second that it wasn't that. But the Kane says, why is everyone forgetting Chelios played well into his 40s? The people saying this type of thing, for the most part, probably have no idea who Chelios even is. Mr. Magoo, we need to trade Nemec. We can't afford another Luke contract. No, but you could afford Nemec easily if you trade Dougie. That's what a lot of people are going to point to. Steve Dave says this team needs a reboot, not rebuild. Even when they're healthy, they aren't as good as they should be. Yeah. They need some pieces. Lagoon, I read this. Scoot says, speaking facts, Ace. Jeremy Proper, Rags made a trade before us. That's fine. Zach, Ace, what do you think it would take for Austin Matthews to be traded to New Jersey? A ton. It would take a ton. I mean, you're talking about a roster player or two, multiple picks, maybe a prospect. Nothing short of a blockbuster. But if he's on the block, man, nothing would make me happier. Imagine it just comes out of nowhere. Austin Matthews to the Devils. It's not going to happen, but it's nice to dream. Michaels, heavier, edger, more violent was not allowed to happen after the first half of last season. I'm not sure who doesn't like the rough stuff, Fitz or the coach. Something happened to that point. A beautiful through the first 3 months up to the holiday break. We led the league in fighting majors at some point. We were involved in scrums. We were all over the place just getting after it. And then I don't know what the hell happened. We just stopped fighting. There was no, physical altercations. The team was just not engaged in that type of hockey. And we saw what their record was after that. Ace the Husky scar just got back from dinner. Absolutely nothing. Nothing. Johnny Case is a first, third, and a prospect for Shen. These prices are nuts. We'll come away with nothing. Logan, I can't agree that this team doesn't have talent. Fitz should never have a job in the NHL again, but I don't agree on letting Keefe off the hook for so many players underperforming. Mr. White, imagine being laughed by the Islanders who started their rebuild 8 months ago. That's embarrassing and should tell everyone that this core just isn't it, but they'll bitch about the bottom 6 instead. Zach says we could dream, Ace. We could dream. Mr. Sawyer, Fitz wishing and hoping again, I guess. We still got some time. Corey, LeChance, Malofsky, Hallonen, and Squires hopefully get some games to see if they have anything for next year. Yeah, I mean, Malofsky just signed his entry level. I do firmly believe he's going to have a very good chance to make the big club out of training camp next year, and probably the same with LeChance. I'm not sure about Hallonen and Squires. I think Squires, I still think, is still very young. How old's Malofsky? He might be super young too. I want to see Shane LeChance get some games this year, though. Yeah, Malofsky's 21, but I mean, you get a guy like that could bring some jump and perform on an entry-level contract. That's how you have good teams. You need guys on entry levels to perform. Cole says, is Fitz doing press today? I'd imagine he would, but nothing has been announced as far as I know. James, this franchise is a clown show, but they basically deactivated Dougie. Then 2 days later, he's playing 20-plus minutes. They should have sat him every game until he agreed to a trade. He cost us Quinn. Do you really believe that he cost us Quinn? What cost us Quinn was Fitzgerald sleeping and not having cap space. That is what cost us Quinn. PR Knights, Ace, does watching what happened to Palat not give you trepidation on preferring acquiring guys in their 20s versus 30s? No. Palat was just not the guy that we, or Fitz, thought he was when he paid him. Period. That's it. That is it. You overvalued what he was going to bring, and you paid for it, overpaid for it. But I'm sorry, I am not going to put Andre Palat in a category with guys like Steven Stamkos and Austin Matthews. It's ridiculous. Completely ridiculous. Peter Schmidt says we came in second. Fitz, Metalander, there's no reason for these paycheck players from somewhere else to release their no-move clause. They get to live on the Hudson and have no media to challenge their performance. Good luck for the next 8 years. Zach, speaking of the Isles, a team that did nothing but get veterans, look how successful they've become. Well, clearly the plan wasn't much of anything unless we find out later that a trade was made, but any deals will get done on draft day and after exactly what was expected, at least for me. M-Force, every team knows Fitz is in the no-trade clause. Hell, he's drowning, and every team is watching him drown and laughing at him. Mr. White has heard from a solid source that a Daniel Sprong trade is in the works. Megan says Casey should be up and playing. Nico says we came in second. Our future is bright. Let me protect the retinas. Hey, guys, we came in second again. Palat and Tatar for the win. Christopher says, I think my job knows I'm stoned. Devil Heaven, as I've always said, have to build and fill the pipeline. James Israel, how did Kovacevic get a no-trade clause? The guy was basically a waiver pickup. I mean, listen, one of the things people criticize Fitz for is, handing out a lot of trade protection, which in a lot of cases I think was justified, in a lot of cases was not, or were not. Dougie made sense at the time. He was a high-profile, unrestricted free agent. Everyone was throwing money at him, and so we threw money at him and trade protection. But I do think it was possible to sign Kovacevic to that deal without also including trade protection. But a lot of guys ask for it, and a lot of guys get it. Doesn't mean that it's impossible to trade them. It just means that you're now going to need their approval in a lot of cases to do so. But it seems like Kovacevic might be just chilling based on the James Nichols tweet from earlier that said he wants to be in New Jersey and he's not looking to waive. So there you have it. That's one guy one guy that was potentially on the move, firmly off the list. Doug says, if we don't see a blockbuster draft day, I don't know what it'll take to get Fitz fired. Zupamaki says, Harris, Blitzer, handcuff, boost face, not making any moves, fire Fitz. Devil Heaven 77, cap era hockey can't just go buy players. Doug says, you think any GM that says what he says would sack up and make a big move, but not Fitz? Jay Snow, Kobe wouldn't waive another great no clause. Troy Machine run a 3-game heater. Why would I make any trades? Fitz. Zach, are you ever going to film a video of all your Devils memorabilia? I don't know if I'm going to do all of it. Do people really want to see this? Making videos is so time consuming. I'm not going to lie. And I'm old and like just beaten up all the time. I will at some point do some stuff. I don't know. So many ideas, so little time. Jay Snow said you don't give bottom pair D-men no move clauses. Last deadline, no trades by the Devils was 2012. Interesting. And they went to the Cup Finals. Jay Snow, nobody wants to leave New Jersey because it's a freaking country club. Devil Heaven, honestly, Fitz isn't too bad, just unlike trigger-happy GMs across the river. He's pretty bad. I mean, what are we talking about? Bobby, 300 watching and only 150 likes. Smash the like button. Thanks. Hit the thumbs up for your boy and for Tom Fitzgerald with these blockbuster moves he's about to announce at the end of the deadline. Nico, this day should be more than enough as the final nail in the coffin for Fitz at the season's end. Zach, I've been waiting so long for it. Not going to lie, but I understand it takes a good chunk of time. Jay Snow, Kobe's been healthy scratched and still wants to stay. He probably likes the area a lot, and I think he's married, or I think he's engaged now, maybe, or married. I can't keep up, but his fiance probably likes it here too. Oh, we're in the final 15 minutes, but then we, like we said, we have the trailing time to see when the deals leak out. James Israel, is it possible Fitz wasn't allowed to make any moves without ownership knowing he's being fired after the season? I said something along the lines of this, I think like an hour ago. That's the only thing I'm looking at. Like maybe they're like, listen, buddy, you could ride out the end of the season. We'll let you finish with grace, but you're not making any moves. I think that is a possibility, or it's just that he's even worse than we thought, potentially as well. Mr. White, I don't understand why players want to stick in a situation that's absolutely horrible. This, to me, basically confirms the country club mentality we have going on in New Jersey. Yeah, I mean, if I was a player on this team, I would want the hell out of here, especially one of the older guys. Maybe a younger guy, not so much if you convince yourself to believe it'll get fixed. But if you're an older guy, you're probably like, get me the hell out of here. Lagoon Greenway, 10 minutes until the writing is on the wall. See you later. Fitzy. Luke says 30 minutes. Ace, you know in your heart this bum isn't doing anything. I was never expecting, and I'm on record for months and months saying I'm not expecting anything of substance to come in via trade. But I did think at least a defenseman or maybe a defenseman and a forward would be sent out to free up cap space for future moves. Nico says Kobe's literally collecting a paycheck. D44 King, you should interview one of the guys from the commercials. That's the tattoo artist or the awkward couple. Let's hear what they got to say about us missing the playoffs. Doug Sebastian, Fitz is so off-putting to our players, too, with all the clauses being asked to waive. Puts a sour taste in their mouths when the guy who gave you all these clauses asked you to waive them a year later. CNJ Dev, is ownership telling Fitz to stand pat? Does everyone know he's done after the season? I mean, there's going to be a lot of theories coming out after this. If we don't see any moves, Dan is not Stan. Weren't Kovac and Siegs one of the best pairings in the league for a while last year? I believe so. Jay Snow, all of a sudden New Jersey is the best place on earth. Drink Loom, Fitz should have been fired when he took Stillman in the first round and didn't know what league the kid played in. What is depth scoring? Doug, mismanagement, and the only thing that can somewhat save us is the salary cap going up, but both Nemo and Grits need new contracts and actually deserve money. Yeah, big paydays coming for those RFAs. Jay Snow, if Fitz is getting fired, we wouldn't need him after today. He definitely wouldn't handle the draft. Doug, if we had no GM, it'd be the same as having Fitz. Corey, the fact that we are not even getting draft capital to make moves later at the draft or during the summer is wild. Yeah, it's a little crazy. It's a little crazy. Yo, Snad, Ace, you did get your wish. You didn't want him to make a move for this team. What? What are you talking about? When did I ever say that? I didn't get my wish. I got my prediction came true. Very different things. I have a lot of wishes that are not coming true for big name players and things of that nature. Some actual win now pieces. Jay Snow is going to run back the same garbage next year. I think it's going to be largely similar, eerie similar. Evan says, what's so bad with selling off some pieces? Do it now. I thought that's what was going to be done. I thought at least 2 or 3 guys would be shipped out for future move help. Cap space, roster spots. Lagoon Greenway Daily Faceoff reports nothing is imminent on the Devils' end. Awesome. Oh, man. The internet's going to be an ugly place tonight. Doug, best case now is he makes a move on draft day. If not, then July 1st. Then if even that doesn't happen, he doesn't get canned. The next scenario would be ideal is what happened to Buffalo. Doug, fire their GM 2 months into the season and now our top 5 team. Are you talking about Buffalo? Ace, the Husky star. I don't know where some of these people get their facts when talking about you. I don't know either. People just hear what they want to hear. Nick Delorier to the Canes. Joe Mama, hopefully this is just ownership saying he's fired. David said all your A's predicted another Sprong or Chalowski type of player trade. If Fitz can't even do that, it's really lame and sad. Geese Feeder, the Daniel Sprong-esque move at 3:12 p.m. is going to hit like crack. Oh man, I'll be right back. This is. I just don't want to deal with how crazy all of you people are going to be all night long. I'm going to have to be reading all this stuff. Wow. This is nuts. I'm not going to lie. I fully thought at a minimum, I didn't think it was going to be exciting, but I didn't think it was going to be literally nothing. Like I definitely thought we were going to see a couple pieces sold off to free up cap space. Like I didn't anticipate nothing. And then we still have the 10 minutes, obviously. And then, the half hour or so for things to trickle out that were last minute, but Jason, now ownership should have told him to move Dougie, then pack your shit. Zpleet30, discovering your channel has been one of the few highlights of the season. Appreciate your passion and content. Thank you. I appreciate that. Appreciate everyone joining. Appreciate everyone sharing their thoughts and their, I guess I'll call it collective misery and frustration. Yo, Snan, possibly the worst trade deadline of all time. Connor Allen, 2 Devils, some shopping coupons, 2 Leafs, a bag of chips. Yeah, we're at the 10-minute warning. Jason, no, Fitz really loves this team that can't win anything. It seems that way. Evan Spitzy, thank you for being here, Ace, for 6 hours while the Devils do absolutely nothing. Yeah, you know, this is a new, I think it started last year or maybe the year before, but a deadline tradition, and July 1st as well. I clear the calendar, make sure I'm off. I have no obligations, nowhere to be, nothing to do, and we sit here and do this. Would have liked something exciting and something for us to get hopeful about, but wow, Mr. White, can't believe we won't be unloading any of our D-men with the crazy prices being thrown around in the 7-man rotation we have at the moment. We suck on and off the ice, which is hard to do, but we're excellent at it. I wish I could say that I disagree, but unfortunately, I agree with every single painful thing you just said. I mean, my God. Jason said winning down the stretch is going to keep Fitz here. I believe it or not, I think even if we sucked for the rest of the year, he would still be here next season. It just certainly feels that way. Sinister, I wouldn't mind a sell move today, but what do we really have to lose just finishing the season subpar anyways? A lot of hope this summer for some moves, but who knows? Because the offseason has already begun, right? Like today is a big part of the offseason and positioning the team for next season. If you could sell some guys off and free up some money, that's less work you have to do in the summer. And so now if this day ends like it is right now, you're talking about having to, the guy couldn't get one deal done on deadline day as it seems right now. You're expecting him to do 7, 8 different deals in the summer between trading guys out and then bringing in pieces we need. And it's just way too much for this man to handle. You're not going to see 10 deals done in the summer, I don't think. Sunrise says, honestly, maybe he just isn't getting good returns that are worth the trade. Newsflash, look at what other guys are going for. The market has been set, and it's set super high. You would think we would be cashing out some pieces at a high price. It's wild. Corey says Devils are going to go 20-0 to make the last wild card spot. That would be crazy. Four Direction says, you're telling me we couldn't move any contracts? Seriously? I mean, I expected at least that. Doug says the team's on a 3-game heater. We didn't want to mess it up. Mr. White, 2026 deadline recap. We let Luke Glendening walk for free. That's the perfect reflection of what the New Jersey Devils have now become. David S., I'm really upset. Where is our Sprong Chalowski no-name player trade that will score 1 goal in 64 games for us? I don't know. Fentanyl Floyd says the solution is in the locker room. I believe in this team. Fitzgerald at 345. I don't think he usually talks to the media that soon. But maybe because there's nothing going on today, he'll do it sooner. I mean, I don't know. Or maybe he doesn't do it at all. Jason, no, last year's offseason was completely dead. Fitz won't be able to do anything there either. Bad at names. I think no third-party retention causes slow deadline. Bad league move. Honky Lips, the next 6 minutes are going to be wild. M Force, Billy G in Minnesota was like, I guess I'll do all the deals today. Billy G looking to make it happen. Oh, this is going to get real ugly real quick. Captain Mafungo says, we don't just have a GM problem. We have an ownership problem. I agree with that. Danny, not Stan Ace. This is the first live stream that I've actually watched live, but I always try to watch later. Thanks for doing this. As a longtime fan, I can relate to your nostalgia for NJD's past glory. Thank you very much. Dan is not Stan. Obviously, big time fan of the team. I've been a diehard fan for 32 years. And I always love the history, obviously. And I want some of these younger and newer fans to be able to experience even a fraction of the joy in winning that this once proud franchise experienced under the legend that is Lou Lamoriello and all of the amazing players that wore the sweater and represented the red and black so well over the years. We are so far removed from it. It is super disappointing. It breaks my heart. Consistently watching a team that's sucked for the better part of the last 15 years, and it's super unfortunate. The fall from grace should be studied because it is truly just unbelievable to witness. It really is. Metalander says this feels like a historically bad end of Fitz's career in hockey, a case study for the ages. It certainly should be for the ages. What this team has become and everything about it just seems so broken. And I I'm really at a loss for words, honestly, between the team struggles a day like today. But I am going to say I am surprised. I thought at a minimum it'd be like, somebody shipped a defenseman shipped off for picks or something, just something to start moving towards the summer for the improvements that need to be made then. But we got nothing. RME says time to booze. Doug says build around Jack. Doug, it shouldn't be this hard. Robbie's bench toss. It's a hard league. It is a hard league, Doug. We have Timo for Nico. Let's get a righty for Jack. The winger for Jack has been a pain point since Toffoli left. Obviously, the solution and the answer was not in the room. The solution was not Dodonov or any of these other budget type fixes. But it is what it is. Well, it's 2:59. Select the Boy says, I guess winning culture is too much to ask from soft porridge ownership. Devils fan 1. F stands for failed to do anything. Brian, kind of glad ownership didn't let Fitz make any major stupid moves. Fitz to be fired this summer. I don't even know that is the case. This could just be his own issues at play here. Jordan is the worst blue balling of all time. Honky Lips, do you think Dougie is thinking, holy shit, really? He probably knew he was safe. John njdevils 45, Ace going hard today. I should have taken the day off. I always will. Deadline day, July 1. Two of the biggest days, or should be two of the biggest days across the league. Evan Fitzgerald might be worse than Joe Shane. That's bad. Martinelli's this year is an aberration. Keep the team entirely together and we'll win the cup next year. Luke and Nemo will lead them. Oh boy. It's a lot of hopium. Steve, reboot or rebuild. This team's not going to be great as is, except Jack, who's never healthy. They aren't great. Mr. White, imagine wanting Peter Chiarelli right now over Tom Fitzgerald. That's how bad the shit show has become. Doug says, I'm so excited for this presser. Yo, Snand, best trade we can make is Fitzgerald for any other human on Earth. Yo, the internet's going to be wild tonight. Man. Will the excuse be in the presser? I'm very curious if there even is one. But if there is, I totally look forward to hearing what he has to say. GSA says Fitzgerald should resign in disgrace. What a pathetic waste of a day. Joshua, fire Fitz, chance start now. M-Force, I miss the old days when Lou would grab someone at the deadline and the reaction was, I don't know. DJ, what's going on? Nothing wow. Perhaps ownership didn't want Fitz making any more moves and doing more damage to the team. It's possible, but it very well could be had nothing to do with ownership and it's just Fitz being Fitz. We'll probably never know. Pahadios, literally the only thing the organization did today was gift the Flyers a player, not even more future considerations. John, NJ Devils, Fitz going to get hammered from Devils Nation tonight. First time, I think, 2012, Devils made no moves. Yeah, the internet's going to be an ugly place tonight. It's going to be wild. Zach says not even selling. Doug Q, depressing music. Brian, it's noon and the trade deadline has arrived. Do you know where your GM is? Michaels, playing the Rangers this weekend. Right now, I hate our team more than the Rangers. Well, maybe not more. John and Jay, there was no chatter all day about the Devils from NHL insiders. Mr. White, with the deadline potentially over, Tom Fitzgerald is now nothing more than a placeholder for whoever will be taking his job this summer. Ditto for Sheldon Keefe. Book it. It's possible. The Sleepy Tom meme lives on. The press conference will be rage bait, if there even is one. 5-star, Billy G is already goated for the gold, but he's actually trying to win. That is what win now looks like, folks. Look no further than Billy Guerin and the Minnesota Wild. That is a franchise and a general manager actively looking to win now. Not in years from now. Not talk about how bright the future is. Not talk about all the picks they have and how these guys are going to take the next step. And then this guy is coming back from injury. He's not doing any of that. He's actively going out there and improving his team and looking to win now. Connor, that sports guy, just heard the only offer Fitz made today was to use coupons he picked up a few minutes ago to try to trade for Glendening. Behadios, anyone thinking ownership didn't want Fitz to do anything because he's on the way or on his way is way worse. Ownership being okay with punting this trade deadline, seller's market, and we did nothing. Michaels, ownership stopping Fitz today. I doubt the ownership takes any interest in the team. Connor says, my grandma was nice enough to buy tickets to the game tomorrow. Going to be an interesting atmosphere. What a nice grandma. Are you going with grandma or did she just buy you the tickets, Connor? Doug says, I'm happy that Nemec is still here. What a joke. Jubilee, I'm so sick of Fitz not making any meaningful moves. This GM is dog shit. Chunga, they're a boring team on the ice and in the boardroom. Yeah, tonight is going to be so ugly. Oh, my God. GSA, I'm so annoyed. What the hell has this guy been doing? He better get the axe today. Mr. Red Jack, Fitz has been hiding in the bathroom for the last 6 hours. No, he didn't do squat. Jersey says press conference to talk about what? Is that real? Fitz is speaking to the media at 3:10? There's no way. I hate when you people put fake stuff in here. Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, 3:10. I wonder if it's going to be live. Yeah, I don't know. Is this going to be live, though? It doesn't seem like it. Fitz will be on Zoom at 3:10. Yeah, that means nothing happened. Wow. Honky Lips, crazy how I made as many trade moves as a general manager in the NHL today. TJW, this trade deadline was completely dead across the league. In all seriousness, what could we have done? So many players with no move clauses, our hands were very tied. And who tied them? Who tied them? Pull up the presser. I'm trying to see. I don't know that it's going to be on. Man, what a day. Fitz will say he came in second again. Zach says if it isn't live, it's because Fitz is a coward. I don't think it doesn't look like they're going to show it live. I'm assuming they'll probably edit it and put it out shortly after. What's there even to talk about? To talk about the reasons why nothing happened. Johnny Danks, Ace, does this mean Fitz will be fired at the end of the season? I don't think it means that at all. Mr. White, we have no set vision or plan. We draft guys with high picks, add veterans to block them, and sell those kids for pennies on the dollar. Horrible business, and again, a clear sign of no set direction. Connor said, I think Fitz just placed a no movement clause in my entire body because it hurts to move. Man. Fentanyl says Fitzgerald wasted this core's youth. I completely agree. David said, awesome, no trades. Now I can finally buy my black Nemec jersey. Well, buddy, you still got a big hurdle to get over, and that's the contract in the summer, David. You waited this long. I would hold off a little bit longer. Vinny, it's time to let go. Fitz, this is sad. We can't get anyone with a joke. Wow. Yeah, the internet's is going to be an ugly place tonight. I already know. People are in uproar. Based on the people in here, I can't imagine what the Twitter is going to look like. Connor said, my grandma's going with me. Very nice. Fitz is going to address the media in 2 minutes. Fitz has a no brain clause. Robbie's bench toss. Sellers market and no one moved with us being 1,000,000 points out. You would have thought somebody would have got dealt. Wild stuff. Kadri to Tampa. I stopped looking. I'm just in kind of disbelief a little bit. Yo, Stan, do they usually post the whole press conference or only little snips? It's usually most of it. They do small edits, I think, in the past. But it's mostly the whole thing. But a lot of times it has been live before as well. So it is interesting. I don't know exactly what their game plan for this is. I don't know why they wouldn't just do it live. They're probably going to cut some stuff out. Or maybe they want to have the ability to do that. And the fact that it's did someone confirm that it's a Zoom and it's not like live at the arena? Johnny Danks. I didn't think I could hate a team more than my New York Jets. Fitz is a disgrace. Doug, the future's always bright, baby. The future is always bright. Protect your retinas. Make sure you have the proper eyewear to protect those eyes from the so bright, blindingly bright future. Blue Mew says, some were not making the playoffs. I'm rooting for Buffalo to kick the shit out of the Canes. So am I. TJW says, call to sellers market all you want, but looking at the lack of trades today, it's clear that really wasn't the case. NTTF says, unfortunately, seems ownership is good with. Couldn't get Quinn and Nico going to walk next year. No plan to win now. Luke, it really is sad how bad this franchise is. Destroyed all that Lou built. I also love how the Johnny-come-lately, moron, dumbass Kool-Aid fans hate Lou, but excuse everything Boozeface does. Losers. Mr. White, I wish I could work for idiots who reward you for being absolutely terrible at your job the way Fitz is at his job and get a promotion to boot. Devil Dog, I'm on a sea island, coastal Georgia. Is that some kind of boat? Basking in 80-degree sun and even thought, I'm going to walk into surf and drift into the Gulf Stream. Thanks, Fitz. It doesn't seem like they are doing it live, though then maybe we'll put it out after. Blue Musings, we're not making the playoffs. I'm rooting for... Oh, I read this already. Fentanyl Floyd, we're not winning anything with this loser GM. He doesn't have what it takes. It's crazy. Not even one guy moved. CNJ Dev, it's a sad day when the Sirens are providing more entertainment at the Rock than the Devils are. I hope both teams succeed. Matt A says, what did I miss? Fitz did nothing. He did absolutely nothing. You missed nothing. Cody, the Devils are done this deadline per source. No Hamilton or Nemec moves. Paulie says, I hope this means Boozeface is going to get shown the door. Wow. I cannot believe this turd is still our GM. Owners are insane. Wow, guys. I need to go move for a second. But if you haven't seen already, American Swagger, my friends. Team USA brought home this beautiful gold medal. And I got to show you the back. I can't see. Whatever it takes. Billy Guerin told him whatever it takes. Link pinned in the chat and in the description on the website. American Swagger. Hoodies and t-shirts. Multiple colors available now on quality Champion garments. Not some crap. Very nice hoodies. Very nice t-shirts. Champion garments for those USA fans looking to celebrate a historic moment. Norman Rogers says, why can't we have nice things? Because we can't. We're the New Jersey Devils. Wow. I'm a little stunned here that, you know, I'm not like, I'm just so at a point with this team where these things are just like sort of expected. Fitzgerald, the answers are in the room, are coming soon. Wow. Just another banner day from this low-rent minor league operation. Round and round we go, folks. Round and round we go. Luke says, done with this team after the weekend. Need a break. See you at the draft. Amagi, what an entertaining deadline. Nan says, Tom Fitzgerald quoted by Amoya, I did not have Dougie's name out there. Wow. This is just a circus at this point. Wow, Kadri went for a conditional fourth. Stiz, I'm so happy I canceled my season tickets. This GM is garbage. Fire Fitz. I can't wait to chant Fire Fitz on Sunday. Mr. White, I'm out of here. Hope this team loses every game for the remainder of the year. I still want to see this team win. Lizette, Amanda Stein just confirmed Devils are not making any moves today. Paulies, at least we can be happy about our boy bringing home gold. That's all I have to cling on for hockey anyway for this season. That literally is the only thing remotely just easing the pain a little bit. FP306, thank you, Ace. You are the life of the Devils, and Ace we trust. I don't know about all that, but thanks for coming by. Jay Snow, Shen got a first, a third, and a prospect. It's crazy. Completely crazy. Devils Rangers game tomorrow is going to be hard to watch. Connor Malcolm will have a hearing with the Department of Player Safety soon. Okay. Is this a real quote? Mercer would have gotten us a nice return. You'd imagine seeing what some of these other turns were. Paul, Dougie and Nemo light up, rest of the season value goes up maybe. I mean, no. No. This is now just Blackatron. I don't know how you do it, Ace. Neither do I. Neither do I. Pains Matt and Peyton, the Dougie quote. Astonishing stuff. I mean, at this point, I don't even know what to think or predict anymore, honestly. Michael Shane says the only thing that registers as success for a GM is doing what the owners want. This is beyond Fitz. His continued employment is proof he's making the owners happy. Winning and culture mean nothing. I mean, I certainly think that that's a fair question at this point, given what we've seen. It's unbelievable. Titus Stream says Dougie is immovable with the bonus. Yeah, maybe it's something that's revisited in the summer. NTTFG, thank you for entertaining us during this crap. Love the show. Thank you. Appreciate that. How is this guy not fired already? That's the multi-million-dollar question. John T. God, I hope Torts is in our future. I would love Torts. Man, people are fired up. M. Payton, to the people that thought Dougie was immovable, Fitz literally just said he got calls about him and he chose not to do. Jarska, we need some former Devil to be our next GM. We need some passion. I agree with that. I would love to see somebody from the glory years in there. Obviously, Marty is the top of my list. But I would like Shanny as well. He would be on my list. But the reality is, folks, I truly believe this man is going to be back next year. I really do. He's going to be back. What is Dev scoring? We need a GM that came up with Lou. I always like disciples of the Lou Lamoriello tree of, hockey. Tropical Flamingo, what's up, Ace? No surprise with this GM. We are stuck with him, as we all know. Hope we at least continue playing for pride. Winning is the name of the game, and it's guys' jobs, but Fitz is pathetic. The Shadow, it's so bad they knew they couldn't even do a live presser. Holy, this franchise is an absolute joke. Apparently, Dougie's name was not out there. Jason said the arena should be empty the rest of the season. Pirate Tijuana Joe, do you think TF will have a media availability post-deadline? Here, he's doing it right now. Or at least was. I don't know how long it's going to last. But it started at like 3:10. They posted the presser where? Where is it? I'm looking on their YouTube page. So much wrong with this franchise. Think back to the 23 Eastern Conference quarterfinals win over the Rangers and where we are now. We've shit down our legs ever since. Yeah, it's true. David S. Ace, I was one of the first ones to comment this morning, and I said I was excited for no trades to be made today. Turns out I was right. I really never thought we would see zero. David Blitzer and I are in sync. Wow, where is this? Can someone tell me where this is? Yoham Shani for GM and Pandolfo or Madden for head coach. Is it just on their website? No, I don't see it there either. Dakota, as much as I like Fitz for fumbling the Quinn trade, I hope he gets fired for all the people in the chat. You're a Wild fan. Pirate Tijuana Joseph Shani, Johnny Mac Corey for Devils president. He said David Blitzer and I are in sync. Oh boy. Dillon says, please, for the love of God, give Martin Brodeur a chance. Sweb, we really are going to be stuck with Fitz next year too. Yeah, I told you guys that for a while. It's really happening. Fitzgerald wants to extend grits. I mean, that's no surprise. Another RFA. Show talks, I will say Tom Fitzgerald should be brought up on charges for impersonating an NHL GM. Shh. Wild. Dire Wolf can't actually believe he didn't even make one minor move. Can't wait for a new front office. I don't think it's coming. I don't know how an ownership group could see this and think it's okay either. Can someone tell me where it is? Where is this? Is there a video or is it just quotes? I have no interest in reading quotes. Is there a video of this? It's 9 minutes. I don't see it anywhere. Tropical Flamingo Leaks definitely selling off McCann to Seattle. Tough times in Toronto on the heels of getting smoked by the Rags nonetheless. Yeah, I don't see it on the internet. It's fine about quotes. GSA, this must be depressing as a player to not have any moves to improve the team. I think so. Okay, so there is no link to a live. It's just people posting quotes. Connor, the Devils should hire Shanny for Shanna Plan Part 2. So there's no video. So maybe there is no video, period. John Mix says, no hope. I guess I won't be buying any tickets for next year either. Dakota, I feel bad for Commanders fans. They've had some terrible owners. Feel bad for us. DJ says, fire, Fitz 26. Jay Sharon, all just quotes from our group of reporters. And David Blitzer and I are in sync. My God. All right, guys, I got to go to the bathroom real quick. But follow your boy on Twitter and Instagram. Running with NJD on Twitter and running with the njdevils on Instagram. It's up there on the thing. I'll be right back. Wow. I'm still just processing all of this in my head. I'm going to drop the links in the chat too to make it super easy for you people to follow. There's the Instagram. There's the Twitter. And if you want a beautiful American Swagger hoodie or t-shirt, that's the third link. Be right back. We'll start wrapping this up. I mean, I'm a little stunned still. This is a wild turn of events. Be right back. Wow. Wow. Well, I told you guys I wasn't expecting much, but I didn't expect absolutely nothing. We got Fitz pocket pool Fitz special. Dillon says, us trying to compete for a cup is pretty much out the window until this guy gets out of the GM spot. And I wouldn't be surprised if players like Nico and et cetera would want to leave New Jersey. I expressed my concern about Nico's future with this team from months ago, and people told me I was crazy. And I think a lot of that was predicated on the fact that everyone expected the team to have a much better season, as did I. But I thought even another beatdown in the first round of the playoffs would not have sat well with Nico, and he might want to go elsewhere. And after this, I mean, it's just, multiple seasons just down the drain. It's just depressing at this point. Like I'm too dejected to even be truly like angry. I think I'm just beaten down. Like the team that I love and have loved for over 30 years. This is where they are. It's like they're just completely okay with mediocrity. And this is what I've been talking about for 2 years as well, of loser mentality. You see what Billy G did today. What did he do? He went out and went on a shopping spree. Guy's trying to win the cup for real. I mean, this is just, it's why Jay just says not one trade is crazy. Logan Bravo, you missed it. It wasn't, there's no video, and I don't know if there will be, but there is quotes out there. I haven't caught up on all of them because I've been on here, but people have been pasting them in the chat. There's been, from the beat writers, there has been some quotes, and Dougie apparently wasn't even out there, according to Fitz. Did not even have him out there. Matthew says Pesci had a while. I wonder if this made him think Dougie was a good idea. And it's like Pesci now, sort of injury prone just because he plays such a hard game. No, knocks to him, but Pesci seems to be getting hurt quite often now. Norman Rogers says we're a laughing stock. It's brutal. It's brutal, folks. It is absolutely brutal. But this is the reality of the world we live in. New Jersey Devils blood. I'm sure Fitz is going to say he had 5 last-minute potential trades but couldn't get a hold of players to waive their no-trade clause. A lot of these guys don't want to go anywhere. They like the area, and I guess some of them still believe in the potential success of the team going forward. And quite frankly, I'd have to believe at this point, some of them may not even really care, which is sad to think. But I think some of these guys probably just don't even care. This is their job. They like the area they're in. They have a life, whether it's, a wife and kids or whatever it is. They're comfortable in the area, and they don't want to disrupt their life. Seabones Fitz of the win. Future is bright. So bright. It doesn't seem like there's going to be a stream. Blue Mew says not streaming presser because they are spineless cowards. I don't even know. I mean, how do you not put a video at least? I would have been nice. Philip Kelly, Brett Pesci will be out longer than anticipated, week to week, per Fitzgerald. Arnott says, only thing fans can do is not go to the Rock moving forward, need to send a message. I don't know that there's enough people to do that, but a lot of people have talked about that. Devils Holic, we need to go big for this offseason and deadline and treat it like a cup run next season. No more funny games, hold players accountable. I mean, there's no accountability anywhere, though. It's just like we're living in this weird... I don't even know. David SS, I think we're missing the elephant in the room. 3-game heater for 20 games left. Let's go. We can still make the playoffs. David Chimes, 100% confirmed Fitz made no deals, but there seems to be a lot of other trades only breaking now. John T, is there a more irrelevant team in the NHL? I don't think so. I guess we can't be the most irrelevant team just because we have Jack Hughes coming off the golden goal. So that's still somewhat tied to the Devils. Obviously, he's a Devils player, but in terms of actual Devils business and play, we are pretty much as irrelevant as it gets. Mr. Snowford, if I'm Nico, this tells me all I need to know. No way I'm staying after next season. Plenty of teams who would love to have him that could win. Completely agree. Devils Hawk says, don't be surprised if next season ticket prices go up because of the MLB lockout. I don't even know it's because of the MLB lockout. It just seems like ticket prices go up every year regardless. Yo Holmes, another punt season for the booze face. Cody Skills, bad news. Tom Fitzgerald expects to be the NJ Devils general manager next season. Owner David Blitzer and I are in sync by Ryan Novo. I don't know how this guy has a job, Dakota. I really don't. Jeff says, Fitzy really squandered every opportunity he had. On top of that, the Devils have the most no-move clauses in the league. We are all painfully aware. Everyone is furious. Chill Anselmo says, fire Fitz into the sun. What an absolute disgrace. DJ, what moves a GM and ownership make, or in this case, don't make, heavily impact the players in the locker room by showing how much looking to improve the team now and in the future? No, I agree. And I think last year, a lot of the players were probably like, what the hell, man? despite the injuries we had, like, this is what you think of the team heading into the playoffs. No confidence to give us a little boost. You know, Holmes says Sprong was more exciting than this. Devil's Den, my man Austin, if the Dougie news is true and that he wasn't even offered as a trade to other teams, we get the pitchforks and we march on Prudential, I will personally fly down and join the protests. I mean, I don't see why that wouldn't be true. If he said it, that's not something I don't think he'd lie about. The only reason I'm going to the Rock is to chant fire Fitzy. I'm done with my season tickets. Ryan, it kills me to know the team I love is owned and managed by people who just don't seem to care anything about even trying to make this team anything better than the bottom 5 team that it is. Connor, I think Glass should get an extension because he has had much better numbers as a Devil as compared to other teams he has spent his career with. Plenty of character and personality too. No, I like Cody Glass, but I mean, we need some other tweaks here, and it's just not happening. Pirate Tijuana Joe says, Tom Fitzgerald not having a presser for the season ticket holders and fans tells you what you need to know. The front office feels good about no deals. They should have no problem telling us about it. Arnott, if things don't turn around big next season, Jack and Luke will be angling to be traded with Quinn. I certainly hope that's not the case, but it is a fear that has crossed my mind. Obviously, number one priority should be putting a contending team around Jack Hughes as soon as possible and keeping him happy. And, you know, the only thing you could hope for is that it happens in the summer. But as of right now, another cause for concern down the line. Joe Ragno. In my opinion, this was the best outcome. We have the talent. Now put in a system that shows that. A head coach that understands this is what is needed. I mean, sorry, Joe, I couldn't disagree with you more. How many more seasons do you need to see of this group to realize that as constructed, they are going nowhere? Absolutely nowhere. To think that next year everything's just going to be so different is just, it's crazy to me. Michael, wasn't expecting any ads, but honestly, it's pretty sad. Not even a single contender was interested in any of the veterans. M. Payton, one man has set this franchise we love by 5 years. Valuable years. Norman Rogers, NJ. Fitzgerald report card is an F. Joshua Fitzgerald expects to be GM of the Devils next year. Kill me. I told you guys that. I've been trying to brace you. If he wasn't fired after that Islander game, I was convinced that they're all in on him. Brenden, of course, he's in sync with the Zach, considering we aren't a playoff team, no harm in waiting for another offseason. At least this means we keep Nemo, Casey, and all the prized kids. No, there is harm because we this is year after year after year. Seasons just ticking off. Precious seasons down the drain where we're just regressing. Devils Mets fan, NJD tickets went up by 4% for next year, but with the subtraction of one preseason game for real game, the price stayed the same. Scoot says Fitz was built in a lab to be the worst GM ever. Brendan plays, we are offered William Eklund for a guy who doesn't want to be here and is going to get a $10 million raise, and he said no. Who knows if that's real? Tasha said, I was right. Yeah, did you mention that last night? Fitz is sat on his hands again and shit the bed. 0 trades, Tasha. 0 trades. Arnott said none of the core were on the trade block. Oh, that you should have known. There was no way he was trading a core guy, but I thought we'd sell off some extra defensemen. Paha, I'm okay with no trades. There's no urgency. We finally found some chemistry for the final playoff push. Call me crazy. Oh, I will certainly call you crazy. This is not just a one-season isolated incident. This has been years. John Fay, hello all. How long have we been live for, and is anything interesting happening? Live for 6 hours and 39 minutes, and nothing interesting has happened. The deadline is over. The Devils have confirmed no moves have been made today. New Jersey Devils blood. Thanks again, Ace, for providing this channel and bringing us together. Remember, the future is bright, brother. Cheers. Yeah, thanks for coming out. I'll never forget about the bright future. That's why I'm protecting these eyes. Tasha, needless to say, I'll be rooting for the Sabres, Oilers, and Stars the rest of the season and into the playoffs and Sword of Isles. My list is similar. I would put the Wild on there. As much as it pained me that they stole Quinn from us, I do like Quinn. I like Guerin. Lando Taku. I wish we had ownership that actually loved the sport of hockey. I doubt these guys even watch a single game just for the heck of it. Man, the chat is just getting pounded. Oh, my God. It's just so sad. It's a sad state of affairs, folks. David SS, I feel like I'm the only optimistic fan in here. 20 games left as a quarter of the season. If we go 16-4, that's 32 points, which will give us 96 for the season. That's enough for a wild card spot. That's enough for a wild card spot, maybe. Maybe. But the bigger question is, even if it was, you really believe this group is going to go 16-4 after what we've seen all season? Pro Bowl Forever Keith doesn't adjust at all. What makes you guys think if NJ goes on a winning streak and somehow get a wild card spot? 16-4 is just maniacal to me for someone to think that that's going to happen. Tropical Flamingo, people like myself and Ace have said forever that Fitz ain't going anywhere. It's our reality, but we'll still be watching every game. Love the team. Go down with the ship. Let's go Devils. Yeah, I'm right with you. Subfail, my concern now is Nico. You cannot go into next season with him being a pending UFA. And maybe he gets extended this summer, or maybe he says he has no intentions of signing with the Devils and they do something about it. It's all just so unfortunate that it's all playing out this way. No moves, Anson. If you said no moves, you were correct. Samuel, the front office's attitude has permeated the locker room. This team needs a major attitude adjustment. Completely agree. Vinny, I'll always be a Devils fan no matter how bad they play. I will stay as a Devils fan, as will I, as painful as it is. But my God, it's becoming more painful with each passing season. I mean, just to sit by and watch, what's been going on, it's really painful. Tosh says, I wonder how the room feels. I mean, I'm sure some guys are probably relieved. Some are probably disappointed. Some are probably indifferent. You probably got a little bit of everything, but they know the season's over. And Hanson says, to be honest, I didn't trust Fitz to make any moves. I mean, I didn't trust him to make any big moves, but to sell off a couple pieces to free up some cap space, I think that's certainly within his wheelhouse. GSA, people should be Fitzgerald louder, or people should boo, I guess, Fitzgerald louder than they booed Mikey Sherrill. Richie, 43 years. 43 years I've been supporting this team. I said yesterday, C to B- moves at best. Nothing. Incredibly ignorant by owners. Michael says, how many of you took today off to follow the news? Guilty as charged. Bacchanal Brunch, sigh, Devils doing Devils things. Honestly, it's my fault for expecting something to happen. I wasn't expecting anything major, but I certainly expected at least a couple pieces being moved for cap space, get a couple picks and free up some money. David Chimes, even the Flyers GM doing a public presser for trading Delorier and Brink. Fitz trying not to be noticed. Dakota says, if Nico signs an extension, it's because he hates himself. I don't know. He might really like it here too, and he still might believe that things can improve for whatever reason. I don't, who knows where his head is at, but the way this team has approached deadlines now is just not, if I was a player, I wouldn't be encouraged by it. Adam, Lou on life support machines would have made 4 to 5 shrewd trades. Fitz can't make deals. Tasha, Fitz knows the chat would be spammed with fire. Fitz. David says, yes, Ace, I believe they could go 16-4. They have lots of home games and one of the easiest schedules. Call me delusional, but I think it could happen. David, I hate to say it. You're delusional. John Fay, if you didn't see this coming, I don't know what to tell you. Almost everyone and their mothers knew Fitz wasn't going to do anything today. I don't think anyone thought nothing. I mean, are you going to tell me, John Fay, you really believed 0? I didn't think it was going to be anything of substance, but I thought we were going to see at least a few pieces sold. Natasha's excuse is going to be coming in second on Garland. I didn't want Garland anyway, so I'm glad that didn't pan out. Dire distress. Fitz has ruined this team for me. Until he's gone, I will not be able to enjoy watching this team play. I think a lot of people are kind of there. It is unfortunate. Joshua says Jack scoring that golden goal may have saved Fitz's job. It definitely could. It definitely could have helped. David, 96 points isn't good enough in the East this season. Why do people think a 3-game winning streak against teams out of the playoffs after a 5-game losing streak is grounds for optimism is beyond me? God bless you. I'm right with you, David. Yeah, I was wrong, Tasha. I thought there was at least going to be 2 sell-offs. I never thought there was going to be a big piece coming back, but I thought minimum just, shipping guys off would have happened at a minimum. The reversion, been listening all day at my desk. Appreciate the stream, Ace. Although nothing happened, it's always nice to hear your thoughts on anything Devils. Yeah, appreciate you. Thanks for coming out. What a lackluster, just boring day. Oh, the Devils just posted the video. It's 20 minutes. Let me see something. Oh, whoa.
We will open up with Mike Morial, NHL.com.
Thanks, Nick. Good afternoon, Tom. Congrats on your success at the Olympics, and thanks for taking the time here.
Thanks, Mike.
I don't know what happened.
Yeah, Tom, from a Devils perspective, can you give
I'm going to have to do a
idea?
separate thing on this. The thing went crazy when I tried to play it. Yeah, I don't know what happened. It went crazy. So I'm gonna end this shortly, and then I'll be back probably tonight. Maybe. It's just very dejecting. Yeah, I just saw that they posted it. GSA Ace, Nico's body language has been awful and defeated. I'd be amazed if he resigns, even though I'm rooting for him to resign. Yeah, so am I. I'm trying to watch it, but I don't want to leave. Now I'm going to wrap up here and then maybe come back tonight after all this is processed. YouTube Dungeon. Fitz isn't a GM to me. He does absolutely nothing in back-to-back deadlines, doesn't go for Hughes, and doesn't know how to build a proper team. Yeah, everyone. I can only imagine how ugly Twitter is right now. If I play the audio, is that what you want me to do?
Yeah, if today went down as you thought it might, or was it a disappointing day?
Well, I thought it was going to be very quiet. from the get-go. When you're talking about trying to make hockey trades, swapping out some young players for maybe more established players or similar ilk as some of the young players. I really thought there could be some traction with teams, but I guess there was just a sense of just a lot of tire kicking with people, and so expect this kind of, but it wasn't without effort of trying to see if there was some sort of hockey trade that we could make to help out our team, not more importantly for next year moving forward.
Yeah, generally, Tom, what was the market shaping up as, you worked the phones? I mean, obviously there was a lot of talk, it was a seller's market. Are you surprised by, I guess, the lack of movement for the most part?
I am. I think and believe that, there are teams that are in the playoff spots that probably they would admit that they didn't think they'd get there this quick. And there are other teams that unfortunately aren't, like us, but still believe in this group and don't want to blow the whole thing up. So I just think there was a lot of, teams not willing to move pieces because they're in a playoff spot, or teams didn't want to move pieces being out of a playoff spot, but because they believe in those players and want to give it another go. That's kind of how I read the whole situation.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you, Mike.
Next, we'll go to Stephen Wino, AP.
Hey, Tom, thanks for doing this.
Hi, Steven. Thank you.
Just following up on Mike, how much did the CBA rules changing, the no double retention, some of the LTIR and the playoff cap affect maybe some of the lack of movement today and this week?
I think it affected it a lot because you'd see a lot of double retentions, right? Moving forward, teams would have made more moves, I think, if prices were split in half twice. So I do think that had something to do with it. And I think it was obvious by looking at the past and how many double retentions there were and have been versus this year.
You guys have known about the rules since September, obviously, but was it sort of tough, I guess, for you and fellow managers to sort of kind of deal with it on the fly because you haven't done a deadline like this before?
Yeah, we've always been cognizant of, the playoff cap and the amount of money you can spend and what you can't do, and how would you go about that? It was a little different. Like I said, the double retention has been a staple for this day for forever. And when you take that out, it's probably why you saw, as I don't want to say little trades, but not as many as the past.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
We'll go to Peter Ball, The Athletic.
Hey, Tom. I know Dougie Hamilton's name has been out there a lot. I'm just curious, what was communication like with his camp leading up to this deadline, and were there any potential deals that got closed at any point?
No, I honestly did not have Dougie Hamilton's name out there. Did I get calls from a couple teams assuming that I had Dougie's name out there? Yeah, but Dougie's played extremely well for us. He's a really good player. When we're playing well, he's usually playing well, and that's what we expect from him. So there was no shopping or putting him out there on the market to see what I didn't do that. I was in line with his representation. They knew exactly what I wanted to do. I wanted him to keep playing well for us. So yeah, no, there was more noise out there than there actually was.
Got it. And then with the waiver situation yesterday, you put 3 guys on waivers. Is that an opportunity to get younger guys more of a look? What went into putting those guys on waivers?
Well, for both Glendenning and Dadenoff, it was more of can they get a chance somewhere and continue to play and actually play to prove that they could maybe earn another contract. And Denny was picked up, happy for him. Dadenoff wasn't, he'll stay with us. With Sipikoff, it was more of we were trying to do some things for today and it would give us flexibility cap-wise. If we were to do something, I could have reassigned him down to the American League, or somebody could have picked him up and we could have got out of that cap. So it was more just giving ourselves the flexibility to do something if something came our way today.
Good. All right, we're going to go Amanda Stein, newjerseydevils.com.
Hey Fitz, I'm wondering if you can kind of talk a little bit about like approaching the deadline, knowing where your team is at in the standings, where you hope they would be, and who they're capable of being, and how that kind of impacts how you approach whether you want to bring in a player with term, with an out term. Like, how do you sort of manage those expectations?
I would say, great question, and going back probably 2 weeks ago, it was evident to me, and my recommendation to ownership was to not go out and spend futures on rentals. Could there be hockey trades to be made? We've got some good assets. You poke around with teams, what's out there. Everybody's transparent with one another, and who's available and who's not. What could get you into a game to make a trade. My focus was purely on the future of this organization moving forward, and trying to add to the current group that a player or two could grow with this group. So that was my focus, but nothing materialized.
And then in that same vein, is it, sort of, you've always talked about believing in this core that you have put together over the last couple of years. In a sense, does this also kind of play into that? Like, you believe in this, like whether you're where you want to be or not right now, you have that faith. You're not going to mortgage something going forward.
Well, no one likes where we're at right now.
Yeah.
We know the hill that we're climbing up right now and how steep it is. But with that being said, no, I've always said, and I do believe in this core. I believe in those 4 or 5 players that make up that core. We need something new juice here to help us moving forward. But to me, that was something I try to focus in on for today and try to add to the group without deleting. But if I had to delete something, it was for the betterment of the group moving forward in the future of this organization.
Thanks, Fitz.
Go to Ryan Obuzinski.
Hey, Tom, about Shimon Nemec, I mean, his name was out there a lot. He changed his agent, obviously. What is your thoughts on the player, and like, are you confident that you can get a deal done this offseason?
Well, I'm confident. Yeah, we definitely get a deal done with Shimon. Like, he doesn't have arbitration. He doesn't have any rights. But with that being said, we have 7 NHL everyday players on our back end. Trying to shake one of those loose here in the off season will be my goal. And maybe to give us some help up front. Maybe a top 6 winger or something. But with Simone, yeah, he did change agencies. Went through what he means to us. He's a good young defenseman. He's part of our organization until he's not.
At some point today, did you consider? Because I know you said you like the group that you have and everything like that. Like, at some point today, did you not try to sell in what seemed like a pretty good seller's market?
Yeah, I did. I talked to teams about our players. I was open to anything. Even young players for young players. I won't get into specifics, but nothing really materialized that made sense for us. And then on the flip side, some older guys. Teams. I got calls on a lot of guys, but never really got any offers on them to even think about. So, yeah, again, I tell everybody I like our group. I do. I like when we play like we played. I love the way we played at the start of the year. Where things go south in December and January really crushed our season. But when we're playing well, it is a good group. But it's the consistency that we lacked this year, and we got to find that. But it's my job to find some new juice and help the group, get a spark and better our forward group. And if I can do that with some of the defense on the back end, then that's what I'm going to try to do.
Tom, what if any assurances have you been given by ownership, and what have your conversations been like with ownership over the past several weeks? And I guess just clearly, do you expect to be back next season?
I sure do. When we talk about the future of Nico Hischia's contract and what that's going to look like, and some pieces that possibly could be available down the road. David Blitzer and I are in sync.
And if you do keep your job, like what is your plan? What's your goal this summer to try to fix, this team and prevent like the season like this from ever happening again?
Well, we'll do a full reevaluation when the season's over. We'll start from there.
Gotcha. Thanks, Tom.
Go to James Nichols.
Hey Tom, just wondering, did no move clauses? I know we spoke about how they hindered the ability to make moves earlier. Was that something that came up again this time around?
No, people were aware of the players that had them, and they called and they kicked tires with me, but nothing ever came to fruition.
And I know you spoke of Simonnemec earlier, but just what do you see his future as with the Devils organization? Obviously, his name was out there, but do you see a long-term plan for him here?
Well, that's something we'll go through when the season ends and where his head is at, and how does he see his future with what we have here already, where he fits. Does he like New Jersey? What's his thoughts? I'll go through that with his agent.
And just back on the Dougie Hamilton, obviously the dialogue earlier in the season was that there was some misunderstandings of why that scratch earlier in the year, that he's playing well now. Just where does that relationship stand with what was leaked a bit earlier this year versus obviously now we're past the trade deadline and it looks like he's at least going to be here for the remainder of this season.
I'm not sure what the misunderstanding was when he was a healthy scratch. He wasn't playing well. He deserved to be scratched. And the story is so, and he's played great ever since. And I give him a lot of credit. He's playing up to his capabilities, and when he's doing that, he gives us a great chance of winning hockey games and being a strong part of it. I'm just going to keep answering the questions with the same way. Like, we're going to evaluate everything once the season ends.
And I would assume part of that evaluation is, Arsenic Kovacevic, you said that you want to get him locked down to a contract extension. Has there been any discussion there?
Yeah, we've talked to his agent. He loves New Jersey. We own his rights. He's been a wonderful, I don't want to say surprise, but he's been a joy to watch, and he adds so much to our team. I'm really looking forward to his development and growth as he gets more comfortable with this league. But yes, absolutely, we see him long term.
Thanks, Tom.
Go to Jim Berginger.
Hey, Tom. First of all, how you doing? Thank you for taking the time today to do this. Just quick question for you. In regards to the identity of the team that you're playing with, we saw this fast attacking, relentless style that you guys had in 2023. Has that style changed, or is that the identity that you want your team to play towards the rest of the season and moving forward?
Absolutely. And I said this back at my press conference in December. When we play the right way, that fast, tenacious, in-your-face type of hockey, quick transition, we're a good hockey team. And we've shown that in spurts over the December, January months of lack of success. We showed it consistently through October and most of November. And we've seen that post Olympic break. And when we play like that, we're not only a good team, we're a tough team to beat because we're all connected and we're all on the same page. We're getting great timely saves, special teams maybe hitting at the right moment. So it's to me, it's a fun team to watch. I really enjoyed watching the last few games because it reminded me of the start of the year, the first quarter of the year.
And just one more for me. The goal scoring issue with this team and a lack of goal scoring. What can you attribute that to? And have you seen so many just missed opportunities for this team? Is that something that you're going to look to add maybe in the off season?
Well, it's definitely something I'm going to look into. Why do guys go dry? Why do they squeeze sticks? Why from one year to the next, opportunity breakaways go in. There's a lot of randomness to it. But at the end of the day, confidence is a real thing. And when you have it, when you have that swagger, you feel invincible at times. And when you don't, you just feel like the world's crashing in on you and you can't do anything right. And there was a good part of this year where I felt that was us, getting down when we're down 1-0, the shoulders drop, some confidence, lack of confidence. But when we're playing with swagger, we are a good team. And, I like where our swagger is right now. I look forward to tomorrow.
How are we
moving forward? Because I know that group is confident. And they just, we need to play with that, continue to play with that swagger.
Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We'll wrap with Amanda Stein again.
Fitz, I just wanted to ask you, we were talking to Sheldon this morning and he said that you might have an update on how Brett Pesce is doing. So I was just wondering if, obviously he got injured in that 2 games prior, didn't play last game. Do you have an update on how he's doing?
Well, he's going to be out longer than we anticipated. I don't know the exact timing, but I can tell you it's not this weekend.
Yeah.
The most important thing is he heals up properly. So I guess we're week to week.
Okay. And then lastly, we haven't really had a chance to catch up after the Olympics, but first of all, congratulations to you.
Thank you.
But there's sort of been this like huge whirlwind, obviously, around Jack, understandably. So I'm just wondering, we talked to Sheldon about it as well, just from your eyes, how you've seen him handle this moment while also like being fully committed to the Devils at the same, playing all the games, being there for practice. All this, what have you sort of appreciated from what you're watching Jack having gone through, even though he wants it all behind him now in a way?
Well, first and foremost, I'm so happy for him. Going through the shoulder surgeries, the hands this year, and him feeling like he's disappointed everybody because he's been injured, and to watch him grow and accept a role over for the Olympic team, just wanting to be on the team and do anything possible to help the team win gold. It was so out there in the forefront of him, and it was all about the team. He played on a bottom 6 role, but did it masterfully. And then when he scores the golden goal, it's just, man, I get chills and I get a little choked up talking about it because it's like talking about my son. And I was so proud of Jack. But more important, I was so happy for him, that because of what he went through, and you could see, all the things he's been asked to do, and he's growing up right underneath our eyes, right below us. Like, you just watch the development, watch him in front of Mike, and how mature he is, and how thoughtful he is, and he's just, it's been awesome to watch, and knowing Jack and how he feels about New Jersey and our fan base, and him wanting to be nowhere else but here, and playing for David Blitzer and Josh Harris and that group. He's really proud of that, and he's we're lucky to have him.
Thank you, Fitz.
You're welcome.
Last question will go to Daniel Moya.
Hi, Tom. Thanks for doing this. Congrats on the success in Milan as well.
Thanks, Dan.
You've talked about how the rush offense was so successful in 22-23. Obviously, a part of that was the defense's ability to move the puck. Do you feel that's an area where you'd like to see the current defense improve as a whole moving forward?
Absolutely. And Daniel, if you haven't been to practice, you should come, because we're constantly working on it. Quick transition, just on the stick, off the stick, right back up the other end. Doing in practice helps, but it's a mindset. But when we do that, and we've done this now, if you watched our last 3 games here, particularly when we do that, we can have success. Quick strike, offense. And that's what we are, and we have to, that's our identity. And we need to do a better job at it. And we're starting to get back to what we actually do well.
And also, with that involving simple call of clearing, is there sort of an outline plan, and are any players made eligible to play the rest of the AHL season?
Well, we paid for Lenny. Lenny was reassigned, recalled. We'll have that flexibility if we want to. We don't envision doing that, but it was just more of especially with a couple of guys injured, that we'll be able to bring them off of IR if they're ready to come back and play.
Working across teams is tough, but Asana helps you handle it. Asana AI can spot roadblocks and assign work to keep everything on.
There might be another minute or two of this. Let me just see. We got the wow. No, that was it. Wow. I'm. What is there to even say anymore, folks? That was the end of it. There's nothing to talk about. I mean, this is just. It's more and more of the same. Like, we have an extra defenseman. We have 7 ready NHL regular defensemen. We need to try to get rid of one in the summer. Like, why would you not get rid of one today? It's something we all knew. You have 7 every day right now. That's not including Casey or Edwards. You have 7, and in a market where people were paying crazy prices, why not move one now? Why not move one now? And then, as we know, Confirm absolutely loves the core. That's no surprise. And then says things that you want to hear, sort of like, oh, we need to bring more juice. But like, how does that get here without making a move? I'm just, it's literally discouraging. It's super frustrating. And there's not much to say. It's just another one of, the sideways speak and just the kind of, politician type answers. I think someone typed that in the chat. It's just like trained media politician type answers. And it is what it is. I mean, I'm not expecting him to say anything profound or anything to make me feel remotely better about a day like today or the future outlook of this team. But wow. Brutal stuff. I mean, yeah, I mean, what Ryan Fisher said, because he needs to win these 20 games to keep his job. Dude, are you serious, Ryan? His job is so secure. So secure. Yo, Holmes says, I'm about to drink gin and juice, gallons of it. This guy's going to bring us down to Davy Jones' locker. Evan Spitzy, this was a retention issue. He didn't want to retain salary, but he gave these guys no trade clauses. Rob says he acts like he's Bill Guerin. I don't know how he does that exactly, but world's worst gamer. I'm so disappointed in various other NHL teams too. This is a year for any team to win the Eastern Conference, and some teams did nada or close to it. World's worst gamer, I thought Minnie was all in for the Western Conference. Guess not. Well, what do you mean? What did you want them to do? They made a bunch of moves. That presser was a boilerplate definition, nothing to hear. Fitz and Blitz are accomplices. Anson, that was worse than I ever imagined. Swagger, right, dudes? Doug says, I'm sick. I'm sick too. Yo, Holmes, why worry? Fitz likes this team, has swagger, has confidence, future is bright. Yeah, it's just more of the same. I don't know, what there is to really talk about or say. It's just, I think we've all kind of been numb now to what's going on. Doug says, if you aren't furious, you're not a real fan. I'm sorry. And I think the real fans are furious, obviously. Twitter's in a full meltdown. Everyone on here has expressed their frustration. Richie, if you're another coach looking from the outside in, a la Pete DeBoer, would you come here and work for the stooge? This ain't on Keefe, but Tommy Nuts is going to throw Keefe under the bus. He might. Traveling says same shit, different season. Robbie's bench toss. At the end of the day, we need cap this summer and have 4 right D. It was a seller's market and didn't make it happen. That's the biggest one to me. It's like you've openly acknowledged we have 7 guys. We have 4 on the right side. How was someone not moved? Why put it off to the summer? It seems like everything with this team is kicking the can down the road and talking about doing it down the line. Like, it's never the right time now. It's always at some point in the future. And it's like, that's how we got here. This is how we've wasted precious years of a once promising core. This is how years of their careers have been burned and flushed down the toilet. Nico Hischier, Jesper Bratt, Jack Hughes, Timo Meyer, just seasons wasted because we're constantly talking about doing things in the future. It goes right along with the future is bright. And it's like, it's wild. It's completely wild. Doug says we can't score goals and he thinks his team is okay. David, he got calls on Dougie and didn't do it in his own words. I'm more disappointed rather than being angry. I'm with you, Hokage. It's just like, what do we... Evan, thank you for the super. Tom is a joke. Ace for GM. If you believe in the core, you go for it and trade for rentals while keeping young players. He's not going anywhere either. We're screwed. Yeah, I don't see how you could have like 1 foot in, 1 foot out, right? It's like, if you believe in the group, then make the push. But what are we doing here? It's just more future is bright, looking down the line stuff. It's just wild. It's just wild. Yes, it's official. We did nothing. It's been official for a while. Chaz says Keefe needs to go bare minimum this offseason. I know you don't want to blame him, Ace, but what else could Fitz even do? He won't trade anyone. I mean, how could we blame Keefe for this? Dire Distress says I've never wanted to punch a face so much. Wild stuff. Your home says we are irrelevant. Doug, we went on a 5-game losing streak right before this 3-game. How can he say he likes what he's seen? I have no idea. Traveling says Arrivederci near Nico. I certainly think it's definitely a coin flip at best right now. Your home's heading to the beer store. Good luck. Doug says don't go to games, don't buy jerseys. We need a higher standard. Anson said he's like, we never wanted to trade Dougie. We love Dougie. You guys are... The Dougie Hamilton flip-flop stuff is pretty funny. Fitz is the definition of insanity. Richie says, doing it down the line in the summer gives other teams more leverage and asks for more. It's mind-boggling how crystal clear what needed to be done. Tropical Flamingo, we have French Alps 2030 to look forward to. Now that's fun. Hockey, go Team USA. Michael Fitz, finding disappointed is that we have an ownership team. John Fay, we are not only a sinking ship, but our captain, Fitz, isn't even trying to steer us away from the iceberg and steering us directly into the iceberg. It's wild, folks. This is just not good for my mental health. This team has just broken us all in so many ways. But I did expect to see at least a couple guys sold off for cap space. I didn't think anything substantial was coming in, but I didn't think a nothing burger entirely. But that's it, guys. Thanks everyone for coming out. I might come back later. I don't know. I'm trying to still catch up on all the stuff. I got to eat some food. But American Swagger, get your hoodies. Links. I just dropped one in the chat. It's pinned in the chat in the description of the video. Limited edition, and these are beautiful, made on beautiful champion garments, both hoodies and t-shirts, multiple colors. Check it out. The link is everywhere. But I'll probably be back soon. I don't know. I'm pretty just. I don't even know. My phone, I have like a million texts from people throughout the day that I wasn't able to answer. Wow. But those interviews certainly, don't make it any better. American Swagger. At least we have the gold. We have the gold. Thank you all for watching. I love you all. Like, comment, subscribe, and all that jazz. Until next time, friends, let's go